Chapter 1882. Brother Dongfang, are you sure? How is this possible? This guy doesn't look strong at all. I can take care of him as soon as I go up. Is there a mistake? Dongfang Yijian's words shocked all the geniuses present. Could this be true? From the beginning, the geniuses didn't take the black-robed man seriously, thinking that he was Wang Ming and Mu Chen's man. The geniuses of the two families also directly interrogated the collateral disciples. For Dongfang Yijian to say such words, it was extremely shocking. Lin Fei could be considered to have met a formidable fellow. To be able to guess his identity from such minute clues, he was indeed not simple. This was a rather conceited person. You are very smart. Lin Fei smiled. The prodigy felt even more incredulous after being acknowledged. Mu Quan said coldly, "Just who are you? There's no one like you in the 10 great families, including the Hell Alliance. You'd best tell us the truth. Don't force us to take you down." Everyone knew about the geniuses of the infernal realm. Even if they didn't know each other personally, they could still make the connection. He had no impression of this black-robed man at all. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. There was something wrong with this person's background. It was not impossible for such an expert to appear out of nowhere. However, it was inconceivable for such an expert to appear at this time. As long as one was not a fool, they would be able to figure it out. Yes. Lin Fei smiled faintly and spat out 2 words in the face of the enraged prodigy's eyes. Take a guess? This infuriated the elite cultivator. If it wasn't for the fact that Dongfang Yijian hadn't ordered them to act, they would have been impatient to make a move. You dare to act cool in front of us, Heaven's Pride? You've got guts. You still dare to make us guess? Do you think you're some big shot? Dongfang Yijian had seen many people. There were those who were capable, and there were also those who relied on their mouths to show off. Without a doubt, the former relied on their strength, while the latter relied on their mouths. The person in front of him felt very strange. From the beginning to the end there were no changes. His heartbeat and blood flow were in a stable state. He was not affected by the others at all. These peak divine kings were all genius experts. Within the family, they also had a lot of authority to speak. Over time, they all had extraordinary auras. No one could withstand the pressure of being stared at by a group of people. However, the black-robed man before him was able to hold on. If I'm not wrong, you should be from another world. Dongfang Yijian's eyes shone with sharpness. I've heard that the experts of some subworlds can transform their divine power when their realm reaches a certain level. I think you should be one of them. Lin Fei was still very surprised. This person was indeed quite powerful. He didn't reveal anything, but the other party could see through him. Why do you say that? Lin Fei laughed. Wang Ming and Mu Cheng, who were at the side, were both shocked. They had never imagined that Di Tian would be someone from another world. They even suspected that Dongfang Yijian had made a mistake. Because you lack the aura of our infernal realm, Dongfang Yijian said. Even though your impersonation is very similar, you will never be someone from the infernal realm. No one can hide this from me. Lin Fei applauded. Amazing, truly amazing. Well said. Dongfang Yijian said. You, a person from another world, barged into our infernal realm. It seems like you're also here for the immortal abyss fruits. If I'm not wrong, from the 10th level onwards, all the immortal abyss fruits have been swept clean by you. I'm afraid you have tens of thousands of immortal abyss fruits on you now. Tens of thousands of immortal abyss fruits still made the prodigies present restless. If they divided it up, each of them could increase the number of immortal abyss fruits by a few thousand. Yes, you're right again. Lin Fei laughed. Unfortunately, you're wrong about one thing. I'm not here for the immortal abyss fruits. They have no use for me. It's just a coincidence. The prodigies didn't believe this was true. You're lying to all of us. If you're not here for the immortal abyss fruits, then why did you come here? Sir, you're a straightforward person. Dongfang Yijian had never seen such a straightforward person. I believe what you said is true. I wonder if you're willing to hand over the immortal abyss fruits on you? My Dongfang family has some influence in the infernal realm. If you're willing to hand it over, we might be able to help you. Lin Fei shook his head. There's no need for that. Dongfang Yijian's politeness towards this mysterious man had already made many people unhappy. An outsider dared to snatch their immortal abyss fruits, which had already made them very unhappy. Losing tens of thousands of immortal abyss fruits had a huge impact. It was also related to the family's strength. Seeing that the other party didn't give him face, the prodigies were furious. Sir, this is the infernal realm. If you don't hand over the immortal abyss fruits, do you think you can leave? That's right. If you hand over the immortal abyss fruits, we can let you go. If we attack you, no matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to leave the infernal realm. We, the top 10 families, are not bragging. If we send out our experts, it won't be a problem to take you down. The prodigies threatened. The power of the top 10 families was quite great. Is that so? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, the space around him twisted. It was a futile move. The prodigies didn't notice it at all. The sudden attack caught them off guard. Space-time reversal. The prodigies were caught off guard. The space kept changing, and the prodigies were all dragged in. How dare you? Dongfang Yijian shouted. He pulled out his sword and stabbed at Lin Fei's face. The sword was too fast. It was enhanced with the power of unlimited speed. It was so fast that Lin Fei couldn't even catch a trace of it. His eyebrows kept twitching. Invincible defense. The sword pierced through space and stabbed at Lin Fei's eyebrows, exploding with terrifying lethality. Too fast. Lin Fei thought that his speed was fast, but he didn't expect the other party to be even faster. The sword forced him to activate his invincible defense to block it. The invincible defense blocked the sword, and the other party retracted his sword. Unlimited speed 10 times. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The other party's attack suddenly increased again. Sword after sword stabbed at Lin Fei's eyebrows, not moving at all. How can there be such a fast person? And he can even increase his speed again. Lin Fei had thought that this person was very dangerous. Now it seemed that it was true. The other party must be a controller, and a controller of speed. When his speed reached the peak, he could kill with one sword. Unbeknownst to him, Dongfang Yijian was extremely shocked. He blocked it again. Chapter 1883. Dongfang Yijian was a rare and powerful prodigy in Hell World. That was because Dongfang Yijian was a controller. Most importantly, he mastered speed. When his speed reached a certain limit or even broke through, he would become a unique existence. Without a doubt, Dongfang Yijian was such an existence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sky was filled with sword shadows with almost no trace. No one knew how fast the sword was. That was also why Dongfang Yijian was so famous among the prodigies. Even though he had yet to enter the ultimate god realm, Dongfang Yijian's combat power was terrifying. Coupled with his speed, he could kill with a single strike, especially after using infinite speed. Limitless. No one would ignore the content in it. Infinite speed. It was an existence that surpassed speed. There was a possibility of breaking through at any time. Dongfang Yijian could use infinite speed to unleash 10 times his current speed, and could easily injure a low-level ultimate god expert. In Hell World, very few people were willing to offend Dongfang Yijian. No one knew when the opponent's sword would stab between the eyebrows. There were already a few examples and everyone knew that. However, at that moment Dongfang Yijian felt powerless. No matter how his infinite speed attacked, the opponent could block it and seemed to be unharmed. This was beyond Dongfang Yijian's imagination. No one had ever been able to block his attacks consecutively. His speed surpassed divine senses and left no traces behind. It was impossible to dodge based on instinct. Many arrogant ultimate gods were injured because they underestimated infinite speed. Dongfang Yijian's speed had reached the limit of infinite speed by 10 times. His swordsmanship had also become tricky. This person's speed has reached the limit. Most importantly, he has cultivated infinite speed. That's what's truly terrifying. Lin Fei knew about the existence of infinite speed. It was an extremely difficult existence to master, but someone had managed to do so. Fortunately, I have invincible defense. Otherwise, my mind wouldn't be able to keep up with his speed. Invincible defense was always on. That was Lin Fei's only way to block it. The opponent's speed surpassed his. If he did not activate invincible defense, he would have been pierced through. River of Time. Lin Fei rarely met such a powerful opponent. He was even stronger than the ultimate gods he had met before. Hell World had produced a powerful prodigy. When the River of Time appeared, the surging time energy suppressed Dongfang Yijian's speed. This was the only thing that could decipher the existence of speed. You're a time controller. No. Dongfang Yijian shook his head. Not only are you a time controller, but you're also a space controller and a dual bloodline controller. Dongfang Yijian's only fear was time controllers, because they could suppress his speed. You guessed right. Lin Fei laughed. Now let's have a taste of my saber art. A void slash flew over. Dongfang Yijian was conceited because of his limitless speed. But today he finally met his match. The opponent's strange saber technique forced Dongfang one sword to be unable to multitask, and his limitless speed also slowed down. The power of space was also unpredictable and very difficult to resist. Although Dongfang Yijian's speed was not fast, he was affected by the power of time, causing his thoughts to waver. Furthermore, his saber technique was strange, causing Dongfang Yijian to clench his teeth in frustration. The two of them battled for over an hour. The two sides did not use their full strength and limited themselves to this area to prevent the undead creatures from appearing. At that time it would be a big problem. Lin Fei was also unable to defeat Dongfang Yijian in a short time. Even if he used both the power of space and time, he did not have much confidence. Lin Fei needed the River of Time to resist the opponent's attack. With one attacking and one defending, its power was also limited. Wang Ming and Mu Qing's horizons were broadened. Everyone knew that Dongfang Yijian was very powerful, and was a big brother-level existence among the geniuses. But after seeing it with their own eyes, they understood the gap between them and Dongfang Yijian. If Dongfang Yijian wanted to kill them, he did not need much. One sword was enough. They could not even block a single sword. This made them feel powerless. Ditian's strength had once again exceeded their expectations. Being able to fight Dongfang Yijian to a draw would shock the entire infernal realm. I'm not fighting anymore. Suddenly, Dongfang Yijian flew backwards. He sheathed his sword and took the initiative to stop fighting. Lin Fei also stopped. Actually, even if you didn't say it, I wouldn't have fought either. There's no need. Ha 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 ha. The two of them suddenly laughed out loud. To Dongfang Yijian, it was not easy to find a young opponent. His opponent had two great bloodline powers. He did not have the confidence to win unless he advanced to the hierarch realm and activated the unlimited speed. Lin Fei also did not have the confidence to kill Dongfang Yijian. The unlimited speed was too powerful. Only if his space and time bloodlines were upgraded would he have the confidence to win. You are the strongest opponent I have ever met. Dongfang Yijian stared at his opponent and said, Since I cannot defeat you, I will not interfere with the matter of the abyssal immortal fruit. If you are willing to sell it to my Dongfang family will definitely buy it sincerely. When it came to benefits, Dongfang Yijian was still very open-minded. Lin Fei rarely saw geniuses like Dongfang Yijian, who knew when to give up. He smiled and said, You're one of the most powerful opponents I've ever met. Your limitless speed truly lives up to your reputation. I'll consider your request. Dongfang Yijian did not expect the other party to agree immediately. That was impossible. If the other party really agreed, he would instead become suspicious. See you next time. Dongfang Yijian turned and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lord, are you all right? Mu Qing flew over. Although the two of them had not fought for long, only an hour to them, it was a battle that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. This Dongfang Yijian of your hell realm is indeed amazing. Lin Fei looked in the direction where the other party had left. Now we need to change locations. I'm afraid undead creatures will come very soon. Mu Qing and Wang Ming continued to follow Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not refuse. Lin Fei had his own thoughts on how he could say such words to a disciple of the main line of descent. In the hell realm, he could train one or two subordinates. In the future, they would also be a force of his own. If he wanted to maximize his abyssal immortal fruit, he could start from there. Wang Ming and Mu Qing had already thrown caution to the wind. The direct descendant of the family would definitely not let them go easily. Following Ditian was the safest. Now we will go find the immortal tree. Be careful. Chapter 1884. The battle ended in a draw. Lin Fei also left the scene and brought Mu Chang and Wang Ming to look for the Tree of Immortality and Divine Spark. The 16th floor was full of danger. Lin Fei's journey was also very troublesome. Every time he found the Tree of Immortality, he had to spend a lot of time cleaning it up. He often had to stay for a whole day. This was very fast for Lin Fei. The number of immortal fruits on hand was also increasing. It should not be a problem to reach 100,000 immortal fruits in the end. During this period, Lin Fei also met people from the 10 great clans. These people from the 10 great clans were extremely embarrassed. Lin Fei moved them out, but they were unlucky enough to be attacked by the undead creatures and lost many of their men. They were afraid of Lin Fei and Dongfang Yijian's message to them. Therefore, they chose to hold back and leave instead of directly attacking. Dongfang Yijian said that the other party was very powerful, and they dared not doubt it. Lin Fei was also very relaxed. On the 16th floor, Lin Fei stayed for half a month. He was looking for the Tree of Immortality almost all the time and his harvest doubled. Alright, I'm going to the 17th floor. Going to the 17th floor was much harder than the 16th floor. Although it was very difficult, Lin Fei still wanted to go down and have a look. He could still go down with his strength, but it would be a lot more troublesome to bring Mu Chang and Wang Ming along. You can go out first. I will look for you after I go out, Lin Fei said. Although it was just a sentence, it made the two very happy. If anyone comes looking for trouble, just say that you are my messengers. Tell them that I am going to sell the immortal fruits. They will understand. Wang Ming and Mu Chang had also obtained a lot of immortal fruits during this period. They could advance to the ultimate god realm with just a few things. This was unimaginable before. The two now had no expectations for their clans. Master, don't worry. We will help you spread the news. Mu Chang thought about it very quickly. One could imagine that in a situation where the harvest of the immortal abyss fruit was not much, this news would definitely cause a commotion. Mu Chang and Wang Ming crushed the teleportation talisman and left the abyssal hell. Lin Fei continued forward. Time cage. Slow down time. Teleportation. The entrance to the 16th floor. The undead creatures were densely packed together. There were no less than 1,000,000 of them. Lin Fei felt numb just by looking at them. He also understood why so few people could break through. It was too dangerous. No big move could kill them instantly. Lin Fei didn't expect his strength to be this strong. These undead creatures had extraordinary battle prowess, which was equivalent to 1,000,000 lower-level ultimate gods. Only people like Lin Fei could withstand the impact. It was indeed not easy to charge through. The time cage and time deceleration only suppressed the undead creatures. Lin Fei rushed forward, his divinity constantly changing, and the various undead creatures in the sky bombarded him. Invincible defense. Lin Fei also activated his strongest trump card. At this moment, no matter how much they attacked him, Lin Fei would not waste any time. His divine power was also constantly being consumed, but the good thing was that he was getting closer to the entrance. At this time, on a barren mountain far away from the entrance, Dongfang Yijian stood with his sword in his arms, his expression extremely solemn. This person will be a strong enemy of mine. In the previous battle, Dongfang Yijian couldn't do anything. At this time, seeing the other party rushing towards the entrance, Dongfang Yijian took it seriously again. A dual bloodline controller is indeed strong. I admit that I am inferior. Dongfang Yijian shook his head. If you can go in, so can I. Unlimited speed. Dongfang Yijian was a conceited person. The 17th floor of the Abyss Hell had also become a challenge for Dongfang Yijian. According to the family's secrets, there was once a family disciple who went in and left a secret message. He had to go in the next floor. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Dongfang Yijian reached the limit of his speed with unlimited speed. Even an ultimate god would shake his head and be left in the dust. The undead creatures almost did not notice that someone had broken in. At this time, Lin Fei was about 10,000 miles away from the entrance. However, the undead creatures were all gathered there, densely packed, and the entrance could not be seen. Space-time reversal. If he could not see the entrance, he would make it himself. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Although the undead creatures were strong, they only retained their instincts. There was a certain gap between their strength and realm. With the space-time reversal, the densely packed undead creatures were moved out, creating a passage. The entrance was faintly discernible. Lin Fei moved over. Many thanks for opening a passage. I will go first. Dongfang Yijian took advantage of the situation and rushed in, leaving only his voice behind. F*CK, you're taking advantage of me. Lin Fei rushed into the 17th floor. He saw Dongfang Yijian surrounded by a group of undead creatures, both inside and outside. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, undead creatures were eyeing him covetously. As soon as Lin Fei entered, the undead creatures charged at him. He originally hoped to use space to escape, but now it seemed impossible. The entire area was occupied by the undead creatures, on the ground and in the sky. It was the same airtight. Lin Fei couldn't help but curse. Wasn't this just fooling people into coming here to die? Seeing this scene, even he himself shuddered. This was definitely a huge pit, specially used to trap people. No matter how many came, they would all die. Kill, kill, kill. Not far away, Dongfang Yijian was engrossed in killing. Even though a large number of undead creatures were injured, it was difficult to kill them. Fortunately, he came in first and pulled away some of the hatred. Lin Fei rejoiced inwardly. Spatial storm. What Lin Fei needed to do now was to rush out. Hua hua hua. Lin Fei also entered the spatial storm, allowing it to sweep over him. His figure also entered the 10,000 layers of space, gradually concealing his aura. That guy must have escaped into the 10,000 layers of space. How shameless. Dongfang Yijian's pressure doubled. The undead creatures in the distance were all staring at him. He knew that guy wanted him to attract the undead creatures so that he could escape. However, he really had no way to stop him. He wasn't proficient in space, let alone chasing the opponent in the 10,000 layers of space. Sorry, I'll be leaving first. The spatial storm disappeared. After losing its aura, the undead creatures weren't interested in a spatial storm. Their attention was all on Dongfang Yijian. Lin Fei finally came out of the dark area. When he looked back, he couldn't help but wipe off his cold sweat. Fortunately, he was a dual bloodline user. Otherwise, he would really have fallen. Chapter 1885. It was a small trick on Dongfang Yijian. Lin Fei was in a good mood. You took advantage of me and attracted the firepower for yourself. It was quite a good deal. On the 17th floor, Lin Fei moved quickly. This floor is much smaller and the undead creatures are much stronger. There are intermediate ultimate god undead creatures appearing from time to time. They should be considered elite monsters. Lin Fei grew cautious as well. The danger on this level was even greater, and danger lurked everywhere. For example, Lin Fei was attacked by a towering tree earlier. He could not cut through the tough vines and had to spend a lot of effort to break free. For example, Lin Fei stopped on a barren hill. It's too dangerous here. I've been attacked by more than a dozen elite undead creatures in less than half a day. No wonder no one can come up here. Even if they come up, they might die here. Lin Fei did not dare to release his divine senses too far away and observed nearby. Is that the immortal tree? When Lin Fei searched with his divine senses, he accidentally found an immortal tree growing on a piece of land under the barren hill. It's too big. On the desolate plains, the undying trees were so tall that they towered into the sky. Their branches were luxuriant and their leaves were luxuriant. One of them was comparable to a dozen others. Just the height of the trees alone was no less than a few hundred zhang, almost 700 zhang. The undying trees from before were at most 100 zhang or 150 zhang. There are at least 10 to 20,000 abyssal immortal fruits on the tree. Lin Fei shifted his gaze again and noticed the abyssal immortal fruits hanging on the immortal tree. There were so many of them. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and smiled if he could pick the one in front of him. It's so big and the undead creature guarding it is even more terrifying. It must be an elite monster. It'll be troublesome to deal with it. Intermediate Ultimate God had 17 lives. No matter which one it would be stressful. Lin Fei also felt the pressure. It'll be much easier to deal with it if my time bloodline improves, and I can cultivate Time Storm. Bam bam bam. Next to the undying tree, a colossal creature was launching a fierce attack, blocking the spatial and time energy attacks. This won't do. These undead creatures aren't affected. My spatial power and time power can only produce 20% of their effects. Lin Fei kept retreating, leaving the area of effect. The undead creatures returned to the ground, and the scene became peaceful again. On the barren mountain, Lin Fei frowned. The undead below weren't easy to deal with. In the short exchange, Lin Fei could not come up with a workable solution. However, Lin Fei was unwilling to give up on the tens of thousands of immortal abyssal fruits. This thing was related to his future advancement, so he had to get his hands on it. Even experts have their days of headaches. A figure flew over from afar. Just as the voice arrived, the person also appeared on a barren mountain not far away. The distance between the two of them was only about 10,000 miles. This person was naturally Dongfang Yijian. He appeared to be in a very sorry state, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered quite a bit in that area. "You're not the same," Lin Fei ridiculed. "You're more powerful than I thought. You can even come out from there." At the mention of this, Dongfang Yijian became angry. Anger appeared on his arrogant face. "It's all because of you. If you hadn't attracted those undead creatures, I would have escaped long ago," Lin Fei said. "But you shouldn't have rushed in first when I activated the spatial reversal. You deserved it. You should have followed behind me. Maybe I'm the one having a headache now." Dongfang Yijian really didn't know how to refute this. Just like what he said, he had taken advantage of the situation, but in the end, he had attracted the undead creatures. What was this? "Humph, I can only say that you're very shameless," Dongfang Yijian snorted. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. "You didn't go find your immortal abyssal fruits but came to find me. Don't tell me you came to say this? If that's the case, you can leave now." Dongfang Yijian really wanted to leave. However, he didn't dare to leave. This time there was no one else on the 17th floor except for him. The people from the 10 great clans were on the 16th floor. Fortunately, they didn't come down together. Millions of undead creatures were enough to drown them. Even the arrogant Dongfang Yijian had to accept reality on the 17th floor. There were many immortal abyssal fruits on this floor. It was a family secret. The undead creatures guarding the surroundings were also extremely powerful. He could fight against a middle-level ultimate god, but he was only at the early level. He was almost seriously injured by the undead creatures several times. Dongfang Yijian had no choice but to leave. It was very difficult for him to obtain the immortal abyssal fruits by himself. Therefore, he thought of someone. Lin Fei. "Why do you want to leave?" Dongfang Yijian said. "Why don't we be frank? There are only the two of us on this floor. Everyone's goal is the same, to collect the immortal abyssal fruits. If it's a one-on-one fight, none of us will lose. Why don't we cooperate?" In fact, Lin Fei had sharply guessed the purpose of Dongfang Yijian's appearance. What else could it be other than the immortal abyssal fruits? Spar. Impossible. Only a fool would spar here. It would be troublesome if the undead creatures surrounded them. "Great," Lin Fei said straightforwardly. "We can cooperate, but how do we split it?" Lin Fei was not a pedantic person. It would be beneficial for everyone if they cooperated. "Let's split it 50-50. Dongfang Yijian did not plan to take advantage. There was no need for that. "This is my bottom line." 50%? Lin Fei was not satisfied and shook his head. "Forget about 50%. If you want to cooperate, I need at least 70%. Dongfang Yijian's proposal of 50-50 was already a big concession. Who would have thought that this guy would demand an exorbitant price of 70%? It was simply unacceptable. 70% is impossible. Dongfang Yijian shook his head. Lin Fei said confidently, "Why is it impossible? The undead creatures guarding this floor are the elites of the elites. With 17 lives, it would be difficult for you or me to deal with them. If we cooperate, I will attract the undead creatures while you rely on your speed to collect the immortal abyssal fruits. Who do you think will be under more pressure? If you are willing to resist the undead creatures, I am willing to take 30%. Dongfang Yijian cursed in his heart. "If I could fight a protracted battle, why would I look for you? I would have done it myself long ago." Elite undead creatures like the undead creatures had strong defense and 17 lives. Dongfang Yijian would not be able to seriously injure them. What Lin Fei said was right. Only he could attract the undead creatures. 70% was not excessive. Dongfang Yijian was not willing to give up 70%, but he could not think of a better way. 30% was already a pretty good result. Chapter 1886. Lin Fei and Dongfang Yijian worked together for the first time. This was something that could not be helped. If they did not work together, it would be very troublesome for them to pick the immortal fruits, and the efficiency would be very low. Lin Fei was the main force, attracting the guardian undead creatures. He used his space and time powers, slashing at the undead creatures, thoroughly provoking them. Dongfang Yijian, you can start now. Once the guardian undead creatures were stalled, Lin Fei let Dongfang Yijian attack. Unlimited speed. Dongfang Yijian was very conceited, and never thought of cheating others. The immortal fruits were very important, and they could not afford to lose anything. As the pride of his family and the pride of Hell World, he knew the situation in Hell World. With the two of them working together, collecting the immortal fruits became much easier. Dongfang Yijian was also convinced. He did not have the ability to stall the guardian undead creatures. Only this guy in front of him could do it so easily, even though he was very unhappy with this guy. After harvesting, the two of them retreated, leaving the guardian undead creatures to roar behind them. It's a pleasure working together for the first time. The one who spoke was Dongfang Yijian. This time they had collected a total of 1873 abyssal immortal fruits. Dongfang Yijian could also obtain about 4,000 abyssal immortal fruits. This was a great harvest. Can we continue? Dongfang Yijian said. Of course, I'm just afraid you can't hold on. In the following time, the two of them continued to sweep the immortal fruits on the 17th floor. Dongfang Yijian also realized that he was very lucky to have such a partner. Unfortunately, his family could not give birth to a space or time bloodline. If the family could give birth to such a person, the next time the abyss opened, the Dongfang family would obtain unimaginable benefits. One by one, the immortal trees were plucked clean. Similarly, the undead creatures on this floor also went crazy. The two of them kept encountering undead creatures, and each time, they chose to leave instead of fighting. There was no need for that. The two of them collected more and more immortal fruits. Dongfang Yijian had obtained more than 70,000 immortal fruits, and they were all obtained on this floor. Lin Fei, needless to say, had obtained 210,000 immortal fruits. Adding the previous immortal fruits, he had a terrifying number of 300,000. The two of them continued to sweep for a month. They spent every day in danger, clearing out all 17 levels of the abyssal undying fruits. There were some particularly dangerous levels that they did not go to, but they were still very satisfied. I can finally take a break. Dongfang Yijian was still as conceited as ever. This past month, he was unbearably tired, and there was a hint of exhaustion between his brows. Not far away, Lin Fei was the same. This floor is indeed dangerous. Even a perfect combination like us feels great pressure, let alone the others. Lin Fei sighed. You've also gotten some benefits. 30% is enough for you to report back. Dongfang Yijian was also very clear that without Ditian's help, he could forget about obtaining 130,000 abyssal immortal fruits. He refused to admit defeat. I only have 30%, but you have 70%. Furthermore, I believe that news of you has already spread. Whether or not you can take away the abyssal immortal fruits is still unknown. Lin Fei smiled. That has nothing to do with you. Humph. Dongfang Yijian harumphed. Lin Fei had about 500,000 abyssal immortal fruits in his hands. This was a bargaining chip for future negotiations. It shouldn't be difficult to exchange them for 100 hierarch rank godheads. Currently, on the 17th floor, other than a few dangerous places, there are no abyssal immortal fruits. Even if there are, it will be very dangerous. I plan to go to the last floor. On the 17th floor, Lin Fei did not find any clues about the godheads. This was really hard to find. Lin Fei decided to go to the next floor. You want to go to the 18th floor? Dongfang Yijian asked in surprise. And it's not easy to come here, I have to go take a look. Lin Fei said. Are you not interested? Or are you afraid? Dongfang Yijian said. It's useless to try to provoke me. The 18th floor is not a tiger's den. If you dare to go, so do I. Moreover, I will be the first person in the family to reach the 18th floor. The two of them found the entrance to the 18th floor. Millions of li away, it was a vast expanse of darkness, with almost no gaps. If it wasn't for the fact that they knew where they were, they would have thought they came to the wrong place. Roar! 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 As the two of them approached the periphery, the swarm of undead creatures swarmed over. The sight of it made one's scalp tingle. What a terrifying entrance! It is indeed terrifying. The two of them were shocked once again. They despised the God Emperor for doing nothing but creating such a scene. Wasn't it just to torment people? I'll go first. Let's meet up on the 18th floor. Dongfang Yijian shot out, instantly activating his unlimited speed. Sword light danced, forcibly tearing open a hole, sending broken limbs flying. Lin Fei was not slow either, directly activating his invincible defense. With so many undead creatures attacking him, it was already difficult enough, not to mention the number of undead creatures here. A single attack from them was enough to kill him. Lin Fei had his invincible defense, and he also used the River of Time, smashing through layer after layer. However, he still could not stop the undead creature's attacks. Almost at every moment he was attacked. The most terrifying thing was that the space here was sealed, leaving only the outer layer. The power of the space bloodline was greatly suppressed. Hua hua hua! His divine power was constantly being consumed. Lin Fei rushed in for tens of thousands of miles, but Dongfang Yijian was much faster. He had the advantage of speed, but it was still very strenuous. The next few 100,000 miles would not be so easy. I have to rush in even if I have to. Lin Fei used his physical body to knock the undead creatures away one by one. He did not care about the attacks and just kept rushing forward. This is too crazy. What kind of treasure is he wearing? Lin Fei quickly surpassed Dongfang Yijian, causing Dongfang Yijian to gasp. Even the divinity battle armor might not be able to withstand the attacks. For example, Dongfang Yijian was wearing a low-level divinity battle armor. It was also provided by his family for this trip to the abyssal hell. Even with the divinity battle armor, Dongfang Yijian was still very tired. After another 50,000 miles, he had consumed more than half of his divine power. When he was about 200,000 miles away, he had no choice but to take out the spatial teleportation talisman and teleport back. I can't hold it anymore. I can't hold it anymore. That kid might not be able to. With this thought in mind, Dongfang Yijian disappeared in front of the undead creatures. He's gone. Lin Fei immediately noticed Dongfang Yijian's aura disappearing. Chapter 1887. At this time in the outside world. Hell world in the mysterious mountain range. The 10 great families and the big shots of the Hell Alliance were all here. Since a few days ago, the geniuses of the 10 great families had returned in a sorry state and brought back bad news, causing everyone to be shrouded in a layer of shadow. An outsider had impersonated someone from the Hell world and entered the Abyss Hell, obtaining a large number of Abyss Undying fruits. When this news spread among the higher-ups, everyone felt uncomfortable. Each family didn't bring back many Abyss Undying fruits. Each family didn't bring back more than 3,000 Abyss Undying fruits. This result was very difficult for them to accept. These days, the 10 great families and the big shots of the Hell Alliance were very anxious. This time, when the Abyss Hell opened, they still hoped to rely on the Abyss Undying fruits to create a group of divine venerable experts to increase the strength of the Hell world. Now that the 6 subworlds had appeared, the future was constantly changing. The 10 great families were also under pressure. After the geniuses of the families returned one by one, Wang Ming and Mu Cheng also returned from the Abyss Hell. As soon as they returned, they were taken away by the big shots of their respective families. Everyone knew that they wanted to know where that person came from, and wanted to get more information. The big shots were unwilling. This was related to the strength of the families in the future. They forced the 2 families to hand over the person and interrogate him. They learned from the geniuses that the 2 of them had a good relationship with that person and had even been following him. Wang Ming and Mu Cheng had never seen these big shots before. Fortunately, they also went all out. They braced themselves and said that they were Dition's agents. They told everyone that he wanted to sell the Abyss Undying fruits in his hands. When these words came out, everyone was very angry. He snatched their abyss-undying fruits and dared to sell them. Didn't he see where this was? Wang Ming and Mu Cheng were imprisoned. Sell? That kid really didn't want his life. Every big shot would do this. As long as that guy came out, the abyss-undying fruits would fall into their hands again. Agent, haha. It was simply a big joke. Not long after, Dongfang Yijian returned. Dongfang Yijian's status was much higher than ordinary geniuses. The big shots immediately summoned Dongfang Yijian to know the situation. That person is called Di Tian. His origin is unknown. He is very strong. I can't defeat him. Dongfang Yijian didn't mention that he went to the 17th floor. He only mentioned that after a battle, he chose to leave. He handed over the abyssal undying fruits he had obtained, a total of 10,000 abyssal undying fruits. Di Tian. Immediately, a big shot arranged for people to investigate this person. Who exactly was he that dared to snatch food in their territory? As for the fact that Di Tian was able to suppress Dongfang Yijian and not lose in the end, they were all secretly shocked. Dongfang Yijian had grasped the limitless speed, and there were not many geniuses in the infernal realm who could be his match. This Di Tian was quite capable. Dongfang family's temporary residence. In Asenfu. After Dongfang Yijian returned, he found the current head of the family, Dongfang Wen, who was his uncle. Uncle. Dongfang Wen had actually been waiting all this while. One Sword, you're finally here. Ever since Dongfang Yijian returned, Dongfang Wen had been waiting for his nephew. Dongfang Wen was very fond of his nephew because he had practically raised him single-handedly since he was young. You did very well this time. Among the 10 great clans, our Dongfang clan has completed the mission this time. Dongfang Wen said with a smile. Our position as one of the 10 great clans has stabilized once again. The 10 great clans were also ranked. The Dongfang family had always been the number 1 family. This time, the Dongfang family had completed the Abyss Hell mission, when the other clans were unable to complete it. It was equivalent to once again stabilizing their position as the number 1 family. Actually, this time I relied on someone else's blessing, Dongfang Yijian said. At this time there was no one else in the room except for Dongfang Wen. He hurriedly set up a layer of formation restrictions with the battle strength of a peak ultimate god. Other peak ultimate gods would not be able to see through it. You're talking about Di Tian? Dongfang Yijian nodded. Yes, it's this Di Tian. When I fought with him, I activated limitless speed 10 times, but I still couldn't defeat him. In the end it was a tie. This Di Tian you're talking about is indeed not simple. Look, Dongfang Wen took out a jade slip. This is the news that just came. It's all about Di Tian. Dongfang Yijian also wanted to know Di Tian's origin. Someone from the mysterious sky world? As soon as he saw the words mysterious sky world, Dongfang Yijian was shocked. How is this possible? The mysterious sky world was one of the strongest worlds back then. Later on, the mysterious sky divine emperor fell, and the world was also suppressed. In the end, it was occupied by the 8 great divine emperors. How could such an expert appear? Continue reading. Dongfang Yijian continued reading. The more he read, the calmer he became. In the past 100 years, the number 1 expert in the mysterious sky world? Dongfang Yijian sucked in a breath of cold air. No matter if this title was true or false, to be called the number 1 expert, it was most likely not far from the truth. I believe that now everyone knows about Di Tian's background, Dongfang Wen said. This child is extremely ferocious. The sects that the 8 great divine emperors left in the mysterious sky world were also swept away by him. Now the people of the 8 great sects dare not be arrogant in front of Di Tian. Moreover, Di Tian personally went up to the upper realm and killed millions of divine king experts. In the end, even the hierarch experts were helpless against him. Dongfang Yijian had always thought that he was very strong. However, after reading the information, he felt that he couldn't do it to Di Tian's level. This guy has guts. Dongfang Yijian felt a wave of powerlessness, but soon returned to normal. However, when I advance to the hierarch realm, ordinary low-level hierarchs won't be my opponent. Dongfang Wen was very satisfied that his nephew wasn't scared by Di Tian. It's good that you have such thoughts. Although Di Tian is strong, you aren't weak either. In the future, you will have the opportunity to reach a higher realm. In the future, the Dongfang family will rely on you. I know. Dongfang Yijian had long been considered to have the potential to become a god emperor. In the future, he would be able to open his own world and even establish an imperial dynasty. Uncle, this is the Abyss Undying fruit that I brought back this time. Dongfang Yijian took out the rest of the Abyss Undying fruit. There were tens of thousands of them, which gave Dongfang Wen a shock. Where did you get them from? I cooperated with Ditian and entered the 17th floor. This is just a small part. That guy has a large amount of Abyss Undying fruit. No less than 400,000. Dongfang Wen stood up. Are you sure that there are 400,000? Yes, I cooperated with him and took 30%. Chapter 1888. Lin Fei had no idea that he had become famous in the infernal realm. At this moment he was constantly moving forward. Millions of undead creatures were charging at him. The distance of 1,000,000 miles seemed to have become a chasm that couldn't be crossed. 500,000 miles left. Lin Fei continuously circulated the power of time and the power of space. His mastery of these two attacks had reached the point of perfection. This could be considered a huge improvement. No matter who saw this scene, they would be shocked. No one would offend such an existence for no reason. Lin Fei was looking forward to the 18th floor. To set up such an obstacle in order to test someone, it wasn't something an ordinary person could deal with. This also proved that the 18th floor was different. 400,000 miles, 300,000 miles, 200,000 miles, 500,000 miles. Lin Fei was getting closer and closer to the entrance. The undead creatures here were piled up together, with almost no space to move. Bang bang bang. The river of time swept over, knocking the undead creatures away. Lin Fei rushed forward. The closer he got to the entrance, the more pressure Lin Fei felt. If not for his invincible defense, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on at 500,000 miles. Could be said that right now, Lin Fei was being attacked at every second. One could suppress a portion of the undead creature's attacks, but not the others. Dongfang Yijian was powerful, but he couldn't stop the continuous attacks. Soon, the entrance appeared before Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei's river of time swung and swept, and space-time reversed, tearing open a gap. This is the time. Taking advantage of the only opportunity, Lin Fei rushed in. 18th floor, I'm coming. With a flash, Lin Fei disappeared into the entrance. Worried that entering the 18th floor would be the same as the previous floors, Lin Fei had already made preparations. There's actually nothing. His vision changed and Lin Fei found himself standing in the sky of the 18th floor. It was the same as the previous floors. The only thing missing was the horde of fearful undead creatures. Did I come to the wrong place? For a moment Lin Fei suspected that he had come to the wrong place. This was different from what he had imagined. For the time being he did not sense any danger. This was inconceivable to Lin Fei. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as Lin Fei was feeling puzzled, in the void in front of him, the space twisted violently. Specks of light appeared and gathered together. A moment later, a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe appeared in front of Lin Fei. Welcome, lucky lad. Lin Fei was on guard. Who are you? A trace of joy appeared in his heart. It seemed like he had encountered a good thing. That was how the script was written. Lin Fei had seen similar situations several times. It was hard not to be suspicious. I am the Cerberus of the 18 layers of hell. The middle-aged Cerberus said. You're the fourth lucky person to enter, so you must be very puzzled right now. Come with me. The fourth one? Not the first. Lin Fei was shocked. Entering from the 17th floor to the 18th floor was not an ordinary difficulty. He had used the power of time and space together and activated his invincible defense. But someone else had also entered. The 18th floor was not big. It was smaller than imagined. Could not be compared to the previous floors. It was very quiet here. There were no undead creatures. Lin Fei did not dare to let his guard down. A Cerberus had appeared out of nowhere. It was necessary to be vigilant. So many abyssal immortal fruits? Following the middle-aged Cerberus, Lin Fei soon discovered many immortal trees. They were full of abyssal immortal fruits. In terms of quality, they were several times better than the previous ones. Master moved them in from the outer world. These are the best ones. The middle-aged Cerberus said. You can take them all when you leave later. That's great. Lin Fei was very surprised. Roughly counting, there were many abyssal immortal fruits here. Moreover, the higher the quality, the better the effect. Not long after, a lonely mountain appeared in front of him. There was nothing around this mountain. Apart from this mountain, there was nothing else. The middle-aged Cerberus brought Lin Fei to the peak of the mountain. There was a grand palace on the mountain peak. It exuded an ancient and distant aura, and it even faintly exuded a trace of domineering aura. Boom! The door opened. The middle-aged Cerberus opened the door and walked in first. Lin Fei carefully followed. The inside of the palace was very glorious. Lin Fei could even see that many of the things here were refined with special materials. If any of them were placed outside, it would probably attract a fight. His breathing quickened. You'll know once you open this door. The middle-aged Cerberus stopped in front of a door and said, I'll go in? Lin Fei asked. Yes, go in yourself. The middle-aged Cerberus said. You'll know everything once you go in. Lin Fei was not a timid person. With an invincible defense, he would dare to go in no matter how dangerous it was. He already had a vague idea of what was inside. Boom! Lin Fei pushed the door with both hands. The tightly shut door opened with a bang. Lin Fei stepped in and the door behind him closed again. With this step, Lin Fei was instantly in a starry sky. The stars were dazzling and time flew. Scenes appeared in front of Lin Fei. A young man born in an aristocratic family, diligently trained, became famous in one world, and then went to another. He fought all kinds of battles and finally reached the peak of the world. Hell's Divine Emperor. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the Hell's Divine Emperor standing at the peak with tens of thousands of people worshipping him below, anyone would feel a rush. When he entered, he had guessed that it would be this Hell's Divine Emperor. But seeing the process of him fighting with his own eyes, it was still very shocking. Then the scene changed again. Lin Fei saw the Hell's Divine Emperor fighting with another group of God Emperors. The process was very fast and the movements were too fast to be seen. In the end, the scene became a blur. When he could see clearly again, it was the scene of the Abyss Hell. A group of people were killing undead creatures, and one of them won, making it all the way to the 18th floor. After that, this person became an existence worshipped by tens of thousands of people. This is the Massacre God Emperor. Lin Fei couldn't help but exclaim. There were currently 3 God Emperor experts in the Hell Realm, and the one with the glove was the Massacre God Emperor. It was said that using the glove to kill people was more enjoyable. This was also a God Emperor weapon, and it could be upgraded. In the future, it would become a weapon for God Emperors. Could it be that the Massacre God Emperor became a God Emperor because of this place? Lin Fei guessed. Then the scene changed again. It was still the Abyss Hell, and the person was a young man in embroidered clothes. He used a longsword and also made it to the 18th floor. This is the Tianxi God Emperor. The scene changed again, and it was a young woman. Chapter 1889. There were currently 3 deity emperors in Hell World. As for their specific realm, it was hard to say. These 3 deity emperors were Massacre Deity Emperor, 100 Flowers Deity Emperor, and Tianxi Deity Emperor. Among them, Massacre Deity Emperor was the strongest. Seeing the 3 deity emperors in this starry sky, Lin Fei seemed to understand something. Perhaps their ascension to deity emperor was related to the 18th floor. Lin Fei once learned that the 3 deity emperors in Hell World had the fastest cultivation speed. There were almost no bottlenecks, and they became deity emperors after cultivating all the way. When the last image of 100 Flowers Deity Emperor ended, under the bright starry sky, an illusory voice could be heard. Lucky guy, you are the 4th person to come to the 18th floor. You should know who the first 3 are. A burly overlord walked out of the starry sky, exuding an endless domineering aura. His voice was loud and clear like a big bell, echoing in Lin Fei's ears. Hell God Emperor. Other than the Hell God Emperor, there seemed to be no one else who could make Lin Fei feel fear. Even deity emperors did not give him such a terrifying aura. Far from it. That's right, I am the Hell God Emperor. To be able to see a God Emperor, Lin Fei was extremely shocked, especially in this place. Junior Lin Fei greets the God Emperor. Lin Fei said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. To be able to become a God Emperor was one of the few top experts in this world. Even Lin Fei was a junior in front of the God Emperor. Even if he was facing a divine sense, he was still a God Emperor. You are very good, proficient in the power of space and time. Even though you are not from Hell World, you still made it to the 18th floor. Lin Fei listened quietly. At this moment, seeing the God Emperor, Lin Fei already knew what was going on. This place should be used by the Hell God Emperor to select people. Junior is indeed not from Hell World, but from Profound Sky World. Lin Fei said. Profound Sky, that person is not bad. The Hell God Emperor said. Let me ask you, have the 6 subworlds appeared? You know a Sky Profound expert? Lin Fei was very clear that the Profound Sky that the Hell God Emperor mentioned should be the Profound Sky realm. The 6 subworlds have indeed appeared. The Hell God Emperor was silent for a moment, then he sighed. What will come will come. The 8 God Emperors of the Divine World have not become God Emperors yet, right? Lin Fei was getting more and more shocked. It was rumored that the Infernal God Emperor had already fallen, so how did he know about this situation? Could it be that he had already calculated this a long time ago? It was no wonder that Lin Fei would think so. Not yet. The Hell God Emperor suddenly said. Actually, you don't have to be confused. I'm indeed dead. This is just a strand of my consciousness. As for the appearance of the subworld, we already knew about it back then. I didn't expect that it would be so long before I woke up again. Instinctively, Lin Fei felt that there was a big secret hidden in this. Who exactly was the we he mentioned? Lin Fei was very interested in all of these. Although you are from the Profound Sky Realm, I have a good relationship with the Profound Sky Realm. Your aptitude is not bad. You are a double bloodline controller. Your future is limitless. The Profound Sky Realm has produced a genius. Lin Fei could conclude that the Infernal God Emperor had a good relationship with the Profound Sky Realm. Originally, I wanted to take you as my disciple. Unfortunately, you are from the Profound Sky Realm. The Hell God Emperor said. However, I have a good relationship with the Profound Sky Realm. As a senior, I can't let you come here for nothing. How about this, you will be my nominal disciple. Slaughter Tianxi 100 Flowers, they will be your senior brothers. The Hell God Emperor did not ask for Lin Fei's consent and directly took Lin Fei as his nominal disciple. Lin Fei was stunned. He didn't even ask for my consent? The Hell Spirit will tell you the rest. The Hell God Emperor said again. This is your proof of identity. With this, they will recognize you. The starlight gathered and a token appeared in front of Lin Fei. On the front were the words Infernal, and behind were the words Lin Fei. In the future, I will belong to the younger generation. Work hard. The Hell God Emperor left. Lin Fei blinked. F*CK, it's over just like that? Lin Fei had not digested it yet. His entire person disappeared under the starry sky. When he reappeared, he was already outside the door. Congratulations, young master. The middle-aged Hell Spirit smiled and cupped his hands. Lin Fei was completely baffled. Everything was fine, but he had suddenly become an in-name disciple of someone else. Furthermore, he even had 3 senior brothers. Young master, follow me. The middle-aged Hell Spirit brought Lin Fei to a palace. This is the scripture. The cultivation techniques that master has collected and left behind are all in here. Lin Fei did not have many cultivation techniques now, but he was not interested in ordinary ones. The cultivation techniques that the God Emperor had collected and left behind still piqued Lin Fei's interest. I'll go in and take a look. Lin Fei did not feel any aversion to becoming someone's nominal disciple. Wow, the lowest cultivation technique is an ultimate God-level cultivation technique. The palace was divided into many levels. The lowest level was an ultimate God-level cultivation technique. Lin Fei was no stranger to this. A good cultivation technique could allow one to cultivate to the ultimate God level in one go. The cultivation techniques in front of him were all good stuff. Lin Fei was not interested in them. In front of the Divine Emperor cultivation techniques, Lin Fei saw a large number of Divine Emperor cultivation techniques. Lin Fei did not have much interest in them. However, he also understood something. The 3 Divine Emperors must have learned the cultivation techniques here. Most importantly, there were those immortal abyss fruits which were the fastest way to break through. Ultimate God and Divine Emperor cultivation techniques. Lin Fei temporarily put them aside. Lin Fei had to admit that the cultivation techniques collected by the God Emperor were very valuable. If any of them was passed down, it would not be difficult to cultivate to the ultimate God or divine emperor level. Even if one's talent was poor, it would be the same as long as they had enough time. However, it was not very attractive to Lin Fei. In terms of cultivation techniques, he could find many himself. He just wanted to find some suitable ones. He wanted to see the God Emperor cultivation technique, but it was sealed. Lin Fei could not enter and could not help but feel disappointed. Bloodline cultivation technique. Lin Fei suddenly saw a few words in the distance. He thought of something and quickly walked in. Fortunately, there was no seal. It is indeed a bloodline cultivation technique. To be more precise, it should be a controller cultivation technique. Earth controller. Ice controller. As long as one was a controller, there would be a cultivation technique left here. Lin Fei also saw the secret technique left behind by the time controller, and was overjoyed. That's great. I finally found the complete secret technique. Lin Fei had been looking for secret techniques related to the power of time. Unfortunately, there were very few of them in the mysterious sky world. As for the divine world, he had no intention of looking for it. In the mysterious sky world, he could not find it at all. Now Lin Fei's use of the power of time was still at the most basic level. Chapter 1890. Lin Fei knew that he had obtained a huge fortuitous opportunity. Just for these complete cultivation techniques, as long as he raised the time bloodline, he could cultivate many techniques. Lin Fei even saw some big moves that were very powerful, but he couldn't cultivate them for now. Even ordinary secret arts and divine abilities opened Lin Fei's eyes. So the power of time could be used like this. This long time lock is a very good technique to trap people. It's more useful than any treasure. Lin Fei looked at them one by one. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. The time technique was too complete. It looked like it was self-contained and had no flaws. Could this be left behind by a time controller? Lin Fei asked. Whether it was or not, Lin Fei secretly recorded it with the system. The complete technique of space controller. Lin Fei recorded all the time techniques and then went straight for the complete space technique. Compared to what Lin Fei had learned, the spatial techniques here were much more complete. Among them were spatial explosion and even spatial storm. The space storm here was much better than Lin Fei's own. I want this too. Lin Fei didn't want to enter a treasure mountain and return empty-handed. The complete space technique had to be recorded. What Lin Fei lacked now was the complete technique. Any powerful technique could actually be activated. The dense divine power was not an exaggeration. Recording the complete time and space techniques. Lin Fei originally planned to stop and study the complete technique, but when he saw the complete techniques of the other controllers, he couldn't help but feel tempted. I can't let such a good opportunity go to waste. Lin Fei decided to record all the complete techniques of all the controllers. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Originally, Lin Fei was quite satisfied with the two bloodlines. But now that he thought about it, the two bloodlines were indeed powerful. Why couldn't they make him stronger? He had many bloodlines that he could refine. It shouldn't be a problem to refine a few more bloodlines, right? Lin Fei didn't have a big heart. It was just for his own safety. The more bloodline power, the better. Lin Fei recorded down all the techniques left behind here. Ordinary ultimate gods were not interested in them. All he had to do was record the technique of the controller. Lin Fei had also memorized dozens of complete bloodline techniques. If these complete controllers' techniques were taken out, it would definitely lead to a bloodbath. In the eyes of others, these techniques were priceless treasures. The complete controller technique was in Lin Fei's hands. With enough time, he could become a controller of one of the bloodlines. Since he couldn't go up, Lin Fei didn't plan on going up. Young master. When he came out, the middle-aged Cerberus was still there. I'm done, Lin Fei said. The middle-aged Cerberus didn't ask why he had come out so quickly. Young lord, do you need a place to cultivate? There's a time formation set up by the master here. The previous young lords all went to cultivate after coming out. There's such a good thing. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. If young lord needs to go there, this old servant will bring you there right away. The middle-aged Cerberus said. There's no rush. I'll pick the immortal abyss fruits first. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He had been in the abyssal hell for a whole year this time. Not even half of it had passed. Picking the immortal abyss fruits was not as troublesome as Lin Fei imagined. Instead, it was very easy. At the middle-aged Cerberus's order, the immortal abyss fruits fell off automatically as if they had received the order. Then, according to the length of time, they separated into piles and appeared in front of Lin Fei. "Young lord, it's done," the middle-aged Cerberus said. "There's a total of 970,000 fruits. According to the time division, 10 primordials have 530,000 fruits. 50 primordials have." Lin Fei was completely relaxed now. He also knew that he had picked up a big bargain. The longer the immortal abyss fruits were, the more useful they were. For example, those harvested outside the 18th floor were basically just a few primordials with average effects. Only the immortal abyss fruits in the 18th floor were top-notch. "I really need to make use of this year's time to cultivate a few powerful secret techniques and divine abilities." Lin Fei knew very well that these immortal abyss fruits were his next capital. He had to rely on them to advance to the ultimate god realm. "By the way, I'd like to ask if there are any ultimate god divine cores in the 18th floor." This question had been bothering Lin Fei for a long time. Ask. He had to find out. "Young lord, there are no ultimate god divine cores in this floor," the middle-aged Cerberus said. "There used to be, but someone took them away." "All right. Take me to the time formation." When he saw the time formation, Lin Fei was shocked. The Hell God Emperor was really amazing. As a time controller, although he was not very powerful, he was still able to sense that the grand time formation was different from the others. "Young lord, this grand time formation was personally set up by the milord. One day here is 10 years inside. Young lord, you'll have over 1,000 years of cultivation time. Back in the day, your 3 elder brothers all went into secluded meditation here." Lin Fei finally understood why the 3 divine emperors had made breakthroughs so quickly. The time formation played a huge role here. After more than 1,000 years, coupled with the immortal fruit of the abyss, it would be difficult for him not to improve his strength by constantly taking elixirs. It would be easy for him to break through to the ultimate god realm. Even the high-level ultimate god realm, and the peak ultimate god realm would not be difficult. Lin Fei directly entered the time formation to cultivate. First of all, he cultivated secret techniques and divine abilities, such as those related to time and space. With over 1 million immortal abyssal fruits on him, he was like a walking gold ingot. Anyone who knew about it would want to take a bite out of it. He had to take advantage of the next 1,000 years to increase his strength to an extremely powerful level. With the help of the system, Lin Fei had almost no problem cultivating those secret techniques and divine abilities. Apart from the godly venerable realm's time and space techniques, Lin Fei was able to cultivate all the techniques within the godly king realm. Lin Fei was also secretly trying to activate secret techniques and divine abilities of a higher level. Unfortunately, after trying several times, he was unable to activate them and was firmly restricted. Lin Fei's strength had improved a lot just by recultivating the space and time techniques. However, it was far from enough in his opinion, as he needed to continue to improve his strength. He had to start with the bloodline. That seemed to be the best way to improve his strength. Lin Fei had his own ideas in his mind. If there was a chance of success, he would be really relaxed in the future. "Little devil, come out quickly." Chapter 1891. While Lin Fei was improving his strength, in the infernal realm within a mountain range, the 10 great families, including the Infernal Realm Alliance, were all waiting for one person. This person was Ditan. After the 6 subworlds were connected, news began to circulate. The various chambers of commerce began to move, and various branches of the chambers of commerce sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Buying and selling information had become a very normal thing. The name Ditan wasn't hard to find out. After learning this person's name from Wang Ming and Mu Chang, the higher-ups began to arrange people to go out and inquire about the news. Soon the news came out. As soon as the news spread, the 10 great clans and the Hellish Hell Alliance were shocked, and many of them doubted that the news was accurate. The suspected #1 expert in the profound sky world? The information was all about Ditan from 100 years ago. There were many secrets, such as how Ditan single-handedly killed the leaders of the 8 great sections. Most importantly, Dition wasn't even 500 years old yet. How terrifying was that? The information only recorded the speed of the other party's rise. 100 years ago, in the profound sky world, Dition had vaguely become the #1 expert. Even if he wasn't, his strength was still extremely strong. The fact that he was a dual bloodline controller had shocked them once again. With these two extremely rare bloodlines, it was possible for him to be the strongest in the profound sky world. After all, although that fellow had not reached the ultimate god realm, his strength was at least comparable to a low-level ultimate god with his space and time bloodlines. Even if he encountered a mid-level ultimate god, he would be helpless. There might be a chance to defeat him if it was a high-level ultimate god, but there was no guarantee. From this, one could see how strong Dition was. The people from the 10 great clans and the Hellish Alliance were all mobilized. They sealed the exit and set up layers of formations, waiting for Dition to come out. The big shots wanted to capture Dition even more, because everyone wanted to know what was on the 18th floor. From the time the Infernal God Emperor created the Abyssal Hell, only 3 people had managed to reach the 18th level, and these 3 people were already the top existences in the infernal world. Many people said that there were great fortuitous opportunities on the 18th floor. However, no one knew what kind of opportunity it was. If you asked the 3 top-notch existences, they might just slap you to death. Half a year was not a long time. The 10 great clans and the Infernal Hell Alliance were in no hurry. Soon most of the people inside had come out. The statistics for the Immortal Abyss fruits were also out. Seeing this number, everyone was dumbfounded. They wondered if this number was real. A total of 150,000 abyssal immortal fruits. Are you kidding me? Where are the immortal fruits from the abyss? When they saw this number, they hated Dition again. The last time the abyssal hell opened, a total of 500,000 immortal abyssal fruits had been collected. Now there were only 150,000 of them, which was about 1/3 of the previous number. Everyone was unhappy. The abyssal immortal fruit determined the development of the infernal realm. It wasn't easy for him to obtain one. If he didn't have enough abyssal immortal fruits, he might be greatly suppressed in the days to come. In addition to the birth of 6 subworlds, there was also the god realm that was pressing down on them. For now it was still fine. The suppression from the power of the heavenly Tao was still there. However, the suppression of the heavenly Tao was gradually fading away. As time went on, the final barrier would vanish, and everyone's protection would truly vanish. When that time came, war was inevitable. Before that, they had to obtain more immortal abyssal fruits as soon as possible to improve the overall strength of the hell world. They hoped that Dition would come out. What they didn't want the most was to see Dition die in the abyss of hell. The consequences were unimaginable. At this moment, Lin Fei was still in the time grand array. In the blink of an eye, 800 to 900 years passed. Inside the time grand array, the 18 primordial chaos clones were all sitting together. Lin Fei's main body was in the middle. At this moment, the 18 primordial chaos clones' auras had reached their peak. If someone came to see, they would be shocked. 18 peak God King experts. After consuming a large number of God sparks, Lin Fei finally raised the 18 primordial chaos clones to the limit. Any one of these primordial chaos clones could defeat an ordinary peak God King. Of course, they were only peak God Kings. Lin Fei wasn't satisfied with this. It wasn't like there weren't 18 clones that cultivated to the peak God King level. Lin Fei wouldn't be the first. Lin Fei naturally hoped that the clones were stronger. So, after Lin Fei had the system analyze it, he went through a series of experiments. After 50 years, he finally achieved what he wanted. He let the 18 primordial chaos clones cultivate their bloodline power. That's right, that was Lin Fei's idea. It was also a way to quickly improve his strength. In that way, the clone strength would increase a lot and surpass peak God King experts of the same realm. They could even fight against ultimate God experts, making Lin Fei invincible. Lin Fei was the only one who could do that. He 18 clones, 18 bloodline powers. Even a low-level ultimate god wouldn't be able to take advantage of me. Lin Fei looked at the circle of clones and was elated. Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort to find the most compatible bloodlines. He did not cultivate any other bloodlines. His time and space bloodlines were enough to deal with everything. Lin Fei did not cultivate any other bloodlines. The only thing that troubled Lin Fei was that the clones needed more divine power. It was like having 18 children who wanted to eat meat the moment they opened their mouths. It was not easy to feed them. On the other hand, as long as Lin Fei had enough divine power, the 18 clones could fight for a long time. Once the 18 clones improved their bloodline power to peak God King realm, it would be Lin Fei's biggest guarantee. At the same time, they would also be the 18 controllers. Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. Lin Fei took out more bloodline power and looked at the 18 clones with a silly smile. Another 600 years passed in the blink of an eye. Almost there. The aura of the 18 clones became stronger. The bloodline power was raised to the limit. This point it was almost there. Another 30 years passed, and the 18 doppelgangers finally absorbed enough bloodline power. There was no longer a need to absorb anymore, and Lin Fei continued to transfer the complete controller cultivation method to them. In the time formation, the 18 clones kept practicing secret techniques and divine powers without any hindrance. People would be dumbfounded if they knew about it. It was faster than riding a rocket. More than 200 years passed. Lin Fei stayed in the abyss hell for a year. Chapter 1892. That day was the last day. In the infernal world on the mountain plaza leading to the abyss of hell, the disciples who could have come to watch were all invited outside, except for some geniuses who stayed behind. However, the plaza was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. No one dared to underestimate the title of the mysterious heavenly world's #1 expert. He was a bold and ferocious guy who even dared to go to the divine world alone. Tian had become more and more terrifying in their eyes as they gathered more information about him. It would not be a problem for him to become a ferocious ultimate god in the future if he was allowed to continue growing. Becoming a god emperor was another matter altogether. The array formations and restrictions on the plaza had all been activated. That was the first wave of attacks. The person who set up the formations was an ultimate god expert, and the #1 formation master in the infernal world. One after another, continuous attacks were launched to exhaust the opponent's divine power. Through the collected information, everyone knew that Tian's combat power was exceptionally strong. Why was his combat power so strong? The most important aspect was that he had a strong divine power. That was the most important thing. Cultivation techniques were the second most important. They would first exhaust Tian's divine power before taking action. They would gain the upper hand and it would be much easier to take down Tian as long as Tian did not die in the abyss of hell. To deal with Tian, the 10 great clans and the Infernal Alliance had sent people. No one dared to ignore Tian, who had 400,000 to 500,000 abyss immortal fruits. They dared to take action even if they were bullying the weak. It concerned the future status of the infernal world. There were ultimate gods guarding every direction at the exit. Although they were low-level ultimate gods, it was enough to stop Tian. There were more than a dozen ultimate gods around the exit, all of whom were low-level ultimate gods. There were also more than a dozen mid-level ultimate gods guarding the periphery of the low-level ultimate gods. Finally, there were high-level ultimate gods guarding. It was a heavy blockade. Even if Tian was the #1 expert in the mysterious heavenly world, his strength would not be that strong after 100 years. Those people were enough to take down Tian. Dongfang Yijian stood behind his uncle with his eyes fixed on the exit. Dongfang Yijian admired that guy who could stop his unlimited speed. There were only a handful of people in the infernal world who could stop his unlimited speed of 10 times. Unfortunately, this fellow was going to suffer a setback today. The gathering of godly venerable experts was something to be proud of. Dongfang Yijian would not show any mercy, but it was a pity that he could not defeat Tian with his own hands. He was about to ascend to the hierarch realm. At that time, he would be able to defeat Tian easily with his unlimited speed. Uncle, even you don't know what's on the 18th floor? Dongfang Wen stood ramrod straight like a mountain. He said indifferently, "It should be a fortuitous encounter. If you cooperate with that Tian, perhaps you will be able to enter." Dongfang Wen secretly felt that it was a pity that his nephew had almost entered the 18th floor. Once they entered, it would be a chance to ascend to the heavens in a single bound. What a pity, what a pity! Opportunity! Dongfang Yijian looked at the exit. "Uncle, I don't need any opportunities. Sooner or later, I will become the strongest person in the infernal world." Dongfang Wen laughed. Well said. Your bloodline power is the supreme infinite speed. When you become an ultimate god expert, even a mid-level ultimate god is no match for you. In the future, you'll be famous in the infernal world and even the entire world. Our Dongfang clan will be proud of you. Time ticked by. There was only an hour left before the abyssal hell closed. Once the place was closed, the people inside would not be able to come out. It was even more impossible to search for them. Even if they knew that the abyssal hell was hidden in the spatial node, no one would be able to find it. Everyone kept their eyes on the exit and dared not leave for even a moment. As the time approached, everyone's hearts were in their throats. They had never hoped that someone would not die in the abyssal hell. In fact, they all had the same thought. Everyone hoped that the 1 hour would be extended indefinitely. As long as there was time, they still had hope. If the person did not come out, their efforts would be in vain. The entire infernal world's strength would also be affected, and would be suppressed in the future 6 child realms. The time was almost up. Many big shots were dejected as they had suffered a huge blow. From their point of view, Dition was basically dead inside if he did not come out at this time. There should be no other outcome other than that. Whoosh! Just when they were in complete despair, a black figure rushed out and triggered the restrictive formation set up by an ultimate god expert. He's out. It's Dition. Great! The restrictive formation was activated. Boom! Boom! The attacks continued to rumble. F***C. These people are shameless. As soon as he came out, Lin Fei was attacked by the restrictive formation. The attacks were very strong and had surpassed a peak Divine King expert's attack with the combat power of a low-level ultimate god. As soon as Dition fell into the restrictive formation, an ultimate god expert appeared with a proud look on his face. He was the person who set up the restrictive formation, Ultimate God Luoxian. Ultimate God Luoxian was an expert in restrictive formation. Although his combat power was not strong, no one would underestimate his strength. He could set up a formation in the void and kill people in the blink of an eye. Dition, stop struggling. You've fallen into my formation. Once this formation is activated, there will be a chain reaction of tens of thousands of formations. You'll fall into an endless attack. Ultimate God Luoxian said proudly. He had put in a lot of effort to deal with Dition and naturally wanted to show off. The other big shots also turned their attention to Dition at this moment. Young. He was ridiculously young. Such a person was the #1 expert in the mysterious heavens world. In the blink of an eye, their attention was focused on the abyssal immortal fruit on Dition and the secret of the 18th floor. You set up this restrictive formation? Ultimate God Luoxian smiled. That's right. I set it up. I'm the #1 formation grandmaster in the underworld. Do you think you still have a chance to leave? Lin Fei said disdainfully. You want to trap me with your restrictive formation? Whoosh! A long spear suddenly appeared and stabbed Ultimate God Luoxian's chest fiercely, sending him flying and crashing into a mountain in the distance. Hehe, so this is an ultimate god. Lin Fei laughed. The people guarding outside narrowed their eyes and went on alert. Be careful, he knows spatial power. Someone immediately reminded everyone to be alert. Spatial power was illusory and omnipresent, making it difficult to guard against. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chapter 1893. No one expected Lin Fei, who was trapped in the restrictive formation, to make a move. He sent the defenseless ultimate god Luoxian flying with one strike. After a moment of absent-mindedness, everyone came to their senses. Dition was the #1 expert in the mysterious heavens world with both the time and space bloodlines. It was normal for him to attack from a distance. Dition's danger made everyone take it seriously. The #1 expert in the mysterious heavens world deserved his title. It was not easy for him to send Ultimate God Luoxian flying with one strike, even though Ultimate God Luoxian was only a mid-level ultimate god. What was even more unexpected was that Dition did not stop attacking after sending Ultimate God Luoxian flying with one strike. Each strike was aimed at the low-level ultimate gods. Although they were on guard, it was too late for them to resist. The strangeness of the space power was also revealed at that moment. Bang bang bang. More than a dozen low-level ultimate gods were sent flying. Lin Fei waved his hand and activated his time power. The attacks that were coming at him stopped and floated in the air, moving with a weak trace. Haha. You want to take me down with just these people? The battle was too fast. They thought they could deal with Ditian but realized that he was not that easy to deal with. The strange and unpredictable space power was not easy to deal with. It was also a headache to resist, not to mention Ditian had mastered time power. I have to thank you for helping me set up a restrictive formation. You must have paid a lot for this formation. Lin Fei smiled happily. The number 1 formation grandmaster was indeed famous. Kid, I'll make you wish you were dead. Ultimate God Luoxian had been famous for a long time and was sent flying with one strike. Although his injury was not serious, he could not take it lying down and flew back to activate the restrictive formation. The restrictive formation once again launched a fierce attack. The formation was set up by Luoxian and he had complete control over it. It was previously passive, but now that he was personally controlling it, its power was even more extraordinary. Go back to where you came from. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Lin Fei attacked again with his spear. Do you think I won't be prepared? Hierarch Luoxian sneered. With a wave of his hand, he summoned 6 shields that surrounded him. He did not dare to underestimate Ditian's attack. With the protection of the shields, he was not afraid of Ditian's attack. Whoosh! The spear transformed into a long rope. With 3 swishing sounds, it wrapped itself around Hierarch Luoxian's body tightly. Hierarch Luoxian could not move at all. Let me go. Hierarch Luoxian kept struggling but was unable to break free. You don't want to deal with me, but your strength. The ultimate gods outside were dumbfounded. Quickly go and save the martial grandmaster. We can't let anything happen to the number 1 great grandmaster. The Infernal Alliance's bosses could no longer sit still, and hurriedly ordered the ultimate gods outside to take action. They could not let anything happen to the number 1 formation grandmaster. Lin Fei's strength had improved by leaps and bounds in the 18-layer time array. Even though he hadn't refined the time and space bloodlines, his control over time and space had improved tremendously. Now, spatial energy was in his hands, and he could use it however he wanted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The space was distorted. The low-level ultimate gods who rushed up were unable to move even though their faces were red from holding back. They could only watch helplessly without knowing where to put their faces. Whoosh! The spatial energy moved again and the ultimate gods who rushed up were sent flying. They had a hard time stabilizing their bodies with a horrified expression on their faces. The spatial controller was very strong and could easily suppress their attacks. It was their first time encountering such a person. Stand still if you don't want him to die. Lin Fei smiled. I don't have a good temper. His words made the low-level ultimate gods dare not act recklessly. This guy's mastery of spatial energy has improved tremendously again. What the hell? Dongfang Yijian's expression became serious. He still remembered Ditian's mastery of spatial energy was not as perfect as it was now during their first fight. It was very rough and could be used at will. How could Dongfang Yijian not be shocked? Dongfang Yijian was no longer confident if he were to fight Ditian again. It would be difficult for him to even attack Ditian when he only used spatial energy. After all, spatial energy was not just for show. I want to advance to the ultimate god realm as soon as possible. Only by improving my unlimited speed can I avoid spatial energy. Dongfang Yijian secretly swore. Are you sure? Dongfang Wen was also quite surprised when he heard his nephew's words. I'm absolutely sure. His mastery of spatial energy was very rough at that time. Now that it has become so perfect, those low-level ultimate gods can't even touch a hair of Ditian. Dongfang Yijian could not imagine someone could improve so quickly. Dongfang Wen's eyes also became serious. He has perfect mastery of spatial energy in half a year. Perhaps his other bloodline has also been mastered to the perfect realm. This guy is really not easy to deal with. Dongfang Wen could see that. The other big shots also saw it clearly, and their expressions began to change. No one dared to look down on the mysterious Heavens World's number 1 expert. They originally hoped to trap Ditian with the restrictive array to consume his divine power. However, something unexpected happened. Ditian ignored the restrictive array's attacks, and even turned the restrictive array into a form of protection for him. It was no longer so easy for them to deal with Ditian. Now that ultimate god Luoxian was captured by Ditian, it meant that they were at a disadvantage. Detion's strength had instantly pulled them to a very high position. All of you stand down. The 10 great clans immediately ordered the low-level ultimate gods to retreat. Ultimate God Luoxian could not die there. The big shots were not sure if Detion could kill Ultimate God Luoxian, nor did they dare to try. Brother Detion, it was just a small misunderstanding. Why don't you put Luoxian down first? The Infernal Alliance's Deputy Alliance Master personally spoke. The Deputy Alliance Master's words represented everyone's thoughts. I remember you, the Infernal Alliance's Deputy Alliance Master. Lin Fei smiled. However, you used a restrictive array on me. Just say that it was a misunderstanding. I poked him once. Isn't that a misunderstanding? Whoosh! The long spear swept out and pierced through Ultimate God Luoxian, causing blood to flow. Ultimate God Luoxian's eyes widened. What does this have to do with me? I can't control it again. Another spear thrust and Ultimate God Luoxian was once again stabbed until he bled profusely. His resentful eyes shot directly at Detion. How dare you glare at me? I can't control my hand. Ultimate God Luoxian suffered another spear thrust. Chapter 1895. P.S. Only one chapter at night. Hierarch Luoxian felt a chill run down his spine as blood flowed all over his body. His face was abnormally pale. The experts of the Hell Realm sucked in a breath of cold air. Detion was indeed the strongest in the profound sky world. This was what everyone was thinking. The number 1 Grandmaster of Formations in the Infernal Realm was tormented by Detion just like that. He used his strength to tell them what a shameless misunderstanding was. The Vice Alliance Master of the Hell Alliance was instantly replaced by rage. Detion, don't go overboard. This is the underworld, not your mysterious sky world. The Deputy Alliance Master's eyes shone with a cold light as he stared at Detion, who was in the formation. He was overwhelmed with shock once again. Controlling 2 bloodlines was indeed powerful. Lin Fei did not care about the Deputy Alliance Master's expression. He condensed a void spear and pointed it at Hierarch Luoxian's throat, causing blood to flow. Too much? Who's going overboard? The ones who are going overboard are your Hell Alliance, including the 10 great clans. Do you really think you can control everything just because you're strong? If you want to deal with me, Detion, if you don't show me what you're capable of, don't even think about making me let you go. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The surrounding spatial energy revolved, and everyone felt a burst of spatial pressure. The 10 great families and the Hell Alliance felt the power of the space bloodline once more. Space freezing. They could forget about barging in, especially Detion, who was hiding in the formation. The Vice Alliance leader had the highest authority in the Hell Alliance. Other than a few extremely powerful experts, he had absolute control over the lives of others. Yet, he had no idea how to deal with Detion. I've underestimated Detion. The Deputy Alliance leader thought to himself, this formation is created by Ultimate God Luoxian. It's very difficult to break it. Even a high-level Ultimate God like me can't break it. Looks like I can only try to break it by force. A cold glint flashed in the Deputy Alliance Master's eyes as he made a decision. Detion, I'll give you one more chance. As long as you release Luoxian and hand over 90% of the Abyssal Immortal Fruits, I'll allow you to leave the Hell World. This is your last chance. Everyone looked at Detion. The Vice Chief was enraged. The Infernal Realm had been one of the most powerful worlds in the past. Time passed and it was still a powerful world. The strength of the Hell Alliance was incomparably terrifying. Even the 10 great families had to lower their heads. Detion was an outsider. Even though he was the number 1 expert in the profound sky world, he was nothing in the eyes of the Hell Alliance. Lin Fei snorted disdainfully at this. Handing over the Immortal Abyss Fruit? That's impossible. If you want the Immortal Abyss Fruit, you'll have to exchange it with something else. Otherwise, you'd better save your breath. Lin Fei had nothing to worry about now that his strength had improved so much that he could fight a mid-level ultimate god. 10 great families, listen up. Attack from afar and break the array formation. The Vice Alliance Master immediately ordered. In the face of absolute benefits, the 10 great families had no choice but to act. This time, the number of undying abyssal fruits was all in Detion's hands. This concerned the change in the strength of the 10 great clans, and also the strength of the entire Hell Realm. Since the leader of the Hell Alliance had spoken, They had no choice but to act. There were also some who weren't that lucky. For example, the Dongfang family. With no other choice, the godly venerable experts of the 10 clans attacked one after another. Lin Fei was no pushover either. A long rope formed from spatial energy wrapped around divine venerable Luo Xian and swung him back and forth, withstanding most of the attacks. If you don't want this array formation grandmaster to die, just do it. No matter how strong divine venerable Luo Xian was, he couldn't withstand such attacks. Alliance Master Zhang, please stop. Divine venerable Luo Xian wailed with a pained expression. It was also a headache for an ultimate god to attack too many times, especially when he couldn't withstand the attacks. Most of the attacks landed on his body and consumed a lot of energy. He had no choice but to cry out. Alliance Master Zhang was the Vice Alliance Master. Brother Luo Xian, don't worry. The Hell Alliance will remember your contributions to the Hell Realm. Alliance Master Zhang's voice was cold like the voice of the underworld. Don't stop, do it. Whoosh! A long and narrow saber light slashed through the air, passing through layers of spatial energy and slashed divine venerable Luo Xian's divine body. Crack, 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 crack. Divine venerable Luo Xian's eyes widened as his divine body shattered into pieces. This Vice Alliance Master is so ruthless. He killed the number 1 formation grandmaster just like that. Lin Fei was shocked. A high-level ultimate god's combat power is indeed terrifying. He killed a low-level ultimate god with just one slash. I must be careful. The person who attacked was Alliance Master Zhang. The 10 great clans were stunned for a moment before returning to normal. Between the Abyssal Immortal Fruit and a Formation Grandmaster, the Hell Alliance had to choose the Abyssal Immortal Fruit. With Alliance Master Zhang taking the lead, it imperceptibly put pressure on everyone. Everyone's attacks became fiercer. 2 hours. 6 hours. Half a day had passed. The array formation was on the verge of collapsing under the joint attacks of many experts as if it would shatter at any time. Alliance Master Zhang sneered. After thinking about it again, Alliance Leader Zhang still decided to sacrifice a Grandmaster in order to kill Ditian here. They must not allow him to leave this place. The Hell Alliance had the resources to cultivate a formation Grandmaster. A sacrifice was a sacrifice. Lin Fei was very calm inside the array formation. The 18 primordial avatars' essence, energy, and spirit were at their peak. They were used to deal with Alliance Master Zhang's high-level ultimate god experts. It's coming, it's coming. Gradually, the array formation was unable to hold on. Lin Fei could see cracks on it. As another wave of attacks fell on the array formation, the last bit of energy was used up. The array formation was instantly shattered and Lin Fei was exposed in front of many experts. Dai Ditian. A low-level ultimate god instantly attacked and came behind Lin Fei with a dark shadow that exuded a cold and gloomy aura. Get out of my way, you useless thing. Lin Fei did not even look at him as he stabbed with his spear. The dark shadow was sent flying and the low-level ultimate god was sent flying. The power of space and time were activated along with the surrounding bloodline power. The low-level ultimate god who attacked was once again in a difficult situation. Lin Fei strode forward like a fish in the water and stabbed with his spear. One by one, the low-level ultimate gods were sent flying. Almost no one was a match for Lin Fei. He was invincible among the low-level ultimate gods. No one could take advantage of Lin Fei. Mid-level ultimate god, attack. Alliance Master Zhang ordered again. The mid-level ultimate god experts were disdainful of attacking a junior. However, they could see that the low-level ultimate gods were no match for Ditian. They were the only ones who could deal with Ditian. Ditian with double bloodlines was very powerful. He was worthy for them to attack. I'll do it. A mid-level ultimate god expert from the Wang clan was the first to attack. He was also an elder in the Wang clan called Ultimate God Wang Yuan. He was considered an old antique expert as he coldly glanced at Lin Fei. Fire Yuan Divine Fist. Chapter 1897. The punch was like a hot knife through butter. Boom boom boom. A mid-level ultimate god's combat prowess was still very terrifying and far beyond a low-level ultimate god. Hierarch Wang Yuan forcefully opened up a path in the mud-like space. He squeezed in from the outside and headed straight for Lin Fei, who was not far away. The distance between them was also getting closer. Ditian, you have 2 bloodlines. but you haven't completely mastered them. This is your greatest weakness. Also, your cultivation level is too low, so you can't unleash your full power. Venerable divinity Wang Yuan broke through the spatial force along the way. His face was full of pride. Being able to kill such a monster would greatly benefit him, and so would his entire family. With the battle prowess of a mid-level ultimate god, he was less than a few thousand miles away from Lin Fei in an instant. Intermediate ultimate god, I can finally fight. Hua! The corners of Lin Fei's mouth curled up as he pounced on ultimate god Wang Yuan. His space force and time force surged over to suppress his opponent's attack. Whoosh! The spatial spear stabbed at venerable Wang Yuan. The current Lin Fei could perfectly control the power of space. The spatial spear he condensed was like a real spear, and the spear also contained the power of time. It was a top-notch weapon. Bam bam bam. Lin Fei's offensive completely broke out, surpassing ultimate god Wang Yuan's speed. The spear lights landed on ultimate god Wang Yuan's body one after another, as the power of space and time erupted at the same time. Venerable divinity Wang Yuan's fist technique was tyrannical, but he was still unable to break through the effects of the two attacks. Every time he was half a beat slower and his fist technique would always miss. On the other hand, Di Tian's attacks came from all directions. Even though their power was average, it was still very troublesome. What he couldn't accept the most was that he couldn't track Di Tian's movements. I'm afraid divinity Wang Yuan can't take down Di Tian. With the power of space and time supporting him, he is indeed not easy to deal with. Ultimate god Wang Yuan, who has the battle strength of a mid-level ultimate god, is also affected by the bloodline power, and can't unleash his combat strength. The people in the distance were shocked. Di Tian's reputation as the mysterious Heaven's World's #1 expert was well-deserved. Even a mid-level ultimate god could not gain the upper hand and was continuously attacked. Fellow Taoist Wang Yuan, let me help you. Me too. Swish swish. Another few intermediate ultimate gods took action. A guy who was not even an ultimate god had forced a mid-level ultimate god to make a move. Whether it was now or in the past, it was extremely brutal. Those low-level ultimate gods suffered a huge blow and felt that their cultivation was a waste. The battle situation did not change much with the addition of a few mid-level ultimate gods. Be careful. This is the time extension rope, specially used to tie people up. Di Tian is too shameless. Not again. Their participation was the same. Lin Fei was still very relaxed and didn't feel too much pressure. He didn't fight them head-on and chose to continuously move around and use the strange characteristics of space to suppress them. If the infernal realm only has this much strength, then I'm leaving. Lin Fei kept moving around and did not consume much of his spatial force and time force. He secretly rejoiced that the items on the 18th level were really useful to him. Otherwise, his mastery of those two powers would be less than half of what it was now, and he would not be able to withstand a mid-level ultimate god's attack. The mid-level ultimate gods were furious. Their attacks became fiercer. Unfortunately, very few of their attacks were able to land on Lin Fei. They were either diverted away or landed somewhere else. More and more mid-level ultimate gods took action. There were more than 20 mid-level ultimate gods taking action. Alliance Master Zhang did not expect Di Tian to be so difficult to deal with. More than 20 mid-level ultimate gods were unable to seriously injure Di Tian. His expression became more and more serious. Such perfect control. This Di Tian is too monstrous. Alliance Master Zhang looked into the distance. He's so slippery. It's not easy to deal with him. Why can't the infernal realm have such a genius? Alliance Master Zhang sighed with murderous intent in his eyes. He couldn't let Di Tian continue to grow. Such a dual bloodline controller would definitely become a strong enemy of the infernal realm in the future. Whoosh! Alliance Master Zhang took the initiative with a thought. He had to do it himself. Even if the opponent was a divine king, he was not an ordinary divine king expert. Swoosh swoosh. Alliance Master Zhang's spatial energy kept exploding as soon as he took action. A golden saber appeared in his hand and slashed at Lin Fei. The saber light shattered the space wherever it passed and instantly appeared in front of Lin Fei. He's finally making his move. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He had been on guard against the Deputy Alliance Master's high-level ultimate god since the beginning. Only a high-level ultimate god was worthy of his attention, as a mid-level ultimate god could not even touch him. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Lin Fei quickly attacked with his spear. A high-level ultimate god's attack was extremely terrifying. The spatial energy surged like an ocean and was shattered by the high-level ultimate god's power as soon as it surged. The same went for the time energy, but it still affected the power of the attack. Lin Fei did not stop as he stabbed at Alliance Master Zhang with his spatial spear. It's useless. You can't hurt me. Alliance Master Zhang was proud of his strength as a high-level ultimate god was not just for show. He slashed with his golden saber again and again and broke all the attacks as he quickly closed the distance between them. You should be proud that you're worthy of me personally taking action. Alliance Master Zhang attacked again. The saber light came one after another. The pressure on Lin Fei multiplied. The spatial energy and time energy could not withstand the fierce attack, and he realized the gap between him and a high-level ultimate god. The spatial energy and time energy are still too weak, and can be easily shattered by the opponent. However, they're still powerful against low-level and mid-level ultimate gods. Lin Fei figured it out. Spatial storm. Time storm. Lin Fei did not take it head-on. He kept retreating into the space as the huge storm shrouded Alliance Master Zhang. Whoosh! The storm was easily blown away by Alliance Master Zhang's saber. Alliance Master Zhang flew over with his golden saber in hand and sneered at Ditian. You can't leave today. Hehe, it's not up to you to decide. My legs are on my body. Lin Fei laughed heartily. He took out a spatial storm and a time storm and shot out. Alliance Master Zhang slashed with his golden saber as he chased after Ditian. Let's see how long you can last. The spatial storm and time storm were very strong. Alliance Master Zhang did not believe Ditian could keep releasing such big moves. Ditian would be the one who could not hold on if the time dragged on. It only took a blink of an eye for Alliance Master Zhang to deal with Ditian and Ditian to leave. By the time everyone came to their senses, both of them had disappeared into the mountains. Chase! Go after them! The 10 super clans leaders dared not stay any longer and hurriedly chased after them. Chapter 1898. Swoosh! Tens of thousands of layers of space were separated as a figure rushed out. Behind him was a fierce saber light with a terrifying aura. A great world appeared. Your saber technique is good, but it's useless against me. The figure in front turned around and said. The space storm and time storm appeared again and shrouded the opponent. The person being chased was Lin Fei, who came out of the secret realm with Alliance Master Zhang behind him. They had been chasing him from the inside and were about 500,000 miles away. The distance was still closing. This is the infernal world. You can't leave. Alliance Master Zhang was not very angry. He just stared coldly and the surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped. Controllers, listen up. Hurry up and stop Ditian. Alliance Master Zhang's cold voice echoed throughout the entire infernal world. At that moment, the same voice echoed throughout the entire infernal world. Shameless! Lin Fei secretly cursed. Lin Fei could handle ordinary low-level ultimate gods, or even mid-level ultimate gods. After all, he had mastered both the space and time bloodlines, which made him a top-level master. It was easy for him to handle them. However, the bloodline power would put a lot of pressure on a master. Lin Fei's speed skyrocketed. I need to find a place that's easy to defend and hard to attack. The infernal world was huge. Lin Fei headed toward the nearest big city. The experts in the infernal world released their divine senses following Alliance Master Zhang's voice. The masters who usually lived in seclusion came out one after another and appeared in the sky. After a moment of hesitation, they flew in one direction. Only a faction like the Infernal Realms Alliance could command them. Thousands of miles away, a big city appeared. Several experts rushed out with serious expressions and stared at the newcomer. Swoosh! The time elemental lock rolled over and tied them up. Lin Fei's spiritual sense swept out and directly searched their souls. Then, he left behind a few experts and left. The saber light came from behind and smashed the experts into pieces. Alliance Master Zhang appeared with a cold look in his eyes. The distance between them had shortened by 10,000 miles. Is this the last struggle? I'm quite lucky. The infernal world has more dangerous places than the mysterious heavenly world. There are 7 or 8 of them, and the most dangerous one is called Quicksand Galaxy. Lin Fei quickly flipped through his memories. North. Lin Fei determined that this was the most suitable place for him, especially the Quicksand Milky Way. It could be said that there was no other place more suitable for him than this. Lin Fei wanted to snicker. This place was perfect for him. Lin Fei turned around and headed north. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Monstrous waves surged forward. Lin Fei's entire body was pulled into the vast ocean, and waves of power washed over him. Water controller. Sure enough, at the end of the ocean stood a middle-aged man. Hell realm, don't you dare be presumptuous. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sky was filled with water arrows, and the sky darkened in an instant. Lin Fei did not care about ordinary ultimate gods. He only cared about these controllers. Their bloodline power was still very terrifying. Otherwise, the controllers would not have such a prominent position. You're just a water controller. You think I'm afraid of you? The ocean was like mud, and it also had a trace of spatial characteristics. Any expert who entered it would have their combat power greatly reduced, but not Lin Fei. With a thought, his main body and primordial doppelganger switched places. At that moment, Lin Fei appeared with a soft body of water. Open! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Lin Fei shouted, and the sky full of water arrows scattered. The waves split apart, and he instantly flew out. Go! With a wave of his hand, water arrows appeared again, shooting toward the middle-aged man on the waves. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he hurriedly blocked. Water bloodline power? Alliance Master Zhang, who was behind, was stunned, and he suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. How is this possible? Top-notch double bloodlines are already very rare. How can he master the water bloodline power? Is he an expert in water? Alliance Master Zhang was very knowledgeable, but he could not explain it. Double bloodlines were very rare, and triple bloodlines were even rarer. Don't worry, don't worry. The controllers are here, and they will keep attacking Dition. They will definitely stop him. Alliance Master Zhang regained his confidence. There were really many controllers in the Hell Realm. The first to appear was the water controller. A moment later, the earth controller appeared. Heavy mountains pressed down, turning the surroundings into a world of earth. Lin Fei easily broke through. Metal controller, ice controller, poison controller. These controllers appeared one by one. But when these controllers dared to attack, they helplessly found that their moves were easily countered by Dition. Instead, they were flustered. More than a dozen controllers attacked, but not a single one could stop Dition for even a moment. What the hell? How can there be such a monster? Could it be that he can break the moves we're controlling in a short time? The controllers expressed their incomprehension. They had never encountered such a thing before, and they could only watch as the other party left right under their noses. This feeling of helplessness was not to mention how sullen they felt. They were all controllers. Little did they know that Lin Fei had plundered all the controllers' cultivation techniques on the 18th floor. Coupled with the 18 bloodline powers he cultivated, he could easily break the moves of some of the controllers present. He's going to the Quicksand Galaxy. Alliance Master Zhang saw through the other party's thoughts. In just a short period of time, Dition managed to escape after more than a dozen attempts. He realized that Dition was a terrifying enemy. The mysterious heavenly world really had an amazing monster. The most unacceptable thing was that Dition had the abyssal immortal fruit that the Hell Realm needed the most. The Quicksand Galaxy was a terrifying and dangerous place. It was a special life form that could devour everything. Alliance Master Zhang did not dare to go there. We can't let him enter the Quicksand Galaxy. Alliance Master Zhang's aura exploded again as his body exuded a cold killing intent. His speed increased and surpassed everyone as he appeared behind Dition. The golden blade was thrust out. Boom! A terrifying blade slashed out. The myriad layers of space and time power around Lin Fei were shattered. The residual light fell on his body, causing him to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Alliance Master Zhang's first slash was successful and followed up with another slash. His timing was impeccable, and he did not give Lin Fei any chance to resist. Each slash contained the battle prowess of a high-level ultimate god. Lin Fei was instantly hit by a terrifying blow. His blood was boiling. The space and time power had no effect on a high-level ultimate god. A high-level ultimate god is indeed not someone I can handle right now. Lin Fei was not disappointed as the realm gap was there. Chapter 1899. Alliance Leader Zhang is the best. That guy can't run away this time. With Alliance Leader Zhang's help, a mere divine king is a piece of cake. The controllers and the others did not attack again. With a high-level ultimate god like Alliance Leader Zhang taking action, there was indeed no need for them to do anything. They had lost their confidence after the previous ordeal. They did not know if they could capture Tian. What if they still failed? What would happen to their reputation? They also hoped that Alliance Leader Zhang could capture that demon and prevent him from growing. Once he ascended to the ultimate god realm, he would probably be able to sweep away all ultimate god experts. That was not an exaggeration. They knew it very well. Alliance Leader Zhang's attack was very strong. One slash after another. A majestic power crushed over. Alliance Leader Zhang was also helpless. His long-range attacks would be weakened and he could only attack in close range. It had been many years since he encountered such a situation. He must capture Tian today. It was something that Alliance Leader Zhang had to do. At the same time, it also concerned the overall strength of the infernal world in the future. He had to guard against the divine world that was eyeing him covetously. Subconsciously, Alliance Leader Zhang still hoped to persuade Tian to surrender and add another demon expert to the infernal world. Forget about surrendering. I have no intention of joining another world. Lin Fei shook his head and used his spatial and time powers to resist the attack. Alliance Leader Zhang's power surged again and pressed down on Tian. You're resisting stubbornly. You're just an ant in front of my power. That's not necessarily true. You can't stop me if I want to leave. Lin Fei did not plan to use his 18 primordial avatars. Even if he used them together, they might not be a match for a high-level ultimate god. At most they could hold on for a while longer. Invincible defense activate. As soon as the defense was activated, Lin Fei shot out. Alliance Leader Zhang thought he had won when he saw Tian had given up resisting. He slashed at Tian twice to severely injure him. Tian had too many secrets. Alliance Leader Zhang did not want to kill Tian so quickly. It might be helpful if he could get his hands on Tian's secrets. He's fine. With 2 strikes, Alliance Master Zhang was well aware of the situation. However, at that moment Tian was fine and had once again distanced himself from him. Alliance Master Zhang was in disbelief as his eyes lit up. Tian must have an ultimate god treasure that can withstand a high-level ultimate god's attack. This ultimate god treasure belongs to me now that he can block my attack. At Alliance Master Zhang's level, ordinary treasures were nothing to him. Only the best among divinity venerable rank treasures would be pleasing to the eye. Lin Fei chose to use his invincible defense to resist. The 2 slashes still consumed a lot of divine power. After all, a high-level ultimate god was not an ordinary expert. With Alliance Leader Zhang's hesitation, Lin Fei increased his speed once again. He didn't give Alliance Leader Zhang a chance to get close to him. He turned into a streak of light and flew towards the quicksand galaxy. Boom boom boom. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. Alliance Master Zhang tried to stop him every time, but he never succeeded. Any attack would be blocked. From afar, Qin Wentian saw that Alliance Lord Zhang had unleashed over 100 attacks. Regardless of how strong or weak the attacks were, all of them were blocked by Tian. This caused his scalp to turn numb. If he was in Tian's shoes, he probably would not have been able to hold on. Alliance Master Zhang was even more concerned about this divinity venerable rank treasure. If he had this treasure, he would be the most powerful high-level ultimate god and could challenge a peak ultimate god expert. A silver light appeared in front of him. Half an hour had passed since the 2 of them fled and chased. Lin Fei finally got close to the quicksand galaxy as he wished. That silver light should be the quicksand galaxy. It's a place where special life forms are born. Although the quicksand galaxy was far away, it was not a long distance in the eyes of an expert like Lin Fei. He knew he had found the place he was looking for when he saw the silver light. Alliance Master Zhang, who was behind, panicked. In the distance, large patches of silver light hung down like a curtain from the sky. It was silvery white and holy. However, everyone in the infernal world knew that the quicksand galaxy was the most dangerous place. Almost no one was willing to come here or get close to it. The people behind him were shocked when they saw the quicksand galaxy. Crazy! Is Ditian going to rush in and die in there? How can he do that? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei quickly rushed into the silver light. What looked like a sheet of silver light suddenly shot out tens of thousands of tiny particles towards Lin Fan. It's actually a type of bug. As the particles approached, Lin Fei used his divine sense to investigate. He was shocked to find that the silver light was actually formed by a group of bugs. These bugs were so small that they were almost indistinguishable. This should be the silver light bug. It has time and devouring properties. The silver light bugs landed on his body and started gnawing at the godly armor. Even though the godly armor was tough, it didn't take long for it to gnaw out small dents. What a terrifying silver light bug. Lin Fei used the power of space and slashed. There were countless silver light bugs. After one batch died, another batch would come. The most terrifying thing was that every time a batch was killed, the strength of the second batch would increase by a large amount. If he entered the depths, he would not be able to return. Alliance Master Zhang stopped his attack. The bigger the commotion in the quicksand Milky Way, the more silver light bugs would be attracted. Alliance Master Zhang was also very cautious and did not dare to cause too much of a commotion. If Ditian really went in, Alliance Master Zhang would not know how to explain it to everyone. He could not possibly say that he forced Ditian to go in. Then he would really become a sinner of the infernal realm, and would never be able to raise his head again. How hateful! Why does Ditian have such a powerful godly venerable defensive treasure? Alliance Master Zhang was extremely resentful, but he also knew that he had lost his best opportunity. Ditian, you have nowhere to run. Behind you is a dead end. You are so young and already so powerful. Do you want to die here? Alliance Master Zhang said coldly. As long as you hand over the abyssal immortal fruit and join the infernal realm, it will not be difficult for you to transform your godly power and establish a sect in the infernal realm. In the future, you will even be able to enter the Infernal Alliance's Elder Guild. The silver light bugs kept attacking. Lin Fei could still eat the bugs. I still say the same thing. If you surrender, forget it. Lin Fei still shook his head. You know that behind me is a dead end. You have no way of capturing me. Why don't you listen to my opinion? Alliance Master Zhang did not dare to force Ditian. Negotiation? Fine. Speak. This was what Lin Fei wanted. I have no interest in the abyssal immortal fruit of the infernal realm. I joined the abyssal hell out of curiosity. Who asked me to like exploring? If you had discovered me back then, I would not have entered. Don't you think so? Alliance Master Zhang's eyebrows twitched. As if I would believe you. Chapter 1900. Negotiate. Lin Fei had millions of immortal abyss fruits in his possession, many of which were supreme-grade immortal abyss fruits. It was an existence that would make anyone jealous, but to him it was just a bargaining chip. Is this why you came to Quicksand Galaxy? Alliance Master Zhang stared at Ditian, doubting the veracity of his words. Could this be a last-ditch struggle? Regardless, Alliance Master Zhang did not want Ditian to rush into Quicksand Galaxy, and cause the immortal abyss fruits to be destroyed. He could not bear the responsibility. Humph, as long as I can get the immortal abyss fruits without going in. Sure. Alliance Master Zhang said. Whatever you want, as long as you can take it out, the infernal realm will satisfy you. As for your immortal abyss fruits, Lin Fei smiled. The immortal abyss fruits I have are from the 18th level. You all know that 10 chaos years or even 20 chaos years are not a small number. It is you who will have to pay the price. The words 18th level provoked everyone. Everyone knew that no one had entered the 18th level for a very long time. Until now, only 3 god emperors had entered, and Ditian was the 4th person. Straightforward enough. Alliance Master Zhang said. Now tell me what you want. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. I am not interested in anything else but godheads. I was interested in God King godheads before, but now I am interested in godly venerable godheads. I want you to take out godly venerable godheads. Give me 1,000 godly venerable godheads first. Hua! Everyone was in an uproar. No one could have guessed that Dition would make such a request. In their minds there was nothing else but cultivation techniques, divine weapons and treasures. But he just had to ask for godly venerable godheads. That was a very big request. 1,000 godly venerable godheads. What a huge number. Alliance Master Zhang's face darkened again. That is impossible. The entire infernal realm probably cannot produce 1,000 godly venerable godheads. Others might not know the use of godly venerable godheads. As the Infernal Alliance's deputy alliance master, he knew the inside story. Godly venerable godheads could be used to refine puppets and create pseudo-godly experts. The role of an ultimate god's divine spark had become very important. Alliance Master Zhang subconsciously rejected the offer of 1,000. If you can't come up with 1,000 godly venerable godheads, don't even think about getting a single abyssal immortal fruit. Lin Fei said. If the infernal world loses this batch of resources, when the barrier disappears, the experts of the divine world will deal with the infernal world first. With 8 god emperors, who can stop them? In any case, I won't be the one to suffer losses. You! Alliance Master Zhang glared at him, unable to respond. The immortal abyssal fruit was too important. The infernal realm needed these resources, especially the abyssal undying fruits. Some of them came from the 18th level, and the quality was unimaginably good. They would be of great help to them in improving their strength. It's 1,500 god venerable grade godheads. Lin Fei said with a smile. For every word you say, I'll add 500. If you're not convinced, you can come in and catch me. Alliance Master Zhang's entire face was about to turn green. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't explode. The bosses outside were all secretly cursing Dition for being shameless. This was extortion. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to leave this place after you obtain the hierarch grade godhead? In the end, it will return to the Infernal Union's hands. What good is that for you? No one understood Dition's motive. One sword. Do you feel that Dition is struggling on his deathbed? Dong Fengwen frowned slightly. Even someone as astute as him couldn't tell what was going on. The quicksand Milky Way was a dangerous place. If Dition wasn't putting up a last-ditch struggle, was he going to go against the flow? Dongfang Yijian shook his head with a bitter smile. My child has fought with him a few times. I always feel that he is full of secrets. In my opinion, Dition will not struggle on his deathbed. He must have a purpose, but I can't figure out what it is. He is very strong, and Alliance Master Zhang only managed to gain the upper hand by suppressing him. If Dition wants to make a comeback, he must advance to the ultimate god realm. It's very difficult for a divine king to advance to the ultimate god realm. He can't advance to the ultimate god realm here. Strange, truly strange. Dong Fengwen shook his head again. Becoming an ultimate god? It was easier said than done, especially under such circumstances. Alliance Master Zhang would not give Dition the chance to advance and would definitely stop him. It was harder than ascending to the ultimate god realm in such a place. 1,500 pieces. I need to discuss it with everyone. Alliance Master Zhang said in a deep voice. He didn't dare to say anything else lest another 500 was added. Lin Fei nodded. 1,500 pieces of ultimate god godheads. I can give you 10 Chaos Year Abyss immortal fruits for 100,000 pieces. The veins on Alliance Master Zhang's face bulged when he heard that. No, it's too little. It must be 500,000. Lin Fei shook his head. I'm sorry, I have it. It's up to me how much I give. It's not up to you to decide. If you don't want it, you can choose to reject it. I've made myself clear. Alliance Master Zhang wished he could rush in and kill Dition on the spot. However, Dition had an ultimate god defensive treasure that could withstand a high-level ultimate god's attack. Alliance Master Zhang was not confident he could kill Dition in the shortest time possible. Alliance Master Zhang would never agree to take out a few thousand pieces of ultimate god godheads. Agree. Suddenly, Alliance Master Zhang heard a loud voice. Everyone saw a black-robed man stepping out of the void and appearing outside the quicksand galaxy in the blink of an eye. His loud voice was like a bell that resounded throughout the infernal realm. The Grand Alliance Master is here. I heard the Grand Alliance Master has been in seclusion for a long time. I heard it's been a few hundred chaos years. He's the strongest expert in the infernal realm apart from divine emperor experts. He's already a peak ultimate god expert. Ditian is really influential. Even the alliance master of the infernal realm is here. Everyone present was one of the top figures in the infernal realm. When the black-robed man arrived, everyone quietened down. Grand Alliance Master. Alliance Master Zhang came to his senses and greeted respectfully while lowering his stance. But his request is too high. That's an ultimate godhead. Our infernal realm only has a limited number. The Grand Alliance Master was dressed in a black robe with his entire face hidden under the cloak. Even if someone looked at him, they would not be able to see his face clearly. I understand. The Grand Alliance Master said. Go and prepare. Alliance Master Zhang did not speak anymore. Although he was the Deputy Alliance Master with the combat strength of a high-level ultimate god, he still felt pressured in front of the Grand Alliance Master who was the strongest person below the Divine Emperor. The black-robed Grand Alliance Master's appearance made Lin Fei's hair stand on end. He gave off a very dangerous aura. Chapter 1901. The Grand Alliance Master had arrived. He immediately agreed to Ditian's condition to exchange an ultimate godhead for the immortal abyss fruit. It was a surprising outcome. Although it was a surprise, the big shots at the scene secretly gasped upon the Grand Alliance Master's appearance. The Grand Alliance Master was not one to negotiate. Agreeing so readily was not a good thing. The Infernal Alliance moved as soon as the Grand Alliance Master spoke. Only the Infernal Alliance Master could offer an ultimate godhead so readily. This person is very dangerous. He's at least a peak ultimate god. Lin Fei was very sensitive to danger. The Grand Alliance Master realized the black-robed man was not as simple as he appeared. I don't care what tricks you have up your sleeves. I can advance to the ultimate god realm once I get my hands on an ultimate godhead. My space and time powers will be greatly enhanced. It won't be a problem for me to advance to a mid-level ultimate god. Lin Fei was secretly on guard, but he was not too nervous. So what if he was a peak ultimate god? I like straightforward people the most. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Since you're willing to give me a hierarch grade godhead so readily, why don't you give me some god king grade godheads as well? Maybe 1,000,000 or so. If that's not enough, you can also give me a heavenly god grade godhead. I still have some abyssal immortal fruits that can't be shown in public. The people in the distance secretly scolded Ditian for being shameless. He actually dared to say such things to the Grand Alliance Master. He must be courting death. However, they would not speak at that moment. The Grand Alliance Master was the most powerful person there, and they were not qualified to speak for the time being. The strongest expert in the mysterious heavens world is indeed worthy of his reputation. The Grand Alliance Master's expression remained unchanged. It's just a divine king godhead. Sure, no problem. Heavenly godhead is no problem either. It was Lin Fei's turn to be puzzled. He really agreed. There must be a conspiracy. Lin Fei was once again on guard as he secretly opened the system. Secretly scanned the surrounding hundreds of millions of miles. I don't believe this guy isn't plotting something. System scanning in progress. Lin Fei was not worried about being exposed as the system scanning was a different kind of scanning. This feeling of having everything under control was really great. Ding! A high-level ultimate god expert has been spotted 15 million miles to the east. Ding! Discovered a high-level ultimate god expert 10 million miles to the west. Ding! Discovered a high-level ultimate god expert 6,100,000 miles to the south. Lin Fei inwardly cursed the Infernal Realm Alliance for being shameless. Shameless. Too shameless. They actually set up an ambush around here. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. In a short period of time, the system scanned the surroundings for danger. There were 13 high-level ultimate gods lurking around. At the same time, there were 2 peak ultimate gods 40 million miles away. Their positions formed a triangle with the Alliance Master, so they could take action in the shortest time possible no matter what happened. Lin Fei was also impressed by the Infernal Alliance's strength. The mysterious heavenly world's strength was much weaker, as it was not easy to find a high-level ultimate god. On the other hand, the Infernal Alliance was different. They were indeed very strong, but no one knew how many of them were secretly cultivating. The strength they had displayed was enough to shock people. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced after the results of the system scan were out. Lin Fei was prepared to be besieged when he broke into the Quicksand Galaxy. The only thing he did not expect was for the Infernal Alliance to send out all their experts for the Abyssal Immortal Fruits. What kind of strength was 13 high-level ultimate gods? You guys never expected me to have the system. Lin Fei remained calm as he knew what they were planning to do. It was nothing more than a surprise attack. They were hiding in the dark while he was out in the open. His chances of winning were still very high. Most importantly, there were 3 peak ultimate gods. Their trump card should be the 2 peak ultimate gods hiding in the dark. I like this, then give me 10 million God King rank godheads, and 100 million Heavenly God rank godheads. Lin Fei said with a smile. I believe that shouldn't be a problem, right? Alliance Master Zhang, who was standing behind the Alliance Master, had been trying to kill Di Tian. In his opinion, Di Tian was being insatiable. Although he did not know what tricks Di Tian was playing, there must be a problem. Permission granted, the Alliance Master said. This thing may be useful when he's alive, but it's useless after he's dead. It's not as important as the Abyssal Immortal Fruits. Then I'll wait for your item. Alliance Master Di Tian is very cunning. He's famous in the mysterious Tianxian world. I think it's better to be careful. Alliance Master Zhang secretly transmitted his voice. Don't worry too much about a kid who's barely an ultimate god. Heifeng and Langya are here. The Alliance Master said indifferently with an air of superiority. They'll be back sooner or later. Alliance Master Zhang was delighted. They've also come out of seclusion? That's great. Di Tian won't be able to escape this time. The 18th level Abyssal Immortal Fruits are related to the future of the infernal world. It's necessary for them to come out of seclusion. The Alliance Master continued. Let him be happy for a while. The moment he lets his guard down will be the moment he suppresses us. Alliance Master Zhang raised his head again with a flash of light in his eyes. The Infernal Alliance moved quickly. The high-level ultimate gods hiding in the space were also moving. They were very well hidden. Even divine senses could not detect them. Only the system could detect them. They had moved 3 to 4 million miles in just half an hour. Each of them was about 7 to 8 million miles away from Lin Fei. That distance was not a big deal for the high-level ultimate gods. Lin Fei pretended not to see them as the system was monitoring him at all times. Among them, the 2 peak ultimate gods were the closest and were less than 2 million miles away from him. It only took a thought. Lin Fei had to admit that the Infernal Alliance was quite capable to be able to sneak up on him without revealing any fluctuations. Lin Fei suspected that the high-level ultimate gods had another identity. A controller. And a special controller. No one could avoid his divine senses and sneak within millions of miles of him except for a special controller. It was almost certain death to be ambushed at that distance. With the invincible shield, Lin Fei could withstand the attack. Lin Fei retreated slightly while waiting and kept approaching the center of the Quicksand Galaxy. In the eyes of outsiders, he seemed to be frightened by the peak ultimate god. The Alliance Master did not suspect that Di Tian had seen through the people hiding in the dark. That was one of the Infernal Alliance's secret killer moves that had never been exposed. They would not have come to this if they had not found out too late. They're here. The Infernal Alliance's mid-level ultimate gods had arrived with something. Your things are here. Chapter 1902. The ultimate god divine cores were beautiful. More than 1,000 god venerable grade godheads attracted everyone's attention. There are a total of 6,000 ultimate god divine cores here, said the Grand Alliance Master. Everything is prepared according to your request. You can check it yourself if you don't believe me. There's no need to check. These are indeed ultimate god divine cores. Lin Fei nodded as he had scanned them with the system. They were genuine ultimate god divine cores. I can give you 400,000 ordinary abyssal immortal fruits. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A huge pile of abyssal immortal fruits appeared in front of Lin Fei. A total of 400,000 abyssal immortal fruits. They piled up like a mountain. Here you go. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Grand Alliance Master waved his hand and the ultimate god divine cores flew over. Unsure if it was intentional or not, the ultimate god divine cores turned into terrifying attacks. You're still using this trick? How petty. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate the ultimate god-level godhead that was flying towards him. He secretly activated his invincible defense and stretched out his hand. The ultimate god-level godhead fell into his palm. At the same time, his other hand was not free as he swept the 400,000 abyssal immortal fruits out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. There were abyssal immortal fruits in all directions. Senior, you're better at controlling your strength than me, Lin Fei said as he grabbed the ultimate god divine cores. One by one the ultimate god divine cores fell into his hand. In the blink of an eye, there were 400 to 500 ultimate god divine cores in his hand. Young friend Ditian, you're really young and promising. The Grand Alliance Master was unmoved. In reality he was secretly shocked. Every ultimate god's godhead that he had casually flung out contained a terrifying amount of energy. Ordinary low-level ultimate gods would not be able to withstand the impact of that energy, yet Ditian from the mysterious heavenly world had withstood it just like that. Everyone couldn't help but feel shocked. Although he was shocked, the Grand Alliance Master recovered quickly. The abyssal immortal fruits flew in all directions as the people on the periphery picked them. Before long, all 400,000 abyssal immortal fruits were collected. Everyone was excited. Finally, ultimate god divine cores. Only the infernal world could afford to take out 6,000 ultimate god godheads. Moreover, it was an easy task to collect a few thousand ultimate god godheads. The amount of divine power consumed was astronomical. Ascend to ultimate god. With 100 hierarch rank godheads in his hands, Lin Fei quickly used them to advance his cultivation. While Lin Fei was collecting the godheads, the high-level ultimate gods lurking around once again closed the distance between them. The Grand Alliance Master suddenly launched an attack when Lin Fei showed signs of weakness. Freeze. The Great Alliance Master personally took action. He suddenly pointed his finger, and the power of his bloodline blasted out. Surprisingly, it was also the power of space, and it was 100 times denser than Lin Fei's. It was like a vast ocean surging and majestic. Lin Fei's position was completely fixed. It was too fast. If Lin Fei's spatial force was 50% of his strength, then the Great Alliance Master's strength was 10%. Crack 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 crack. Lin Fei felt his body being enveloped by a powerful energy, making him unable to move. Even though he knew that this black-robed man was very dangerous, he hadn't expected him to also have a spatial bloodline. Little friend Ditian, it really wasn't easy to deal with you. The Great Alliance leader laughed. Swish swish. The high-level ultimate gods lurking around also followed suit. Earth cage. Gravitational space. Lin Fei's body was suddenly shrouded by various powers. Any of those powers could seriously injure a low-level ultimate god. The 10 superclans were also shocked, but at the same time breathed a sigh of relief. It would not be difficult to obtain the immortal fruit as long as Ditian was suppressed. No one thought Ditian would be able to leave. The Great Alliance Master had personally taken action. Lin Fei did not struggle as his opponent's spatial force was stronger than his. Struggling would be of no use. Senior, aren't you afraid that you'll offend someone by taking action today? Lin Fei said. If I were you, I'd rather choose to make a deal than use this method. Ditian, don't try to scare me. No one will believe you. Alliance Master Zhang sneered. You're now a prisoner. You don't have the right to speak. The two peak ultimate gods also appeared in the dark. This kind of junior will spill all his secrets if we capture him. The Black Wind Alliance Master coldly said. I'd like to know what secrets are hidden on the 18th floor. The Black Wind Alliance Master walked over. I also want to know the secrets of the 18th floor. Another white-clothed Wolfang Alliance Master smiled and said. The Black Wind Alliance Master raised his hand and his arm expanded as he grabbed at Lin Fei. The extremely sturdy space did not seem to exist in front of the Black Wind Alliance Master. Divine King Army, move out. Lin Fei needed time. Just a moment ago, he had consumed 100 ultimate god godheads and had advanced to the ultimate god realm. He was currently refining the time bloodline, and no one could trap him once the time bloodline was activated. Whoosh! 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 Lin Fei shouted as a black mass of Divine King Realm experts flew out. What the hell is this? The Black Wind Alliance Master was drowned by a group of Divine King Realm experts. Everyone's jaws dropped as soon as the Divine King army appeared. They could not believe it was real. The number of Divine King Realm experts was not in the hundreds or thousands. There were at least 100,000 of them. Even the low-level ultimate gods were secretly shocked by their terrifying aura. Who the hell is he? He has a terrifying Divine King army with him. Divine King Realm experts were still the mainstream force. They could also be considered the backbone force. He had brought over 100,000 God Kings this time, and they all obeyed Dtion's orders. That was shocking enough. Even the Alliance Master of the Hell Alliance was quite shocked. If you want to capture me, Dtion, you'll have to have the ability first. Lin Fei's voice resounded throughout the infernal world. When there were a lot of people, their power would converge and become a terrifying existence. The Black Wind Alliance Master was surrounded by the Divine King Realm experts. Although the Divine King Realm experts could not cause too much damage to the peak ultimate gods, it was enough to make the Alliance Master flustered and furious. I've really underestimated you, Didan. The Black Wind Alliance Master punched a 5-star Divine King and blew him up on the spot. Do you think you can stop me with these trash? Bang! 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 Only a peak ultimate god had the confidence to say such words. I'll help you. The Wolfang Alliance Master also felt a little uneasy. Dtion must have a big secret. Even they could not bring so many Divine King Realm experts with them. With those Divine King Realm experts, they could do whatever they wanted in the Divine King Realm. Even a low-level ultimate god would have to watch them leave. The Black Wind Alliance Master did not stop the Wolfang Alliance from helping. Chapter 1903. The two peak ultimate gods shamelessly took action to prevent any unforeseen events. They had no choice but to fight. The two peak ultimate gods' strength was not to be underestimated as they forcefully carved out a path for themselves. There was a saying that many ants could bite an elephant to death. There was no lack of 9 stars Divine Kings among the Divine King experts, and their combat strength was not to be underestimated. The two peak ultimate gods had more or less suffered a lot of attacks with some injuries on their bodies, but it was not a big problem. The fact that the weak godly monarchs were charging at them one after another made them rather displeased. They did not dare to imagine what would happen if Dtion had an ultimate god with him instead of a Divine King. At that moment, they wanted to figure out Chu Dtion's secret. They even suspected that those Divine Kings were brought out from the 18th floor. No one in the entire hell world except for the 3 Divine Emperors knew the secret of the 18th floor. No one dared to ask about it, and the 3 Divine Emperors had not been involved in the outside world for a long time. They did not want to let go of the opportunity. That's amazing. Fortunately, Dtion did not immediately release the Divine King army. Yes, otherwise we would not be able to handle it. The 2 Alliance Masters are awesome. Killing Divine Kings is as easy as drinking water. It shouldn't take long for the 2 Alliance Masters to take down Dtion. The Abyssal Immortal Fruit in his possession will also be found. The 10 great clans were very quiet at that moment. They were all scared out of their wits by more than 100,000 Divine Kings. Although they were on a big mission, they had never seen so many Divine Kings gathered together and listening to one person's orders. It was not easy. The time it took to burn a stick of incense quickly passed. Then, another hour passed. The dense crowd of Divine Kings continued to decrease. Lin Fei, who was imprisoned in the space, was not distressed by the decreasing number of Divine Kings. Instead, he wholeheartedly focused on refining the time bloodline. He refined it one by one. Soon, Lin Fei was going all out. As for using the token, Lin Fei had no intention of doing so. How many people would believe him if he took it out? He might as well not take it out. A full hour passed. 2/3 of the 100,000 God Kings were killed. The 2 peak ultimate gods were also a little tired. They gritted their teeth when they saw Dtion, who was being protected in the middle. How could a dignified big shot be tortured like that? Your subordinates are all dead. Let's see what else you can do. The Black Wind Alliance Master killed a 3-star Divine King with a single sword strike, but he did not dare to use too much power, lest he attracted a large number of silver light worms. Hence his speed was so slow. Haha, whether there is a way or not, you'll know once you try. Lin Fei was unmoved. As for the 2 of you, you should take your time to deal with my subordinates. Make sure that the energy fluctuations aren't too big. The leaders of the Black Wind Alliance and the Wolfang Alliance glared fiercely at Ditian. Their actions weren't slow either. Another hour passed by. The God King powerhouses were scattered all over the place, unable to resist at all. The two peak ultimate gods could be easily killed. There were only a few divine kings standing around Lin Fei. The Black Wind Alliance master casually killed a God King expert that charged at him. From what I see, there's nothing you can do. Whoosh! The Black Wind Alliance master grabbed Ditian and was about to capture him. Any secrets would be revealed. I'm sorry, but you still can't do it. Another group of black figures appeared and blocked in front of Lin Fei. The Black Wind Alliance master's grab missed again as he caught a few God King experts. That's right. Lin Fei released another group of God King experts. There were not many of them, only about 50,000. He had been carrying them around for times like this. The Black Wind Alliance master was about to vomit blood. Again. The Wolfang Alliance master had the same expression. Since when did God King experts become so common? They were about to vomit blood when they killed 100,000 God King experts previously. Now, another 50,000 God King experts appeared. Wasn't that bullying? While they were hesitating, the God King experts attacked first with various attacks, forcing them to take action. After all, they were not sandbags that could only stand still. The Grand Alliance master frowned in the distance. This can't go on. The Grand Alliance master shook his head. Two groups of God Kings appeared. No one knew if there would be a God King in the next wave. Just now, the Grand Alliance master had been paying attention to Ditian. He thought that Ditian had brought a small space with him. Otherwise, how could he store God King experts? In the end, he didn't find anything. It was as if they appeared out of thin air. The Grand Alliance master felt a tinge of unease. Previously, he was prepared to use spatial power to seal the exit to prevent Ditian from sending people out. I have to do it myself. The Grand Alliance master disappeared and appeared behind Ditian. He stretched out his pale palm. You are very capable. Unfortunately, you are not from the Hell world. No one would have thought that the Great Alliance master would also make a move when the other two Alliance masters made a move. Everyone present wasn't stupid. They could tell what was going on. Everything was because Ditian was too mysterious. The Grand Alliance master had no choice but to take action. Fortunately, this was the Hell world. No one could bear the fury of the Hell Alliance, let alone the Grand Alliance master, who was the strongest person below the God Emperor. In the system, one by one the time bloodline was refined. In order to refine it as fast as possible, Lin Fei went all out and burned his divine power without holding back. The speed of refining also increased rapidly. His time bloodline, which was originally stuck at the God King realm, finally broke through the bottleneck after refining the time bloodline. The power of time changed again. When the Grand Alliance master grabbed him, Lin Fei's eyes shone brightly. A majestic and turbulent river of time jumped out. The river of time at that moment had undoubtedly undergone a huge change compared to before. When the river of time appeared, the thick power of time spread in all directions. The palm that was about to land on Lin Fei was also blocked by the power of time and became abnormally slow. Whoosh! The river of time whipped toward the Grand Alliance master behind him. Your power of time has actually entered the ultimate god level. The Grand Alliance master exclaimed. His spatial power was at the ultimate god level, but it was still very terrifying. If he advanced to the Divine Emperor realm, his strength would undergo a huge change. Good eyesight. The power of time on the river of time spread out in circles. The Black Wind Alliance master and Wolfang Alliance master, who were still killing God Kings, changed their expressions. They were affected by the power of time and their attack speed slowed down. How is this possible? They could suppress Ditian previously because his bloodline power was at the God King level. But now? How could they explain it? It was not easy for them to resist the ultimate god-level time power. Among the bloodline powers, time and space were extremely rare bloodline powers. It was even more difficult to break through. Whoosh! Chapter 1904. No one expected Ditian to turn the tables after being in a disadvantageous position. The Grand Alliance master had no choice but to defend himself with the River of Time. It was obvious that he was quite afraid of the River of Time. Lin Fei finally had time to escape with the Grand Alliance master's defense. The time power collided with the space power and finally managed to escape. The Black Wind Alliance Master and Wolfang Alliance Master were already affected by the River of Time, and could only watch Ditian regain his freedom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as he escaped, Lin Fei was like a fish in the ocean as his body kept changing positions. The Black Wind Alliance Master and Wolfang Alliance Master reacted quickly and quickly attacked with their powers that shook the heavens and the earth. The River of Time was also summoned back by Lin Fei, and collided with the two Alliance Masters' attacks. At the same time, he kept moving and was already standing in the center of the Quicksand Galaxy. The silver lights in the sky gathered together. They could not break through the River of Time as they were blocked outside by the River of Time. We're safe for now. There's no need to attack. The Grand Alliance Master shattered the stagnant River of Time and waved his hand at the two Alliance Masters. He understood that they had lost their best opportunity. Ditian, who was in the center of the Quicksand Galaxy, was no longer someone they could deal with. The Quicksand Galaxy was a special life form after all. If it was overly stimulated and went berserk, Hell World would inevitably suffer. Ditian, who had mastered the River of Time, would also become more difficult to deal with. The power of an ultimate god's River of Time greatly increased and was enough to affect the ultimate god realm. The Black Wind Alliance Master and Wolfang Alliance Master reluctantly stopped. They were so close. They would have captured Ditian long ago if not for the Divine King's sudden appearance and not wasted their efforts. The 10 great clans were dumbfounded. They had previously said that Ditian was doomed. It seemed like they had no other way as the three peak ultimate gods had stopped attacking. It was difficult for them to imagine what had happened to Ditian in such a short time. You've disappointed me. Lin Fei was not worried about the Grand Alliance Master's attack, as the ultimate god's River of Time was not an exaggeration. I was planning to cooperate and trade with you. But it seems like you don't want the immortal fruit anymore. The Grand Alliance Master and the others were unhappy. He was the one who made the move and they were the ones who made the trade. Little friend Ditian, this is the reality. You have our items in your hands. Since your strength isn't enough, it's only natural for us to act against you. Right now you have nothing to lose. The Grand Alliance leader spoke. Lin Fei also admired their shamelessness. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that it made sense. If you weren't strong enough, there would always be people who wanted to beat you up. What do you say now? Lin Fei would not pursue this matter. In the eyes of the strong, strength determined everything. Here are 10 million godheads of God King Realm and 30 million godheads of Heavenly God Realm. Take them as compensation for what happened just now. The alliance leader waved his hand and 2 golden storage rings flew over. This time he didn't use any force. Lin Fei accepted it without batting an eyelid. His face showed a forced expression. I was very unhappy at first, but since you said so, I'll give you face. The Great Alliance Master felt rather helpless. He had relied on his tyrannical strength, unwilling to capture Ditian himself. Instead, he let others capture Ditian. If he had known this would happen, he would have done it himself and this scene wouldn't have happened. The Grand Alliance Master was helpless against Ditian's power of time. The power of space was strange and ever-changing, and the power of time could restrain all kinds of attacks. The scariest thing was that Ditian had mastered the power of space. For the remaining immortal abyss fruits, the Grand Alliance Master did not dare to make a move no matter how unwilling he was. Little friend Ditian is really a straightforward person. The Grand Alliance Master laughed. Then, let us continue to discuss the remaining immortal abyss fruits. The immortal abyss fruits Lin Fei had taken out earlier were all high-grade immortal abyss fruits. Their quality was high and their effects were good. Anyone would be tempted by them. My words are still the same. The immortal abyss fruits I have are of the best quality. I don't want anything else but God King Realm Godheads. If I don't have enough God King Realm Godheads, then don't even think about it. Lin Fei sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Lin Fei sat down just like that. Silver light surrounded him. Humph, I'm not Lin Fei if I don't take all the God King Realm Godheads from your hell world. Lin Fei no longer spoke to them. In fact, he was constantly refining the power of space. He was demanding an exorbitant price to buy time. Even though he had become the Hell God Emperor's disciple in name on the 18th floor and obtained his identity, Lin Fei did not think that he could rest easy. Once the 3 God Emperors appeared, They would capture him regardless of the consequences. He would not be able to explain himself. One's own strength was still the way to go. Now that Lin Fei had advanced to the God King realm, his power of space and time could be further enhanced. His power of time was already at the God King realm. Although it was still a distance away from the other party's power of space, it could still affect the other party's attack. As long as his power of space reached the God King realm, the three God Emperors would be able to come and go as they pleased. The Grand Alliance Master was annoyed that Tian did not speak. Grand Alliance Master, that Tian is demanding an exorbitant price. Alliance Master Zhang said unhappily. Why don't we charge in and fight him to the end? Alliance Master Zhang's words were met with mockery. Alliance Master Zhang. That's the central region of Quicksand Milky Way. We're courting death if we fight him there. The Black Wind Alliance Master said coldly. If you want to go, go. I fully agree. The Wolf Fang Alliance Master said. Alliance Master Zhang felt uncomfortable and did not speak anymore. He did not dare to go in and fight Tian. Even the Grand Alliance Master was forced to retreat, let alone him. It's a pity that we missed a step. The Grand Alliance Master looked at the white light. I never thought that Tian would raise his time bloodline to the God King realm at this time. Although there's still a gap between us, it's enough to affect us. It'll be difficult to capture him now. We can only send out orders to collect God King realm godheads. I'll personally meet the three lords and hope they'll help. The three alliance masters nodded. The Hell Alliance could not bear to take out a large number of God King realm godheads. They could only delay it for now. As long as one of the three God Emperors took action, the problem would no longer be a problem. The Grand Alliance Master turned around and left. The high-level ultimate gods were stationed at the periphery, while the controllers were lurking in the space. They surrounded the Quicksand Milky Way tightly. They were still a strong deterrent force. It would not be easy for Tian to force his way out. Chapter 1905. Hellworld Hell Mountain. Hell Mountain was the tallest mountain in the entire Hell world, and was shrouded in the power of death all year round. Everyone knew that the area around Hell Mountain had become a forbidden land, and no one who entered would be able to come out alive. That was because there were three peerless experts living there. They were the three divine emperor experts of Hell World. The Grand Alliance Master came in a hurry and arrived at the foot of Hell Mountain with a respectful expression as he stood in front of a stone door. Two black armored puppets stood in front of the stone door exuding a dangerous and terrifying aura. I'm Aisha from the Hell Alliance. Please report that someone has come out from the 18th floor, and is now trapped in Quicksand Galaxy, said Aisha. Aisha dared not offend the two puppets. They were both peak ultimate gods. They were used to guard the door and had terrifying combat power. If the two of them worked together, even peak ultimate god Aisha would not be a match for them and would have to leave awkwardly. The three divine emperors had such gatekeeping puppets. Every time there was a report, they had to report to them first and then pass the message through them. Otherwise, they would not be able to see the divine emperor. Aisha dared not guarantee that the divine emperor would come out at that time. Ever since Hell World was sealed in that space, the three divine emperors had been in seclusion, and rarely came out to manage things. That was how the Hell Alliance came into being. The two gatekeeping puppets looked indifferent. One was left to guard while the other entered the stone door. After a long time, the gatekeeping puppet returned outside the stone door. Is the divine emperor willing to see me? Aisha asked anxiously. Master said he knows about the matter and will see the person in 10 days, said the gatekeeping puppet. Master also said you just need to watch over the person and fulfill his request. Fulfill his request? Aisha was very puzzled but dared not ask. He turned around and left. Quicksand Galaxy. Other than high-level ultimate gods, there were also low-level and mid-level ultimate gods guarding outside. The people from the 10 great clans left one after another. Only a few big shots were left. In the center of Quicksand Galaxy, the black-robed Lin Fei had been sitting cross-legged. The silver light worms around him seemed to be frozen and did not move at all. After a long time, one could still see the silver light worms moving but very weakly as if they were motionless. This was the terrifying power of time. If anyone dared to attack the silver light insects here, the swarm of silver light insects would definitely make one's scalp go numb, and one would be trapped endlessly. It's been 5 days. Looks like the Great Alliance Master is up to something again. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and did not see the peak ultimate god expert. I thought they would make their move in the next few days. Now it seems impossible. They must have found some helpers. Apart from the 3 god emperors, there should be no one else. Lin Fei's thoughts were clear. He didn't need to think much to know who to look for. I've already refined a large amount of space bloodline, and am only a little bit away from godly venerable rank time power. I don't have to worry about divine emperor experts appearing. Lin Fei closed his eyes again and continued to refine his spatial bloodline. 10 days passed in a flash. Hell Mountain. Although AI sure left Hell Mountain and sat cross-legged outside, waiting for Lord God Emperor to come out of seclusion. Once the 10 days were up, Crimson Stone came to the stone door respectfully again. Boom! The stone door opened, and a middle-aged man in silver armor walked out. His eyes were sharp. Even though Qi Shi was a peak ultimate god, he was helpless in the face of such a sharp gaze. He hurriedly said, "Greetings, Master Tianxi." The silver-armored deity emperor was one of the 3 deity emperors, the Tianxi deity emperor. Someone came out from the 18th floor of hell? Divine Emperor Tianxi's voice was not heavy, but it carried an irresistible authority. That person did come out from the 18th floor, Crimson Stone said. Moreover, he is extremely difficult to deal with. He has grasped the powers of space and time, and our people are helpless against him. The Tianxi Divine Emperor said. Interesting. Taking a step forward, Divine Emperor Tianxi disappeared from the stone door. AI sure hurriedly followed. Quicksand Galaxy. The people stationed here kept their eyes on Tian, who was in the Quicksand Milky Way. They did not dare to relax for even a moment. They were afraid that if they were careless, Tian would charge out, and they might not be able to stop him. The leaders of the Black Wind Alliance and the Wolffang Alliance were also keeping an eye on him. 10 days passed. The 2 of them grew increasingly anxious. It was even more difficult to capture Tian without the Divine Emperor's arrival. The mysterious Tian was full of tricks, and no one knew what other secrets he had. If he really left the Hell World, it would be a luxury to capture Tian again. The 2 of them hoped that the Divine Emperor would personally take action. Tian's calm demeanor made the 2 nervous. They had seen how terrifying an ultimate god's time power was. It could affect their attacks and make it impossible for them to defend against it. Whoosh! Divine Emperor Tianxi arrived outside the Quicksand Galaxy. His sharp eyes shot toward Tian, who was in the center of the Quicksand Galaxy. Lin Fei, who was still refining his bloodline, opened his eyes at that moment and saw the silver-armored middle-aged man in the distance. He recognized him at a glance as Divine Emperor Tianxi of the 3 Divine Emperors. Whoosh! Divine Emperor Tianxi's aura surged as he threw a fierce punch across the air. He did not say a word. Divine Emperor Tianxi's fist technique was very heavy. Everyone could feel the terrifying killing intent from his punch. Even high-level ultimate gods and peak ultimate gods seemed powerless in the face of that punch. Good heavens, he attacked just like that. Lin Fei stood up, and layer after layer of spatial power appeared in front of him, followed closely by the power of time. In 10 days, Lin Fei's space power had also been raised to the ultimate god level. Walls formed in the space and the entire space became muddy. Divine Emperor Tianxi's attack was very strong. The space power was broken by his opponent's punch without any resistance. Even if the time power wanted to affect it, it was shaken away by the strong force without a trace of time power. River of Time. Lin Fei did not expect the 2 of them to be able to block the attack. He only wanted to delay it for a while. The turbulent river of time surged forward. Wave after wave of time power collided in front of Divine Emperor Tianxi's fist technique. In the end, the continuous power of time still affected the attack. Lin Fei said to Divine Emperor Tianxi in the distance, "A dignified Divine Emperor is attacking a junior like me. I'm afraid I'll be laughed at if this gets out." Divine Emperor Tianxi's sharp eyes softened a lot. "Ha ha ha, you're indeed Master's nominal disciple. Your space power and time power have both reached the ultimate god level. Junior brother, you can go anywhere you want in this world." Divine Emperor Tianxi originally thought Tian would not be able to escape with his Divine Emperor's attack. However, his words made everyone's faces change. Master? Nominal disciple? Chapter 1906. The Divine Emperor was here. He also made a move. But the result left everyone dumbfounded. The story did not seem to develop like this. Especially the people from the 10 major families. When they saw the Divine Emperor make a move, they were all smiles, but in the blink of an eye, they were scared out of their wits. Master Junior Brother? After a while they came to their senses. Wasn't the Tianxi Divine Emperor someone who had entered the 18th floor? Could it be that entering the 18th floor would allow one to become a junior brother with the Divine Emperor? That was too lucky. Just from the word junior brother, everyone knew that it would not be easy to deal with Di Tian. The Tianxi Divine Emperor's attack just now was not a real attack, but a test. He was testing Di Tian's strength to see if he had the ability to become their junior brother. Now it seemed that it would be difficult for Di Tian not to become the Tianxi Divine Emperor's junior brother. Ai Shi, Alliance Leader Zhang, Black Wind, and the others who had come out earlier all had a trace of uneasiness on their faces. They had even attacked Di Tian before, and now they were hated by him. They all cursed in their hearts. If he had said it earlier, everything would have been fine. No one thought that if Di Tian really said it, how many of the big shots present would believe it? Probably none of them would believe that it was true. Senior brother, you must be joking. Lin Fei was very clear about the role of this relationship. When the Divine Realm was the largest, the 6 subworlds were all in the same camp. Lin Fei also needed some allies. It was good to have a relationship as a junior brother. Lin Fei was not a fool. Naturally, he would not let go of this relationship. The other party had already admitted it. Hence it was not wrong to call him senior brother first. Anyway, there was nothing to lose. Everyone can leave now. The Tianxi Divine Emperor waved his hand and said in an irresistible voice. Everyone's hearts rang. Everyone knew that this matter was over. They could not interfere in the matter of the Abyss Immortal Fruit. This depended on what the Tianxi Divine Emperor would do. One by one the big shots left. In the blink of an eye, those who should leave had left, and only Lin Fei and the Tianxi Divine Emperor were left in the sky. Ai Shi and the others also left. It has been a long time since anyone from the underworld entered the 18th floor. You are the only one after the 3 of us. I believe that the other 2 senior brothers will be very happy to know. Divine Emperor Tianxi smiled. They're still in seclusion. I've already sent a message to them, and they'll come out in a few days. You can stay at my place for a few days. Since senior brother has invited me, I will definitely go. Divine Emperor Tianxi flew in front, followed by Lin Fei. What was supposed to be an earth-shattering event ended just like that. The ending was also a big joke. He was the junior brother of the 3 divine emperors. Not everyone dared to touch him. Junior martial brother. Please. Divine Emperor Tianxi brought Lin Fei to his cave dwelling. Lin Fei was shocked to see the black-armored puppet at the door. A peak ultimate god's combat power meant the Divine Emperor had a lot of good stuff. He was so rich that he was leaking oil. The cave abode was huge. It turned out that the interior was a small space. Only when he entered did he realize that there was a whole new world inside. Senior brother, this place is not bad, Lin Fei said. With junior brother's strength, it won't be difficult for you to create such a place. Divine Emperor Tianxi laughed. You are the strongest in the profound sky world. Lin Fei shook his head. Senior brother, how can you take it seriously? I don't deserve to be the strongest in the profound sky world. The 2 of them walked one after the other. They landed in a palace. Lin Fei stayed in the small space that day. This place had everything you could ever need. Lin Fei was not worried that Divine Emperor Tianxi would make a move. He would definitely make a move against such an expert. He stayed there with peace of mind. This stay lasted for 5 days. During that period, Divine Emperor Tianxi came by several times and left after some small talk without talking about anything practical. Lin Fei also relied on those few days to improve his space and time powers. His power had greatly increased and it was very easy for him to suppress a low-level ultimate god. His realm had also soared from low-level ultimate god to mid-level ultimate god. The 18 primordial avatars were still divine king-level masters for the time being. Their bloodline power had yet to be upgraded to the ultimate god level. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 figures came one after another to the palace where Lin Fei was temporarily staying. Lin Fei, who was originally refining his bloodline, opened his eyes with a smile and appeared in the main hall. Our junior brother is here. The one who spoke was Divine Emperor Tianxi with a smile. He looked at Lin Fei who had appeared in front of him. Lin Fei's eyes first fell on a white-clothed woman with an otherworldly aura. Greetings, Senior Sister Hundred Flowers and Senior Brother Slaughter. The 2 divine emperors were easy to recognize. The white-clothed woman was Hundred Flowers' divine emperor. She had a holy and otherworldly aura, which was related to her cultivation technique. The other middle-aged man in a red robe was the famous Slaughter divine emperor. His murderous aura was like a dragon circling around him. It was hard not to recognize him. Junior brother, you've been very impressive recently. You're just short of causing havoc in the underworld. Hundred Flowers' divine emperor chuckled. Everyone in the world knows about you now. Slaughter divine emperor also looked at the black-robed Lin Fei. He did not expect that when the world seal was unlocked, they would have another junior brother. Moreover, it was someone from the profound sky world. The 3 of them had advanced by leaps and bounds and became divine emperors because of the 18th floor. Therefore, the 3 of them had a good relationship. Senior Sister Hundred Flowers must be joking. This is just a small misunderstanding. Lin Fei laughed. No matter how capable I am, I can't cause trouble. Senior brothers and senior sisters, I'm afraid they would be the first to deal with me. Divine Emperor Tianxi also laughed. All right. Everyone sit down and talk. The 4 of them sat down. You don't need me to introduce them. You should have recognized them. Divine Emperor Tianxi said. Lin Fei nodded. I saw the process of the 3 divine emperors struggle on the 18th floor. There's no need to introduce them. Lin Fei did not dislike the senior sisters and senior brothers in front of him. He did not feel any killing intent from them. Vaguely he could feel their kindness. That's right. Kindness. Lin Fei was very clear why they were showing kindness. Originally, as our junior brother, we were planning to hold a welcoming dinner for you, Divine Emperor Tianxi said again. However, due to some unexpected circumstances, we had to postpone it. Take a look at this first. Divine Emperor Tianxi threw out a jade talisman. This is a message talisman. Lin Fei was also curious about what was inside. He extended his divine sense into it to check. With this look, his face sank slightly. They're taking action so soon. It turned out that in the message talisman, it recorded that the divine world launched a small-scale war half a month ago, attacking one of the 6 child worlds. Although the 8 divine emperors did not make a move, with the huge strength of the divine world, they pressured this child world to the point of suffocation. Even the divine emperor experts were suppressed by the divine emperor treasures, and could not make a move to alleviate the situation. Chapter 1907. The divine world had made their move. Lin Fei was indeed very surprised. It seemed that they had taken action earlier than expected. Could it be that they had already killed chaos? Thus he blurted out. They dealt with chaos? Lin Fei and the 8 god emperors also had a lot of grievances between them. Previously, Lin Fei didn't have the time to deal with him. Once he dealt with Hun Dun, he would have the time to deal with him. This was inevitable. Chaos isn't that easy to kill. The 8 god emperors are still chasing after him. There won't be any results in a short time. Lin Fei was puzzled. The 8 great god emperors are chasing after primal chaos. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be easy for them to destroy a subworld without taking action themselves. For example, the infernal realm had 3 god emperors. It was impossible for the other subrealms to have no god emperors. The profound sky world did not have any god emperors, so it was the most miserable one. Lin Fei was very clear about this. The Tianxi god emperor laughed. Junior brother Lin, you don't know about this. The 8 great god emperors personally chased after primal chaos, and left behind their respective god emperor treasures. Those are treasures that are infinitely close to the level of a god emperor. They are equivalent to experts who can suppress a god emperor from a distance. It is not difficult for them to fight to a draw. Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. If it was the god emperor's treasure, then it would be normal. Although Lin Fei had not advanced to the deity emperor realm, he knew that every deity emperor had a powerful deity emperor treasure in their possession. After refining it day and night, its power was extremely terrifying. It was the only treasure they could use. Then, what does senior sister and senior brother want me to do? Lin Fei asked directly. No one would talk about this for no reason, so it was better to get straight to the point. The Tianxi Divine Emperor also felt that Lin Fei was very smart. Before he even opened his mouth, he already knew what to say to avoid awkwardness. Take out your abyssal undying fruit. We, the Hell World, will give you a godhead. The one who spoke was not the Tianxi Shanhuang, but the Massacre Shanhuang. How much? There was a layer of relationship between them. This matter was no longer something that could not be said. The Massacre Deity Emperor was also straightforward. Godhood for the abyssal immortal fruit. At the very least, they could figure out some of Lin Fei's thoughts, and exchanging for divine deity was one of them. Although they didn't know what to do with divine deity, they could at least confirm that divine deity was very important to Lin Fei. They understood the importance of the abyssal immortal fruit. No matter how great the price was, he had to trade everything. Lin Fei and the Tianxi Divine Emperor started bargaining fiercely. Fortunately, there was no one else in this place. Otherwise, they would be scared to death. After an hour of debate, the matter was finally settled. Lin Fei didn't give in too much. He only took a small step back. After that, he didn't take another step back. Godhoods were too important to him. Whether it was the godly king core or something else, he hoped that the more, the better. Junior brother, you are too ruthless. Don't you know how to take a step back? After all, we are brothers. The Tianxi Shanhuang smiled bitterly. You are too stingy. Lin Fei didn't show any weakness. Senior brother, you are wrong. You control a hell world. Back then, it was also a world that could compete with the divine world. You have a deep foundation, and the mysterious sky world was eaten up by the divine world. I have to work hard. The 100 Flowers Divine Emperor laughed. You really know how to talk. The transaction was set for 3 days later. He still had to collect hierarch-level divine deity. Junior brother, I see that you have already entered the hierarch realm. After the matter was settled, the relationship between the two was a step closer. Senior and junior brothers, if the relationship was not solid, once there were benefits, it would be easier for them to come together. Lin Fei had been hiding his hierarch aura and didn't leak a trace. He didn't expect the Tianxi Shanhuang to easily see through it. He was very surprised. Senior brother, you have good eyesight. You can even see through this. The Tianxi Shanhuang laughed. Your cultivation speed is really fast. I'm afraid it won't be long before you reach the deity emperor realm. Master has good eyesight to accept you as a disciple. From now on, we will have another deity emperor on our side. The 100 Flowers Divine Emperor took out a communication bracelet. You are also in the hierarch realm now. You are proficient in the power of space and time. Even low and mid hierarchs can't do anything to you. You can have this too. Lin Fei asked curiously. This is a communication tool used by the experts of our 6 subworlds to communicate with each other. The 100 Flowers Divine Emperor said. Each of us has one. Your mysterious sky world is the weakest and doesn't have this. Now that junior brother has appeared, you are qualified to get it. The communication bracelet fell into Lin Fei's hand. The moment Lin Fei refined the bracelet, he found that it was not ordinary. There was an existence with a strange structure inside. 6 subworlds. 1025. Lin Fei saw the signal. It was a very interesting number. This number is your code. The Tianxi Shanhuang said. You are 1025, I am 23, 100 Flowers is 35, and Slaughter is 15. Remember it clearly. Lin Fei felt that it was very interesting. Wasn't this just a communication tool from Earth? It was just a divine sense communication tool. 23. I am Tianxi. 35. I am your senior 100 Flowers. 15. I am Slaughter. Very soon. The message was sent. Lin Fei loved it. This thing was good. It was more convenient to communicate. Oh right, how many are there in total? Not many. It should be around 3,000. The 100 Flowers Divine Emperor said. Only hierarchs are qualified to have it. Our 6 subworlds have less than 3,000 experts. There are only 11 deity emperor experts. 11 deity emperors? So few. 6 subworlds. No matter how Lin Fei thought about it, there should be more than 20. It seemed that it was not a small number. There were 3 from Hellworld and none from mysterious Skyworld. The remaining 4 subworlds would at most have 2 deity emperors. The 100 Flowers Divine Emperor rolled his eyes. If the deity emperors were to gather together, we wouldn't have to be afraid of the divine world. It is because we have fewer deity emperors that we need to communicate. For example, this time the divine world attacked the Moan world to test if our 6 subworlds are united. The Moan world is a very strong world. It can be ranked in the top 3. Lin Fei listened. He believed that there would be more to say. Junior brother, you are young and powerful. This time when the divine world attacks the Moan world, we would like Junior brother to bring some geniuses from Hell world to assist the Moan world. I wonder if Junior brother is interested. The Tianxi Shanhuang asked. Lin Fei thought, I finally understand why they keep mentioning the Moan world. They want me to help. They are really thinking too much. Chapter 1908. Lin Fei took out all the abyssal immortal fruits he had to trade. Gotcha. He also temporarily stayed in Hell Mountain. He usually stayed in his house to refine his time and space bloodlines. He did not improve his realm. To others, cultivation was very important, but to Lin Fei it was not important at all. The most important thing was to improve his time and space bloodlines. Everything else was meaningless. During these days, his time and space bloodlines had also been improved to the mid-level ultimate god level. The higher the realm, the more difficult it was to improve his bloodline. The improvement of both bloodlines to the mid-level ultimate god level had a great impact on high-level ultimate gods and 50% of the impact on peak ultimate gods. Lin Fei's mind was on that. At the same time, his 18 primordial clones also began to refine the bloodlines. However, the speed was not fast and had yet to reach the ultimate god level. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the situation of the 6 subworlds while refining the bloodlines. He received a lot of information every day through the message bracelet. The latest news was focused on the Moan world. The experts from the divine world were attacking the Moan world with 8 divine emperor treasures, suppressing 3 divine emperors. The battle was one-sided and the Moan world would be greatly weakened if it continued. The divine emperor was the pillar of a world while the ultimate gods were the core. Without the core the world became empty. Half a month after Lin Fei stayed there, Tianxi Divine Emperor came and opened the door of the house. Little junior brother, have you been resting well recently? Tianxi Divine Emperor was in a good mood recently. With the help of the Abyss Immortal Fruits, many experts emerged in the Hell world, especially the controllers. For example, Dongfang Yijian had advanced to the ultimate god level. His unlimited speed also showed terrifying power. That was one of the reasons. There were also some experts who had advanced to the next realm. I'm fine. I'm just bored out of my mind. Lin Fei joked. I wonder if senior brother has decided when to go to the Moan world. When the Tianxi deity sovereign saw Lin Fei again, a strange look flashed in his eyes. He was startled. Master truly thinks highly of him. In just half a month, his bloodline power has grown significantly stronger. Looks like he has at least stepped into the mid-level ultimate god level. This cultivation speed is really amazing. As a deity emperor, his eyesight was amazing. He could see the changes in Lin Fei at a glance. Haha, I know you are anxious. Today, I came to inform you that we are ready to go. Tianxi Shanhuang said with a smile. There is a message from Moan world. They said that the situation is very bad, and they need help from the infernal realm. I was waiting for senior brother to say that. Lin Fei said happily. The infernal realm, the infernal alliance. In order to assist the Moan world, the Hell Alliance organized a group of hierarch experts. He wanted to alleviate the situation in Moan world. It was necessary to send out godly venerable experts. Godly king experts would not be of much use as one attack from godly venerable experts would be blasted to smithereens. Hell Alliance. The main hall. A group of people had gathered. There were old and young people with different expressions on their faces. The old man's lifespan was naturally nearing its end. Helping the Moan world wasn't just about returning alive. They were of great help to the family, and in any case they had contributed to the family. The younger batch had not been in the ultimate god realm for long, at most 100 years. This trip was also a form of training. I heard that we are going to fight with experts from the divine realm. I am so nervous. Ha ha ha, what's there to be nervous about? Isn't it just hierarch experts? We haven't killed many of them. Back then, the divine realm was not as strong as our hell world. That's right. The divine realm is nothing. 3 to 5 people stood together. The discussion went on. Lord Shunhuang is here. The door was pushed open and someone greeted him respectfully. Everyone stopped. Tianxi Shunhuang walked in with Lin Fei behind him. In fact, Lin Fei did not want to come in such a high-profile manner. However, Tianxi Shunhuang said that they were all his master's disciples. Who would say anything? They even wanted to thank him for breaking into the 18th floor and bringing out the supreme grade immortal fruit. Hence, there was Tianxi Shunhuang in front and Lin Fei behind. None of the hierarch gathered in the palace did not know Lin Fei. The entire hell world had seen how powerful Di Tian was. If it was not for Tianxi Shunhuang's words, no one would know that Di Tian was their junior brother. Dongfang Yijian was also among them. In just half a month, Dongfang Yijian had also advanced to become an hierarch expert. His speed had also increased. Once he stepped into the hierarch realm, his combat power skyrocketed, and he easily defeated many mid-level hierarch experts. However, Di Tian had appeared this time. Even now, Dongfang Yijian still felt a lot of pressure when facing Di Tian. They originally hoped to defeat Di Tian again, but it seemed impossible now. Who would dare to make a move against the Light Divine Emperor's junior brother? They had to thank Di Tian for this. Sometimes Dongfang Yijian regretted not cooperating with Di Tian. If they had cooperated at that time, perhaps. Everyone is here. I'm very happy. Tianxi Shunhuang came to the highest position and said condescendingly, "This is what we should do." Everyone said in unison. Tianxi Shunhuang was very satisfied. Everyone knows the purpose of this trip. Our 6 subworlds are like brothers and sisters. Now that the Moan Kingdom is being attacked by the Divine Realm, we can't just stand by and watch. If the Divine Realm can attack the Moan Kingdom, they can attack our hell world in the future. We must stop the Divine Realm. Everyone listened in silence. Therefore, this emperor has chosen all of you. There are a total of 36 godly sovereigns, and this emperor was going to accompany all of you. However, the 8 godly sovereigns of the divine world appear and disappear mysteriously, and no one knows where they are. Therefore, we must personally oversee the hell world. God Emperor Tianxi said solemnly. This emperor won't go, but a leader is necessary. I've decided to let my junior brother Di Tian lead the team and bring you to the Moan Kingdom. My junior brother will be in charge of all the commands. Lin Fei was startled. Letting him lead the team? What a scam. Lin Fei disliked this the most. It wasn't something that made things difficult for others. Among the 36 divine emperors, some frowned while some showed a look of joy. Among them, the majority frowned, but no one objected. Senior brother, I think we should leave this matter to someone else. Lin Fei was most troubled by this kind of thing. He shook his head and refused. No. Tianxi Shunhuang's tone was firm. You must be responsible for this. After a simple interaction, Tianxi Shunhuang could see that his junior brother was the kind of person who worked secretly and did not like to be too eye-catching. The more Lin Fei behaved like this, the more Tianxi Shunhuang wanted Lin Fei to show off. Chapter 1909. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's so good about being a leader? Since the Tianxi Divine Emperor had said so, and in front of everyone, he had successfully attracted everyone's attention. Therefore, Lin Fei had no choice but to do something. Although Lin Fei had broken into the 18th floor and brought out the immortal fruit, some ultimate god experts still had a lot of opinions about it. However, they did not dare to voice it out because of their relationship. It's not easy being a leader. The Tianxi Divine Emperor was very optimistic about Lin Fei. Even though he was only an in-name disciple of his master, his future achievements were limitless. He had the potential to become a god emperor in the future. There were many people with the qualifications to be an emperor, but very few of them stepped into the god emperor realm. Lin Fei had this kind of potential. If Lin Fei really became the god emperor, it might not be a bad thing for the infernal realm. On the contrary, it was a good thing. With the incense offerings of the in-name disciples, the infernal realm would not suffer any losses. Even if he couldn't become a god emperor, he would still be a terrifying god emperor in the future. He had the space bloodline and time bloodline. Your Majesty, I don't agree with Tian being the leader. An ultimate god among the 36 ultimate gods said that in person. This person was an old man with a hint of death energy on his body. His lifespan had reached its limit, and he was an ancestor of the Wang clan named Godly Wang Cheng. When dealing with Tian, the Wang family had lost a lot of face. Because of this, the Wang family had a lot of opinions about Tian. Although Tian had become the Divine Emperor's junior brother, and they dared not do anything, Tian had caused them to lose a lot of face in the eyes of some of the old-fashioned ultimate gods. Divinity Wang Cheng was one of them. I also think that Tian is too young. I'm afraid he won't be able to shoulder the responsibility of being the leader. Another divinity Venerable spoke. He was from the Mu clan, and his name was Divinity Venerable Mu Yuan. With the Divine Emperor's words, the Divine Venerable said directly. The Tianxi Divine Emperor didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Lin Fei with a smile as if to say, "Look, someone's dissatisfied. Go and settle it yourself." It didn't matter if Lin Fei was the leader or not. Lin Fei did not have much interest in leadership positions. However, it was his own business whether to accept it or not. Being looked down upon by others made him very unhappy. "If I don't do it, do you think you're qualified?" Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. "Originally, if you didn't mention it, I wouldn't be the leader. But now that you've mentioned it, I'm not happy. Could it be that you want to be the leader? A mere high-level ultimate god battle prowess is nothing to me." These words were directed at Divinity Wang Cheng. His space bloodline and time bloodline had both entered the mid-level ultimate god level. Lin Fei really had nothing to fear. So what if he was a high-level ultimate god? Dongfang Yijian stared at Lin Fei and said, "Tian, I lost to you last time. Now that I've mastered my unlimited speed, I really want to spar with you again. As long as you can defeat me, my Dongfang family will be willing to command you without a second word." Naturally, Dongfang Yijian would not let go of such a good opportunity. Count me in too. Among the 36 ultimate gods, more than a dozen of them were unhappy with Lin Fei being the leader. Lin Fei laughed. Good. Whatever it is, it's best to say it face to face. Since you're unhappy with me being the leader, then defeat me. I won't say a word to anyone who defeats me. I won't go back on my word. Tianxi Divine Emperor also laughed. "Don't worry, I won't blame you. After all, being a leader requires great strength. Challenges are inevitable. Just don't overdo it." That was equivalent to expressing his stance. Unlimited speed, unlimited strike. As Tianxi Divine Emperor finished speaking, Dongfang Yijian drew his sword and stabbed. Unlimited speed, unlimited strike. After advancing to the ultimate god level, Dongfang Yijian's unlimited speed became extremely terrifying. It was as terrifying as its name suggested. Everyone felt a flash of light and shadow. Even their divine senses could not keep up with the speed of the sword. The ultimate gods present secretly gasped. If they were to encounter it, they might not be able to escape. The future experts of the infernal world lived up to their reputation. It was a pity that they had Tian. Dongfang Yijian was full of confidence in that sword. Even if Tian had a breakthrough, he might not be able to block the attack of his sword. As long as he defeated Tian, he would still be the #1 genius of the infernal world and the future #1 expert. Lin Fei was not the Lin Fei from the 18th floor. Whoosh! 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 The power of space and time were unleashed at the same time, setting off 2 storms. "You lost last time. You'll still lose this time." Dongfang Yijian was unmoved. His unlimited speed was still able to restrain everything. When he was about to get close to Lin Fei, the power of space was like a solid wall, blocking the sword attack. The power of time also slowed down his movements. With just this move, Dongfang Yijian helplessly discovered that no matter how he moved, he could not unleash his true power in the face of this bloodline power. Dongfang Yijian stopped 100 meters away from Lin Fei, unable to take another step forward. The seemingly infinitely close distance had become a chasm at that moment. It was an existence that could not be crossed. "I've lost." Dongfang Yijian sheathed his sword. The Dongfang family has no objections. He retreated. "This old man doesn't believe that you can really be so strong." Hierarch Wang Cheng had hoped that Dongfang Yijian would seriously injure Tian. That way he would not have to do anything. He did not expect Dongfang Yijian to lose so thoroughly. He cursed inwardly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before Hierarch Wang Cheng could make a move, Lin Fei made the first move. The power of space condensed. Hierarch Wang Cheng could not move at all. The power of death surged and collided with the power of space. Then, the power of time fell on his body, suppressing 70% of his speed. Whoosh! The river of time swept over like a long whip, lashing Hierarch Wang Cheng's body and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Do you admit defeat? After advancing to the Hierarch level, he could control the power of space and time more easily. I admit defeat. Hierarch Wang Cheng lashed out a few times. Each time he could not block it. He knew that the gap between them was too big. Lin Fei retracted the river of time. You guys can come at me together. It will save you the trouble of fighting again and again. In fact, after Dongfang Yijian was defeated, no one had the confidence to defeat Di Tian. After Hierarch Wang Cheng was defeated, they were even less confident. Too presumptuous. Let's attack together. Lin Fei's words provoked them. The remaining dozen or so Hierarch experts attacked one after another. All kinds of powerful killing moves were used. Divine Emperor Tianxi set up a large formation to prevent the leakage of power to prevent the palace from being destroyed. The scene of more than a dozen Hierarch experts attacking was grand enough to make any Hierarch's scalp tingle. Divine Emperor Tianxi was also watching and thought, little junior brother's strength is indeed amazing. Blade of Time, Time Invincibility. Chapter 1910. Lin Fei mastered that move after entering the ultimate god realm. The Time Blade was more terrifying than the River of Time, as it was comparable to a divine emperor's treasure. The power it released was not something the ultimate gods could resist. At that point, the 36 ultimate gods were completely convinced. How could they be a match for someone who had mastered a high-level secret technique like the Time Blade? After Lin Fei defeated them, they set off for the Moan World in 3 days. 3 days later, the group set off for the Moan World. There was no need to fly from the Infernal World to the Moan World. Instead, they had to go through another world to save a lot of time. The Infernal World had a space door that connected to another world. The mysterious Heavenly World was considered a relatively backward world, and did not have a space door for the time being. Everyone can go in from here. Tianxi Divine Emperor came in person. He led everyone to a space door. No one was unhappy with leader Di Tian. Since he had successfully cultivated the time edge, he most likely had also successfully cultivated the other secret technique, the space edge. With both blades out, how could they fight? Little junior brother, I'll leave it to you. Tianxi Divine Emperor patted Lin Fei's shoulder. It's best to teach the divine world a lesson. I will. Lin Fei nodded. He was not only going to help the Moan World but also to earn ultimate godhoods. As long as the Divine Emperor doesn't show up, I have nothing to fear. The current Lin Fei had the qualifications to say such words. Lin Fei was the first to enter the space door. The others behind him followed. I didn't expect to fight side by side with you against the divine world. Dongfang Yijian was now convinced of Lin Fei's ability. Ha, I didn't expect that either. Lin Fei laughed. With your limitless speed, we will definitely give the immortal realm a big shock this time. Lin Fei attached great importance to Dongfang Yijian's unlimited speed. If it was not for his time power and space power suppressing the unlimited speed, it would have been difficult to defeat Dongfang Yijian. Dongfang Yijian was currently a low-level ultimate god, but his combat strength was comparable to a mid-level ultimate god. He was also able to affect a high-level ultimate god. His strength would become even more terrifying when his cultivation realm improved. Although Dongfang Yijian was convinced, it didn't mean that he would always be convinced. His unlimited speed could continue to make breakthroughs. As long as he could surpass Lin Fei one day, he would still choose to defeat Lin Fei. Right now, I really want to see if the experts of the deity realm are stronger, or if my unlimited speed is stronger. Dongfang Yijian was full of fighting spirit. Yes, you'll see it soon enough. From the Hell World to the Moan World, he needed quite a few transfer stations. Due to the existence of the space gate, the journey became much easier. The group passed through many transfer stations. Every time they passed through a transit station, they would be welcomed. If the Moan Kingdom world failed, it meant that they would also fail soon. Helping Moan World was equivalent to helping themselves. Everyone was very friendly along the way. It took Lin Fei and the others 10 days to reach the Moan world from the Hell world. Boom boom boom. They had just come out of the portal. Heaven and earth fluctuated unceasingly. You're finally here. That's great. The space gate of the Moan Kingdom world was located in a secret underground room. It was surrounded by restrictive formations and exuded a terrifying aura. As soon as they appeared, someone immediately came up to greet them. It was a middle-aged high-level ultimate god with an excited look on his face. The Moan Kingdom world had been looking forward to this group of helpers for a long time. Under the constant attacks from the Divine Realm, the Moan Kingdom world had sent out all their experts without any rest day and night. They were all involved in the battle and had reached a critical moment. Lin Fei was the first to come out. The middle-aged high-level ultimate god was a little confused as he did not know the person in front of him. He was too young and did not look like the leader. Little brother, where's your leader? In terms of aura, the high-level ultimate gods behind Lin Fei were very imposing. The high-level ultimate god from the Moan Kingdom world mistakenly thought that one of them was the leader. In the Hell world, they would have objections to the leader. However, once they were outside, they were very protective of the leader. Are your dog eyes blind? This is our leader, Sir Ditian. Dongfang Yijian said in a deep voice. This is the leader? Gao Yang was dumbfounded. He's such a young leader. Did I make a mistake? Ditian? This name sounds a little familiar. Gao Yang was also a well-informed person and found the name familiar. You're Ditian from the mysterious heavenly world? Gao Yang suddenly exclaimed. Ditian was very famous. He had wiped out the orthodoxies of the 8 divine emperors and entered the divine realm alone. It was not a secret. Gao Yang did not expect the Hell world to let Ditian lead the team. Most importantly, was Ditian's strength really that strong? Was he worthy of the cooperation between the Hell world and Ditian? If there's no one else, then I'll be the leader. Lin Fei smiled. Gao Yang said enthusiastically, Brother Ditian, on behalf of the Moan Kingdom, I'd like to thank you very much for bringing people to help us at this time. The Moan Kingdom world will never forget this. Lin Fei did not want to waste time on such things. Bring me to your battlefield. Is the divine realm attacking again? Gao Yang came back to his senses. I was too happy and forgot that everyone is still waiting for you. Everyone follow me. Moan Kingdom. It was in the middle of a battle. First was the dark mass of the Divine Realm army in the sky. In order to deal with the Moan Kingdom world, the 8 divine emperors of the Divine Realm gathered various forces to attack the Moan Kingdom together. There were more than 100 million heavenly gods. But that was not the most terrifying. The most terrifying thing was that there were more than 200 godly venerable ones. There were 19 peak godly venerable ones. It could be said that it was a crushing force. Any force would be defeated with a single touch. It was not easy for the Moan Kingdom world to last until now. Gao Yang brought Lin Fei and the rest to the temporary base camp. Since the Divine Realm attacked the Moan Kingdom world, the Moan Kingdom world had been retreating. Now there was only one big city left, the Moan Kingdom capital city. It was a huge city. All the forces of the Moan Kingdom world were gathered here. Huge restrictive formations covered the sky above the Moan Kingdom Empire, causing ripples in the air. Heavenly gods, divine kings, and even godly venerable ones were fighting outside. Deities were constantly falling. The scene was very bloody and terrifying. Heavenly gods were cannon fodder here. Divine kings were cannon fodder too. Chapter 1911. In the sky above the Moan Kingdom Empire, 3 divine emperors stood together, 2 in black and 1 in white. However, they did not look too good. This was because the 8 god emperor treasures were hovering in the air outside the capital of Moan Kingdom, giving them immense pressure. As long as they interfered, the 8 god emperor treasures would suppress them. Although the 8 divine emperor treasures were not the actual divine emperor treasures, they were treasures that were infinitely close to an emperor god with unimaginable power. Every time the 3 divine emperors wanted to take action, the 8 divine emperor treasures would suppress them. Have the people from Hell Realm arrived yet? Divine Emperor Wu Yan in black armor asked with a sullen face. If they don't come soon, I'm afraid the Imperial City won't be able to hold on. The Divine Realm's attack is too fierce. Currently, the 3 of them could not take action and could only rely on the ultimate gods who were far weaker than the Divine Realm. Under such circumstances, the divine emperors of Moan Kingdom could only seek help from the other subworlds, hoping they would send experts over. It should be soon, Divine Emperor Taisu said. Tianxi and the others should know that they won't have a good time if the Moan Kingdom is breached. I'll send someone down to check it out right away, Divine Emperor Gong Sun Yu said. Meanwhile, outside the Imperial City, there were more than a dozen peak ultimate gods in the divine realm. They had yet to take action. Wu Yan and the others can't hold on any longer. A peak ultimate god said. They're just 3 divine emperors. They're dreaming if they think they can stop our attack. We'll definitely take down the Imperial City within 3 days. As long as we kill all the ultimate gods, we'll also kill the 3 divine emperors. These ultimate gods were very arrogant. However, they did have the confidence to say that without the ultimate gods, the divine emperors would be alone. With the 8 divine emperor treasures suppressing them, killing divine emperors would become easy. It was something very exciting for any ultimate god. Among the dozen peak ultimate gods, there was a red-robed ultimate god with the strongest aura. He was the leader of the team Flying Rainbow Ultimate God. He was also a half-step divine emperor expert. Don't celebrate too early, everyone. The people from the other 5 subworlds will definitely interfere. Hierarch Flying Rainbow looked into the distance. You guys better be careful. The godly venerables were dismissive of the 5 child worlds' help. Among the 5 subsidiary worlds, only the Hell world could send people here. The other worlds could not withstand a single blow, which was why they attacked the Moan world first. The attacks did not stop. It was exceptionally intense. Gao Yang also brought his men and headed straight for the temporary gathering place. All the ultimate gods in the Moan world were gathered here. He's here, he's here. The ultimate gods gathered there reeked of blood from the battle. Some of them looked extremely pale. Gao Yang's voice caused them to reveal a trace of joy. Reinforcements had finally arrived. They had been waiting for a long time. Great! Our reinforcements are here. The ultimate gods breathed a sigh of relief. The 3 god emperors also turned to look at Zhang Xian. At a time like this, they could only count on the experts sent by the infernal realm. 36 ultimate gods still excited them. The 3 god emperors descended from the sky. But when they saw the leader of the group, they were all startled because they didn't recognize the person in front of them. To be able to walk at the front in such an occasion, he must be the leader. But he was too young. Gao Yang quickly eased the atmosphere. Lord, this is the leader of the infernal realm, Taoist Ditian. He is the mysterious Skyworld's #1 expert, and once made the divine world suffer a lot. They had never seen him before, so they didn't know him. But once his name was mentioned, everyone knew him. Ditian, the mysterious Skyworld's #1 expert. That was a very famous name. But to the ultimate gods present, what did the infernal realm mean? Why did they let such a person be the leader? They heard that Ditian's strength was at most at the divine king level. Many people were a little disappointed. The 3 god emperors' expressions did not change. They wouldn't ask about that at this time. The infernal realm could arrange for someone to come. Taoist Ditian, I thank you for bringing people here. The Moan world needs you. God Emperor Wu Yan said with a smile, appearing very polite. God Emperor, you're too polite. Lin Fei didn't care about what others thought. We're all one. It's only right for us to help each other. This kid really knows how to talk. God Emperor Wu Yan had an evaluation in his heart. Ditian wasn't a pompous person, but he didn't know what relationship he had with the Tianxi Divine Emperor. However, there was no time to find out. They had to deal with the crisis first. Oh no, the formation is broken. The ultimate gods are attacking. Something unexpected happened. The continuous attacks caused a huge gap to appear in one of the Moan world's imperial city's restrictive formations. The ultimate gods attacked from outside. In the blink of an eye, the people of the Moan world suffered heavy casualties. This kind of situation was very normal in recent days. Every time, godly venerable experts had to step in to stop them and chase them out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The local ultimate gods of the Moan world attacked first. It had become a habit. Without waiting for the people here to attack. A gap also appeared in the other restriction formation. Another group of godly venerable experts charged in. Just as God Emperor Wu Yan was about to attack, 8 divine emperor treasures rushed in and suppressed the 3 divine emperors. This was their strategy. As long as the Divine Emperors didn't attack, the peak ultimate gods had the upper hand. Brother Detian, let's cut to the chase. I hope you can stop this gap. God Emperor Wu Yen took out a black tower and slammed it against the Divine Emperor treasures. Please. In less than a moment, the 3 Divine Emperors were suppressed by the Divine Emperor treasures. I don't need to say anything. Everyone knows what to do. Lin Fei turned around and said. He turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the gap. Brother Detian, I'm here to help you. Dongfang Yijian followed closely behind. His fighting spirit soared. The other ultimate gods did not fall behind. They also knew that this was a big matter for the Moan world. If they did not stop them, it would be Hell World's turn sooner or later. The gap was not small. The ultimate gods acted as the vanguard and killed the Moan world's experts, clearing a path for the teams behind to rush in. There were a lot of ultimate gods in this gap. There were as many as 50 to 60 of them, including 5 peak ultimate gods. River of Time. Lin Fei's blood was boiling. A river of time flew out and suppressed this part of the sky. The ultimate god experts at the gap were affected by the suppression and slowed down their movements. Space freeze. Lin Fei attacked again and activated his space power. This was a 2-pronged attack to gain an advantage. Chapter 1912. The Divine World had a huge army. Along the way, with the suppression of the 8 Divine Emperors' treasures, the Moan world had no choice but to hide in the Moan Kingdom's capital. Entering through the gaps in the formation became a way for the Divine World. Once in a while, the Divine World's army would create a gap. Therefore, every time they entered, they would inflict heavy losses on the Moan world. This time, under the leadership of Brahma, they once again inflicted heavy losses on the Moan world. As soon as they entered through the gap, they immediately gained the upper hand and defeated the Moan world's people. They could not stop their invasion at all. Ha ha ha, the Moan world's death is here. Brahma said proudly. How dare they fight against the Divine World? They're courting death. From another gap, the Divine World's experts also entered. The Divine World swept over like a torrent. As long as the Moan world's experts could not stop their attack, the Moan world would be completely defeated. From then on, the Moan world would be ruled by the Divine World. This was a great contribution. Brahma was feeling proud of himself. The river of time pressed down. The power of time rippled and affected their speed. An ultimate god's power of time? Brahma was a high-level ultimate god. He was immediately affected by the power of time and his expression changed. Impossible, the Moan world does not have a time bloodline master. Ever since they attacked the Moan world, they had investigated the strength of the entire world. Apart from the 3 divine emperors, the rest of the ultimate gods were vulnerable. Since when did the Moan world have a time bloodline master? More importantly, when the power of time reached the ultimate god level, it could affect the attacks of the ultimate gods. The surprise did not stop there. The power of space came again. Brahma and the other ultimate gods were in big trouble. Reinforcements, they must be from another world. Brahma was shocked. Lin Fei used the power of time and space to suppress the divine world's ultimate gods. Kill them first. The ultimate gods who followed behind were also full of fighting spirit. 35 ultimate gods rushed forward. Unlimited speed, unlimited attack. Dongfang Yijian slashed his sword at the nearest low-level ultimate god. The troublesome time power did not affect Dongfang Yijian's offensive. The low-level ultimate god's reaction was much slower due to the river of time suppression. More importantly, he encountered infinite speed. How could a low-level ultimate god withstand it? Dongfang sent his opponent flying with a single sword strike. He then stabbed out with his second sword strike, displaying a terrifying attack. What's that? The 3 godly emperors of Moan world used their treasures to defend against the attacks of the 8 godly emperor treasures. Divine Emperor No Flame noticed the commotion not far away. A surging river swept across the sky, suppressing everyone. River of Time. Divine Emperor Wu Yen was shocked. Could such a turbulent river of time originate from the infernal realm? If that was the case, it would be much easier to defend against the immortal realm's army. The 3 of them were being held back by the Divine Emperor's treasures. There's also spatial energy. It's also at the ultimate god level? In the next moment, Divine Emperor Wu Yen was shocked once again. The traces of spatial energy fluctuations were too eye-catching. No flame. It seems like the infernal realm has sent a powerful controller. Divine Emperor Taishu exclaimed. Time and spatial energy, they can't win. I remember now. I think only Ditian has the power of time and spatial energy. Gong Sunyu exclaimed. Ditian? The strongest expert in the mysterious sky world? The three of them looked over. They could not believe it. The power of time and the power of space gathered in one person's body, and more importantly, cultivated to the same realm. This was truly rare. Many monstrous existences might not be able to cultivate to this realm. It's him. It's really him. The three godly emperors had sharp senses. They could feel the power of time and spatial energy released by Ditian. This is great. They could see hope. Too monstrous. With the help of the power of time and spatial energy, they would not lose. The Immortal Realms plan would be ruined. Lin Fei did not make a move. He could only control the power of time and spatial energy to ensure everyone's safety. Ha ha ha, this is awesome. With the power of time and spatial energy, this is awesome. I don't think the Immortal Realm experts are that great. The ultimate gods were all smiles. Even if they were not convinced in the beginning, they could now suppress the ultimate divinity with the help of the power of time and the power of space. They had never experienced this kind of advantage. The Immortal Realm had lost more than 10 low-level ultimate gods and 5 to 6 mid-level ultimate gods in a short period of time. I'll go kill him. Divine Emperor Brahma's face was solemn. The double suppression made Divine Emperor Brahma feel a great deal of pressure. It's all that guy's fault. Divine Emperor Brahma, who was in high spirits, knew things were not going well when he saw the casualties. His advantage had been evened out. It was all because of that black-robed kid. Divine Emperor Brahma broke out of the encirclement. With his high-level ultimate god strength, the power of time and spatial energy could suppress him, but he still had the strength to fight his way out. Divine Emperor Brahma knew very well that if he did not kill the black-robed kid, he would not be able to turn the situation around. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One Lin Fei controlled the spatial energy and froze the space. Divine Emperor Brahma was very strong, but he could not break through the spatial energy. There were also high-level ultimate gods coming at him from behind, not giving him any chance. Lin Fei watched coldly as he tried to break through the barrier several times. Retreat. Divine Emperor Brahma was suppressed and his strength was greatly reduced. He had no choice but to retreat with his people. They're retreating. The ultimate gods from hell cheered. They had won the first battle. Among them, Dongfang Yijian killed the most ultimate gods. With the combination of time and spatial energy, his unlimited speed became the strongest weapon. The experts from Moan Kingdom also cheered. That was the fastest way to drive people out. At first, they couldn't believe it was true. In the past, they had to lose a large number of experts to resist wave after wave of attacks. However, they quickly won today. The Moan Kingdom was once again filled with fighting spirit. Go! The river of time pierced through the sky and came above another gap, suppressing the ultimate gods from the divine realm. Leave some people to guard the gap. The rest go help them. Lin Fei immediately made arrangements. Now, these experts of the underworld were very obedient to Lin Fei. If it was not for Lin Fei's help, they would not have achieved what they had. Another wave of ultimate gods joined in. Chapter 1913. A crisis was resolved just like that. The divine world's attack was blocked once again, leaving behind more than 20 ultimate gods' corpses. They had no choice but to retreat. The three divine emperors started to pay more attention to Ditian. The other ultimate gods looked at him in a different light. In the beginning, everyone was puzzled as to why the infernal world would let someone from another world lead the attack. Now they understood. The number one expert in the mysterious sky world did have the ability to lead the attack. He had mastered the space and time bloodlines, two top-notch bloodlines that forced the divine world to retreat. After the divine world retreated, the three divine emperors announced a celebration for the guests from the infernal world. The Moan Kingdom capital was filled with cheers. The Moan Kingdom world had not achieved such a victory for a long time. They had always paid a huge price to stop the divine world's attacks and completely suppress them. This was the first time the divine world had lost a lower-level ultimate god's corpse. For the divine world's side, it was a huge blow. As the leader of the attack, Hierarch Long Rainbow was quite shocked. He knew there were reinforcements. The only thing he did not expect was that the reinforcements were so strong that they could easily defeat their attack. You can't be blamed for this. Hierarch Long Rainbow was not angry. Hierarch Long Rainbow already knew what happened. We didn't expect the infernal world to send such powerful reinforcements, said Hierarch Long Rainbow. And the one leading the attack is Dtion. Hierarch Long Rainbow would never forget Dtion's name. Dtion had killed many people when he invaded the divine world. No one would forget that. Hierarch Long Rainbow was also a subordinate of a divine emperor, and naturally knew Dtion. He was cultivating in seclusion at that time. After he came out, Dtion returned to the lower realm and did not come out. Sir, the Moan Kingdom world has the help of Dtion, a dual elemental bloodline controller. It will be very disadvantageous to our next attack, said Brahma Divine Emperor. The power of time and space can already affect our strength. It won't be easy to attack the last city of the Moan Kingdom world. The high-level ultimate gods were very clear. Because of Dtion's appearance, the Moan world, which was on the verge of collapse, was no longer easy for the divine realm to conquer the Moan world. Venerated God Long Rainbow knew very well that the appearance of a dual bloodline master wouldn't have such an impact on the battle situation as he claimed it to be. Hierarch Long Rainbow had also witnessed the battle that had taken place in the arena. Even high-level ultimate gods dared not underestimate the Time Force's influence. Those low-level ultimate gods were suppressed and killed on the spot by the opposing ultimate gods. Everyone, don't worry. The Moan world has invited Dtion. Our immortal world has vast resources, and it's not like we don't have time controllers and space controllers. Hierarch Long Rainbow laughed. I will contact the immortal world and have them send out time controllers and space controllers to restrain Dtion. Everyone relaxed. Capital of Moan Kingdom. The three god emperors held a celebratory banquet. The experts of the Moan world heaved a sigh of relief. Ever since the divine world started their invasion, the Moan world had been losing. They hadn't won for a long time. During the banquet, everyone's focus was on Dtion, this young man who had turned the tide. The three god emperors were especially enthusiastic. No one knew better than them the importance of a dual bloodline master. The Moan world also had a controller whose bloodline power was at the Divine King level. It wasn't easy to go from one level to another. Lin Fei's appearance brought hope to the Moan world. After the banquet, someone arranged for the ultimate gods from Hell World to rest. Lin Fei also had a house and arranged for maidservants. He wasn't interested in this and asked them to be replaced. The house was very quiet. Taoist Dtion, I heard you ask the maidservants to be replaced. Is it because they didn't serve you well? A black figure appeared in the house. Lin Fei was sitting on a stool when he stood up. Greetings, Divine Emperor Wuyan. The black-robed Divine Emperor Wuyan waved his hand and smiled. You've helped the Moan world so much. Calling me Divine Emperor sounds so bad. You might as well call me Big Brother Wuyan. Divine Emperor Wuyan thought highly of Dtion. Just now Divine Emperor Wuyan received a piece of news. If it wasn't from that person, he would have suspected it to be fake. Dtion was the junior brother of the three god emperors of Hell World. The three god emperors of Moan World knew very well that the three god emperors of Hell World were brothers and were very united. They finally understood why Dtion was the leader. Lin Fei could feel that this was Divine Emperor Wuyan's sincerity. He wasn't joking. Since Big Brother Wuyan said so, then I won't be polite. Divine Emperor Wuyan was very happy. I like your personality. The two sat down at the stone table. Divine Emperor Wuyan took out a bottle of immortal wine. This is from the God world. Try it, it's very good. He personally poured a cup for Lin Fei. This made Lin Fei feel a bit flattered. It was still very exciting for a god emperor to pour wine for him. Lin Fei took a small sip. It was indeed very good. He couldn't help but praise. Good wine. If you like it, I'll send you a bottle when the time comes. Divine Emperor Wuyan smiled. 2 cups of wine. The two became familiar with each other. Divine Emperor Wuyan also saw Dtion as someone on the same level as him. Dtion had the qualifications. Although he hadn't entered the God Emperor realm yet, he would definitely enter the God Emperor realm in the future. There was no harm in befriending him now. Little friend Dtion, What do you think of the God world? Divine Emperor Wuyan asked. It's very domineering. Lin Fei thought for a moment. The matter of the past is over. So many years have passed. There's no need to start a new war. I don't know when it will end. Lin Fei was not a person who liked to fight and kill. It was just that the situation forced him to kill. If he didn't kill, others would kill him. Divine Emperor Wuyan was very surprised that Ditian would say such a thing. He smiled bitterly. The God world is used to being domineering. They sealed our 6 subworlds and restricted generations of experts from entering the God world. This is a feud. Now they want to enslave us. No one is willing to accept this result. The reason why Lin Fei was running around was also to improve his strength. The God world wouldn't spare his 6 subworlds, and they wouldn't spare him either. Lin Fei was very clear on this point. I heard that you're very interested in hierarch rank godheads and God King rank godheads. Divine Emperor Wuyan suddenly changed the topic, throwing a storage ring to Ditian. This is a small token of our Moan world's appreciation. I hope little friend Ditian can accept it. Lin Fei didn't need to look to know that there were hierarch rank godheads inside the storage ring. Chapter 1914. After a small victory. Surprisingly, the divine world chose to call a truce instead of attacking relentlessly like before. The experts of the Moan Kingdom heaved a sigh of relief. However, to the 3 god emperors of the Moan Kingdom, it might not be a good thing that the divine world stopped attacking temporarily. On the contrary, a storm might come after the peace. After a discussion, the 3 god emperors invited Lin Fei over. Ever since they found out that Lin Fei was the junior brother of the 3 god emperors of the infernal world, they paid extra attention to him. After Tianxi God Emperor inadvertently revealed it, they sent him an ultimate god divine spark overnight. No one would look down on an ultimate god bloodline master with 2 top-notch bloodlines at that. Big brother Noble Flame, did something happen? Lin Fei asked as soon as he arrived. These days Lin Fei lived a leisurely life. Apart from refining his bloodline, he also increased his cultivation level. The ultimate god divine spark was a waste, and his cultivation level was raised to high-level ultimate god. Every cultivation level was just enough for him to increase his bloodline power. Wuyan Celestial Emperor had a good impression of Lin Fei. I didn't want to disturb you, but we are worried about the divine world's actions, so we called you over to discuss our next move. Wuyan Celestial Emperor said. Lin Fei came to the Moan Kingdom this time to assist them. He did not intend to be responsible for the specifics. The god emperors were the ones to worry about. Lin Fei was quite surprised by Wuyan Celestial Emperor's words. Big brother Wuyan, you can discuss this among yourselves. There's no need to discuss it with me. I'm really not good at this. Taishu Celestial Emperor added. Little friend Ditian, you are the leader of the Infernal World team. You have the right to know our next move. Otherwise, you will become a laughing stock. Yes. Gong Sun Yu added. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Even the god emperors wanted to discuss their next move. What was going on? Big brother Wuyan, are you planning to ambush Divinity Longbow and the others? Lin Fei suddenly asked. Divine Emperor Wuyan laughed heartily. I told you that you must have thought of this as well. Even a fool would know why the Immortal Realm's army did not move. God Emperor Tai Su and God Emperor Gong Sun Yu laughed as well. A surprise attack on the army of the Immortal Realm. Lin Fei had thought of this a long time ago. He did not bring it up. This was someone else's family matter, and it would be bad if he interfered too much. When Deity Emperor Noonflame wanted to meet with them, Lin Fei had already guessed something. If things went wrong, they might launch a surprise attack on the Celestial World's army and disrupt their rhythm. Actually, I guessed it too. Lin Fei said. If Senior Divinity Longbow and the others don't make a move, they might contact the rulers. Once they arrive, the situation of Moan World will be very disadvantageous. Even Divine Emperor Noveblaze was impressed by Lin Fei's intelligence. We did have this idea, but we did not dare to carry it out. Now that you're here, you have the power of space and time, and you're also a hierarch. This gives us a great opportunity. Deity Emperor Noveblaze was very direct. I hope that you will lead the team to launch a surprise attack on Senior Divinity Longbow and the others. Me? Lin Fei was very surprised. Tai Su said seriously. That's right, you will be the leader. Lin Fei once again became the leader. This time he did not only lead the hierarchs of Hell World, but also the hierarchs of Moon World. There were more than 100 hierarchs. This was also the strongest force that Moon World could bring out. The 3 God Emperors had to restrain the 8 God Emperor treasures and could not act personally. The rest could only be left to Lin Fei. Helplessly, Lin Fei could only agree. Fortunately, with a small victory, the hierarchs of Moon World were very convinced. With the power of their top-notch bloodline, others would not be able to take advantage of them. The hierarchs who had been suppressed for a long time were all excited when they heard that they were going to launch a surprise attack on the Celestial World's army. Most importantly, the leader was Tian. With the help of the spatial energy and time energy, they became bolder. They had the upper hand in the same realm. The temporary headquarters of the Celestial World's army. Hierarch Long Rainbow was waiting for the ruler of the Celestial World to come down. The Moon World's final struggle was nothing in Hierarch Long Rainbow's eyes. The news about Tian was also in front of him again. This Tian is really haunting us. Hierarch Long Rainbow put down the documents. No matter where we go, this guy will be around. After staying hidden for 100 years, he has appeared again. What shocked Hierarch Long Rainbow the most was that Tian's bloodline power had increased to the Hierarch realm in a mere 100 years. That was the most shocking thing. Just how did that guy cultivate? Hierarch Long Rainbow could not understand. No matter how he cultivated to the Hierarch realm, as long as the people from the Celestial World come down, they can naturally suppress Tian's double bloodline. No matter how powerful he is, his bloodline power is at most a low-level Hierarch god. At the very least, it would be a mid-level Hierarch god. It would be best if we can kill him. Lin Fei used the power of space to envelop everyone. It isolated all auras. Only Lin Fei could do such a thing. Of course, a divine emperor could do it too. The group quietly arrived above the temporary base camp of the Celestial World Army. The Celestial World Army was huge. This time we are going for the beheading operation. Our target is the Hierarch God experts. As long as we kill the Hierarch God experts, our mission will be completed. Lin Fei's aura was steady. Later, when I cover that area with my power of time and space, all of you attack like crazy. The surprise attack at night was also a kind of decapitation operation. Although it was Lin Fei's first time carrying out a beheading operation, he knew how to kill the Hierarch God most efficiently. Over 200 Hierarch God experts attacking at the same time, coupled with the influence of the power of time and space, would definitely be able to catch the Hierarch God experts off guard. Lin Fei was very confident about that. The Hierarch God experts behind him were also convinced. Without Tian, they would not be able to kill the Hierarch God so easily. If they were surrounded by the Celestial World Army, the consequences would be unthinkable. No one had any objections to Lin Fei leading the team this time. They all agreed to let Lin Fei lead the team. Alright, all of you get ready. Lin Fei was waiting for the 3 Divine Emperors to make their move. The power of 8 Divine Emperor treasures was still very terrifying. Alright, it's time to strike. Divine Emperor Wu Yan stood in the night and took out a Divine Emperor treasure. It was a black pagoda that suppressed the Celestial World Army's temporary base camp. Divine Emperor Tai Su and Divine Emperor Gong Sun, you also took out their Divine Emperor treasures. A terrifying aura enveloped the Celestial World Army's temporary base camp. 3 godly sovereign treasures shot over, followed by 8 godly sovereign treasures, suppressing through the air, simultaneously turning the tools of the godly sovereign treasures. Attack! Lin Fei led the group to the sky above the base camp. Whoosh! Whoosh! The river of time flowed by like water. The huge Celestial World Army's camp was enveloped in the power of time. Space Cage. Time Cage. Chapter 1915. The power of time and space increased once again. 2 cages were cast and trapped the group of Hierarch experts in the Divine World. The Divine World's ultimate gods who were still resting reacted, and used their powers to resist. However, they could not resist the effects of the 2 powers on their bodies. Oh no, my speed is being suppressed. Damn it, it's the time cage. Break it. The ultimate gods reacted quickly. Their reaction was fast, but the attacker was even faster. Without needing Lin Fei to say anything, the 200 ultimate gods behind him rushed down excitedly and took out all kinds of treasures. A loud rumble came from below. That infinite speed kid is here again. Everyone watch out. The divine world's ultimate gods had suffered from Dongfang Yijian's infinite speed before. When they saw Dongfang Yijian, who was charging at the forefront, they all secretly felt fear. I didn't expect that Dongfang Yijian would one day make my enemies fear me. Dongfang Yijian laughed. With the help of time and space powers, his attacks became extremely domineering. Lin Fei stood in the night. He used his abundant divine power to control the two powers to his heart's content. Tonight, Lin Fei did not have much to do. He only had to help them. The high-level ultimate god's space and time powers can suppress 80% of their speed and power. Lin Fei observed. Their power had increased greatly. In just a short while, the divine world's ultimate gods were injured or killed. The more I kill, the better. If one of them died, the ultimate god divine core would belong to him alone. That was Divine Emperor Wu Yan's good intention, so Lin Fei accepted it without hesitation. No wonder the space controller and time controller are top-notch bloodline powers. Lin Fei was well aware of the effects of the two bloodlines. The divine world's ultimate gods could only passively attack. Their speed and power were suppressed. It would be strange if they did not lose. Divine Emperor Wu Yan, you're shameless. Divine Emperor Long Rainbow flew out and looked at the 3 divine emperors who were holding back the 8 divine emperor treasures. He cursed them for choosing this moment to attack. Murderous intent surged in the depths of his eyes when he saw Ditian in the night sky. Divine Venerable Long Rainbow could clearly sense that the power of his bloodline had increased once again. He didn't have time to be shocked. He had to stop Ditian. Ha ha ha, Divinity Long Rainbow. Aren't you shameless enough to attack our moon world? I can't believe you actually said that. Divine Emperor Noveblaze raised his eyebrows in elation as he watched Divine Venerate Long Rainbow stamping with rage. Tonight, I will kill all of you until your vitality is greatly damaged. The Tai Su Immortal Emperor let out a rare laugh. Only you are allowed to attack us, but we are not allowed to attack you? All the people of the divine world should die. Hierarch Long Rainbow was indeed furious. The only thing he didn't expect was that the people of the Moon world would be so daring to attack the army of the divine world. More importantly, they even attacked the hierarch. Everyone attacked Ditian. Hierarch Long Rainbow was not enveloped by the power of time and space. He ordered his army to attack. Lin Fei didn't care about the attacks of these heavenly deities and god kings. Their attacks were all blocked outside, unable to get close to him. It's better if you do it yourself. They won't be able to hurt me. Lin Fei shook his head. This was the strength of a controller. More importantly, Lin Fei wasn't an ordinary controller. Path of Death. Hierarch Long Rainbow didn't expect his army to harm Ditian. He only wanted to distract Ditian. But it seemed like that wasn't going to work. The Path of Death flew through the air. This was a God Emperor treasure. It was also one of the 8 God Emperors. This Path of Death contained endless power of death, and at the same time, a trace of the might of an Emperor treasure. In order to kill Ditian, Hierarch Long Rainbow drew out one of the God Emperor treasures. Divine Emperor Noveblaze had no idea that the Great Rainbow Divine Sovereign could activate the treasures of Divine Emperors. He exclaimed in shock, "Little friend Ditian, this is something that Divine Emperor Mystic Devil gathered countless vengeful souls to refine. Be careful." The Path of Death whistled through the air. The power of time and space in the surroundings was shaken loose. One of the 8 God Emperor treasures had appeared. The remaining 7 God Emperor treasures made the 3 God Emperors wary. They could only use this method to deal with Ditian. Spatial Blade. Lin Fei already sensed the extraordinariness of the Path of Death. His power of time and space wouldn't be able to withstand it for a while. Lin Fei multitasked. He formed spatial blades and fired them at the Path of Death. The spatial blades were elusive. They didn't clash head-on with the Path of Death, but every attack seemed to be blocked by the Path of Death. Whoosh! Just as he was about to reach Ditian, the Path of Death, the God Emperor treasure, turned into a black giant. It stood in the sky, and endless resentment surged into the sky. Divine Fist of Death. The black giant threw a punch at Ditian. Boom! Boom! Another punch came. The power of space and the power of time completely collapsed. What a terrifying deity emperor treasure. It can actually transform into a life form and can even use fist techniques. This is too terrifying. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The power of space condensed again and formed layers of defense. The opponent's fist technique was too terrifying. Any attack in front of it was easily shattered. Lin Fei also felt the killing intent enveloping him. After blocking more than 100 punches, the fist technique still exploded within 100 miles of Lin Fei. It created endless waves that caused Lin Fei's blood to churn. He almost couldn't suppress it anymore. The black giant's first punch failed, so he punched again. He threw over 10 punches in a single breath. Each punch was like a god emperor's attack. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Fei had to control the power of time and space while blocking the black giant's attacks. He couldn't afford to be distracted. Ha ha ha, Ditian. No matter how strong you are, you won't be a match for a god emperor treasure. Hierarch Long Rainbow's expression relaxed. With the path of death, he should be able to kill Ditian. Invincible defense. Lin Fei activated his invincible defense and took the 10 punches head-on. Each punch consumed a large amount of divine power. Dodge? That wouldn't work. Lin Fei didn't bother dodging and chose to take it head-on. Dead, he must be dead. Hierarch Long Rainbow was overjoyed when he saw Ditian choosing to take it head-on. As long as Ditian was dead, there wouldn't be any trouble left. Divine Emperor Noveblaze and the others felt their hearts in their throats. Don't die. They had underestimated the power of the God Emperor treasures left behind by the 8 veteran God Emperors. But they couldn't do anything now. I'm fine. Divine Emperor Noveblaze soon saw Ditian. He was unharmed, just a little ragged. Great. The other 2 God Emperors heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time they were shocked. What kind of treasure did Ditian use to block the attack of the God Emperor treasure? Chapter 1916. Divine Venerable Long Rainbow was indeed given quite a fright. That was an attack from a Divine Emperor treasure. Even he did not dare to block it. Why did Ditian manage to survive it? Most importantly, he was completely unscathed with a pair of blind eyes. The Divine World's godly venerables, who were suppressed by the power of time and space, thought that they could break free and regain their advantage. They could not wait for Ditian to be heavily injured by the Divine Emperor treasure. Even after a dozen attacks, they still suffered a heavy blow. How could they continue fighting? With the help of Ditian's power of time and space, the Divine World's godly venerables were top-notch supportive weapons. They suppressed the Divine World's godly venerables and killed them continuously. Hierarch Long Rainbow was infuriated, but there was nothing he could do. Even a Divine Emperor treasure in human form would be useless, let alone him. I don't believe that he has an invincible body. Hierarch Long Rainbow gritted his teeth and summoned another Divine Emperor treasure to attack Ditian. This Divine Emperor treasure was a towering tree called the 7 Jewels Sacred Tree. It contained terrifying offensive power. The treasure also turned into a green-robed man. Ditian, let's see how you're going to block it. Lin Fei was under a lot of pressure. Another Divine Emperor's treasure was indeed a headache for him. The green-robed man's attack was terrifying. As a Divine Emperor treasure, its offensive power was naturally not to be underestimated. Lin Fei could only activate his invincible defense and keep moving, trying to hold on for as long as he could. At that moment, the godly venerables of the Moan Realm had the upper hand. They had also killed 50 to 60 godly venerables. This was already a great victory for the Moan Realm's experts who had been suppressed for a long time. Everyone, let's put in more effort and kill them all. Lord Ditian is buying time for us. Everyone, let's go. Seeing that Lin Fei was holding on without fear of death, the aura of the people below rose again and they started a crazy attack. Dongfang Yijian, in particular, became a frighteningly fast swordsman. Almost no one could block the attack of his unlimited speed. After that battle, Dongfang Yijian also became a headache for the Divine World. His name spread across the entire Divine World, and he became a terrifying expert not to be underestimated among the younger generation. Even Ditian is so persistent. How can I fall behind? Dongfang Yijian's attacks became faster and faster as he looked at Ditian, who was blocking left and right. It was the same for the others. They knew very well that the reason why they had the upper hand this time was because they had the assistance of the power of time and the power of space. That was why they were able to attack without worrying about anything. If he didn't go all out now, when would he get the chance? He swallowed all kinds of pills without holding anything back, just to kill the divinities of the divine world. As such, the divinities of the divine world were utterly defeated. There was really no way to continue. The double suppression of time and space forces had more or less suppressed their strength. Low-level ultimate gods were the most frustrated, as they were almost instantly killed by high-level ultimate gods. Seeing that Ditian was fine, they were defeated everywhere and couldn't see any hope. Everyone's hearts turned cold. Hierarch Long Rainbow saw that morale was low. Continuing would only increase the casualties. Retreat. Helpless, he could only choose to retreat. 2 God Emperor treasures couldn't kill Ditian. So Hierarch Long Rainbow didn't know how he could kill Ditian. This kid was too strange. Haha. They retreated. Chase. That's awesome. All 8 God Emperor treasures flew back to where they came from. They blocked the path of retreat. The terrifying God Emperor aura made the ultimate gods very afraid and they all stopped. Hierarch Long Rainbow was the last one to retreat. His expression was extremely ugly as he stared at Ditian in the distance. Ditian, I'll remember what happened today. You won't be so lucky next time. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. My luck has always been good. You guys have to be careful. You might not be able to leave next time. Arrogant. Hierarch Long Rainbow turned around and left after saying that. Hierarch Long Rainbow led his army away from the Moan Kingdom capital. They had suffered heavy losses during the decapitation operation. Hierarch Long Rainbow dared not let his guard down. If there was another attack, all his experts would be gone. We won. They're finally gone. How long has it been? We finally won. The ultimate gods of the Moan Kingdom looked at Ditian with admiration. They knew very well that without Ditian's help, they would not have achieved what they had. They could not let Hierarch Long Rainbow, who had the upper hand, retreat. The 3 God Emperors came to Lin Fei's side. Ditian, are you alright? You scared us to death. God Emperor Noon Flame was very concerned. They did not know how to answer to the 3 God Emperors of the Hell World if anything happened. I'm fine. I was prepared. Otherwise, I would have suffered a great loss. Lin Fei said. The 3 deity emperors' eyes brightened. They admired Ditian's intelligence even more. He knew how to prepare for a rainy day. Although they wanted to know how to block the attack of a deity emperor's treasure, they didn't dare to ask. Long Rainbow has retreated. The Moan Kingdom can finally heave a sigh of relief. God Emperor Taishu's expression relaxed. Yeah. Gong Sun Yu smiled. We have to thank Ditian for that. Hierarch Long Rainbow's people retreated to the edge of the Moan Kingdom world. That was also where they had invaded. Hierarch Long Rainbow was afraid. A night attack had resulted in heavy losses. You said we lost 93 ultimate gods? Hierarch Long Rainbow roared as he listened to his subordinates report. He could not accept the loss. Every ultimate god was a treasure. The subordinate who reported the news was scared out of his wits and stood motionless. Give me the exact number. Hierarch Long Rainbow tried to calm himself down. Ditian's figure kept appearing in his mind. If it was not for him, they would not have suffered such a huge loss. 56 low-level ultimate gods, 31 mid-level ultimate gods, and 6 high-level ultimate gods. Hierarch Long Rainbow did not feel the pinch when the low-level ultimate gods died. However, it was painful to lose so many mid-level and high-level ultimate gods. Ever since they invaded the Moan Kingdom world, the divine world had never suffered such a huge loss. At most, they would lose 2 or 3 ultimate gods. Alright, you may leave now. Hierarch Long Rainbow waved his hand and dismissed his subordinate. Hierarch Long Rainbow did not expect that night's attack. 93 ultimate gods. They had killed 93 ultimate gods and none of the 200 ultimate gods they brought with them died. It was a huge victory. The people of the Moan Kingdom world were overjoyed. Not long ago, there was a small victory followed by another huge victory. The people of the Moan Kingdom world saw hope. It turned out that the experts of the divine world were not that strong after all. Chapter 1917. As for the beheading operation at night, Lin Fei was actually quite satisfied with it. Even if the divinity world was very confident, they would still feel the pinch for a while after killing 93 ultimate gods. Those were ultimate gods, not deity kings. It was inevitable that she would bear a grudge against him. Lin Fei dared to attack because he was not afraid of being targeted by the ultimate gods. 93 ultimate god-level godheads. Compared to my divine power loss, it's still a lot. Lin Fei had blocked the attacks of 2 divine emperor treasures, and the amount of divine power he had lost was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, he had a strong foundation. If he had been attacked by a few more divine emperor treasures, he would have been the one to run. No matter how powerful his invincible defense was, it would not have been able to withstand the terrifying consumption. Divine Great Rainbow won't let this go easily. He will definitely come back for revenge. I will definitely become a thorn in his side. In the courtyard, Lin Fei sat under the night sky. The attack of 2 deity emperor treasures consumed at least 20% of my divine power. I have to recover the lost divine power first. Abundant divine power was Lin Fei's biggest guarantee. If it weren't for the support of his dense divine power, Lin Fei would not have been able to hold on. Both the power of time and the power of space required divine power. I have to think of a way to exchange for a batch of divine ranges from the 3 deity emperors. Lin Fei did not go to them. The 3 deity emperors came to him first. This time the biggest contributor was Lin Fei. They needed to thank him. If it wasn't for the fact that they were worried that Hierarch Long Rainbow would come back to kill them, they would have held a celebration party. Since the beginning of the invasion of the Divine Realm, the Moan world had never achieved such a great victory. This time they had killed 93 hierarchs, which was a great help to the war situation. All of this was thanks to Lin Fei. Even if Lin Fei was not as strong as them now, what about in the future? Who could guarantee that once they stepped into the deity emperor realm, they might not be stronger than Lin Fei? I knew that you didn't go out. That's why I brought some immortal wine over. Let's all get drunk and have a good time. Divine Emperor No Flame was as straightforward as ever. Lin Fei wasn't a wine lover, but he was very interested in the Noon Flame Divine Emperor's immortal brew. 3 big brothers, you came at the right time. I also have something to discuss with you. Lin Fei had not known them for long, but he could see that the 3 of them were good people. We can talk while we drink. The 3 deity emperors were also very happy today. The immortal brew was poured. The 4 of them toasted first. Noveblaze put down his cup. You are a great hero of our Moan world. Feel free to speak your mind. Lin Fei also put down his cup and said, then I won't stand on ceremony. Big brothers should know that I cultivate the power of bloodline, which easily consumes my divine power. I want to buy some divine veins from the 3 god emperors to refine. Taisu Immortal Emperor waved his hand. Brother Ditian, what are you talking about? You've worked hard for our Moan world. How can a mere divine range be bought? Dozens of divine ranges flew out. Heaven-ranked divine range and earth-ranked divine range. Take them, don't stand on ceremony. I have some too. God Emperor Gong Sun Yu smiled and took out dozens of divine ranges too. You should have told us earlier. Noveblaze Divine Emperor thought it was something important, but it turned out to be about divine ranges. They had plenty of them. With a wave of his hand, dozens of divine ranges were taken out. They knew that the power of bloodline consumed divine power. Naturally, they wouldn't let Lin Fei buy them back. If the Tianxi God Emperor and the others heard about it, they would be laughed at. Lin Fei wasn't short of money. He had many things on hand. Any one of them would cause quite a commotion. Lin Fei was very excited that the 3 god emperors were willing to take out divine ranges. Almost 300 divine ranges was indeed a lot. No one could refine them in a short time. However, to Lin Fei, these divine ranges were nothing. With the help of the system, he could refine them easily. Thank you, big brothers. Lin Fei said. However, his last sentence shocked the 3 god emperors. But these divine ranges are far from enough. In the 3 god emperors' opinion, these divine ranges were enough for Ditian to use for a long time. Not enough. The 3 of them were dumbfounded. They had never encountered such a thing before. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. My cultivation technique is different. It requires a lot of divine ranges. Therefore, ordinary divine ranges won't be enough. I'll have to trouble big brothers to help me find some divine ranges. After the shock, the three of them came to a realization. Perhaps it was because Tion's cultivation technique was different that he could withstand the attack of a god emperor's treasure. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it made sense. Some powerful secret arts needed divine power to support them. Perhaps there really were some secret arts that could withstand the attack of a god emperor's treasure. That's easy. Isn't it just divine ranges? We have plenty of them. We can supply you with heaven-grade divine ranges. Novblaze Divine Emperor took out his heaven-grade divine range without hesitation. The other two did the same. As god emperors, they had many treasures on them. Divine ranges were one of them. This should be enough for you to refine for a period of time. Novblaze Divine Emperor smiled. Lin Fei shook his head. It's still not enough. The three god emperors widened their eyes. You're a bottomless pit. In the end, the three god emperors could only buy divine ranges for Lin Fei. Lin Fei took out experience elixirs. They were used to level up. He had a lot of them now. When he consumed a large number of experience elixirs, his cultivation speed would be faster than using divine power. The three god emperors liked it very much. Apart from the experience elixirs, Lin Fei also pointed out that with these experience elixirs, one could cultivate secret arts. It was much easier than thinking hard. At first they did not believe it, but after a little experiment they were shocked. There was such a miraculous elixir in the world. It was beyond their expectations. Without Lin Fei saying anything, the three god emperors went to collect divine ranges. They would not miss out on such experience elixirs. Lin Fei could only take them out for now. If his strength reached the god emperor realm, and his bloodline power reached the god emperor realm, Lin Fei would not mind selling his bloodline power. But now he did not dare to take them out. There were not many controllers because of the difficulty of producing bloodline power. Apart from that, there was also the problem of increasing their bloodline power. After obtaining enough divine ranges, Lin Fei immersed himself in absorbing divine power. At the same time, he began to refine the bloodline power for the 18 controllers. Before reaching the godly venerable realm, the bloodline power would be suppressed. Lin Fei understood this well. While godly venerable Long Rainbow was away, Lin Fei needed to improve his primordial world doppelgangers. Every time he improved, it would be of great help to him. Every portion of bloodline power was cheap. The Moan world welcomed a short period of peace. The Immortal World Army did not attack again. Chapter 1918. Moan World. It's done. In a secret room in a mansion, Lin Fei, who was dressed in a black robe, had a smile on his face again. My time power and space power have finally reached the high-level ultimate god level. Lin Fei went all out once again to deal with the upcoming predicament. He had raised his space power and time power to the high-level ultimate god level as he wished. At that time, Lin Fei could 100% affect a high-level ultimate god expert if he used the space power and time power. That's right, 100%. Even a peak ultimate god expert would be affected by 80%. Except for divine emperors who were slightly immune. At that level, the time power and space power had become a great terror. No matter who it was, they would have to be extremely cautious. Lin Fei could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Now that the two bloodline powers have reached the high-level ultimate god level, I can also use some powerful secret techniques. On the 18th floor, Lin Fei had obtained a lot of bloodline power secret techniques to practice. He also had time and space power. He could not use them before because his bloodline power had not reached that level and could not withstand the secret techniques requirements. Lin Fei did not dare to use them as the backlash would be too great. Now that his bloodline power had increased again, Lin Fei had the confidence to use powerful bloodline secret techniques. There were several extremely powerful bloodline secret techniques in his memory. The time bloodline was time annihilation. It was a powerful secret technique. Once it was used, everything within the time range would be completely annihilated. No life could survive. Using this technique required the support of a huge amount of divine power, and its power was unimaginable. The space bloodline was space collapse. It was also a powerful secret technique that was not inferior to the time bloodline. It also had a huge amount of divine power. With these two secret techniques, Lin Fei was completely relieved. At the edge of the Moan world, Long Rainbow Ultimate God had not launched any attacks since the last time he retreated. He was waiting for someone. A month later. Someone was here. Brother Long Rainbow, I'm sorry for being late. At the temporary base camp, two middle-aged men, one in black and one in white, stepped forward. Hierarch Long Rainbow had personally brought Hierarch Longbow out to welcome them. It was a grand welcome, and it was obvious that he valued the two of them greatly. Not late at all. Hierarch Long Rainbow had given them enough face. These two were no ordinary controllers. Instead, they were time controllers and space controllers. Their statuses were no lower than his. After all, any controller's potential was immeasurable. Hierarch Long Rainbow warmly invited the two of them inside. He personally took out some immortal wine to serve them. The two controllers, one in black and one in white, retracted their arrogance. They were the subordinates of two god emperors. As the commander of the army, Hierarch Long Rainbow had to show them some respect. Since Hierarch Long Rainbow didn't show them any respect, if they didn't, they would become a laughing stock. After the reception, the black-robed space controller Sun Yuan asked, Daoish Changhong, didn't you say that your army suppressed the Mon Kingdom? Why did you retreat here? The two of them did not participate in the battle. Many people in the Divine World paid attention to the news of the Divine World's army. Everyone knew that the army of the Immortal Realm had been victorious. That was why Controller Sun Yuan asked curiously. Awkwardness flashed across Hierarch Long Rainbow's face. He smiled bitterly and said, Even if the two of you didn't ask, I would have told you about it. Our Divine World's army was on the verge of victory. Unfortunately, we met someone who forced us to set up camp here. I'm sure the two of you have heard of that person. He is Ditian from the Profound Sky World. His bloodline power has reached phenomenal success, and he attacked our Divine World's army at night. The two controllers were shocked. Ditian's bloodline power has reached phenomenal success? It has indeed reached phenomenal success. He suppressed our people and killed 93 of our Divine World's hierarchs in a single sneak attack. Hierarch Long Rainbow said helplessly. This time we still need the two of you to kill Ditian. At the very least, we need to delay him. Both the black-robed controller Sun Yuan and the white-robed controller Lei Wu had heard of Ditian. It was hard to imagine the battle in the Divine World. The only thing they didn't expect was that Ditian's strength had increased so quickly. White-robed Lei Wu smiled and said, Don't worry, Taoist Long Rainbow. Since we are here, we will be Ditian's nightmare. I have a good idea. Since he dares to launch a sneak attack, we will launch a sneak attack as well. The three deity emperors of the Mon world are nothing to worry about. If we suppress Ditian, the Mon world's defeat will be imminent. Hierarch Long Rainbow's eyes lit up. Counter sneak attack. This is a good idea. We will return the favor. Let them have a taste of being suppressed. After some discussion, the three of them decided to launch a sneak attack on the Mon world's capital that night. Hierarch Long Rainbow also went all out and mobilized twice the number of Hierarch experts of the Mon world. There were about 500 Hierarch experts to launch a sneak attack on the Mon world's capital. That night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Lin Fei sat in the courtyard and enjoyed the silence. After dealing with the trouble in the Mon world, I will return to the Profound Sky World. Although the Profound Sky World was the weakest among the 6 worlds and all its resources had been plundered by the Divine World, it was inevitable that the Profound Sky World would become the Divine World's temporary encampment. Lin Fei had to go back and take a look. Apart from that, Lin Fei vaguely knew some things about Emperor God Tian Xian from the 3 God Emperors. This monstrous and outstanding Emperor God had once suppressed the Divine World and created the mysterious Sky World, forming a world of its own. Then, something happened and the Profound Sky World declined. Lin Fei felt that something was wrong. Unfortunately, he could not figure it out with just a few words. He planned to do a thorough investigation after returning. We're here. The black-robed Sun Yuan controlled the space energy and brought the 500 Hierarch gods to the outside of the Mon world's capital. A cold light flashed across Hierarch Long Rainbow's eyes. Leave the breaking of the array to me. Hierarch Long Rainbow said. Use 8 godly emperor treasures to attack one point and break the array immediately. I will leave the rest to you too. White-robed Lei Wu smiled. With the two of us here, we will definitely help you take down the last stronghold in the Mon world. After taking down the Mon world, I will treat you two to a drink. Hierarch Long Rainbow was in a good mood. It's a deal. Hierarch Long Rainbow walked out and took out the 8 godly emperor treasures. The power of the godly emperor treasure soared to the sky. Boom! Boom! 8 terrifying attacks landed on the same point one after another. A huge hole was torn in the array. No one expected the divine world to carry out a midnight assassination. When the array was broken, the 3 godly emperors appeared. The black-robed Sun Yun and white-robed Lei Wu each used their space energy and time energy, as well as their high-level ultimate god bloodline power to sweep the hole in the array. The hierarch gods who rushed to help were affected by the time energy and space energy. The 500 hierarch gods attacked together. Chapter 1919. This time, Hierarch Long Rainbow had come with the determination to win. Ruler Sun Yuan and Ruler Lei Wu opened the way, and immediately suppressed the ultimate gods of Moan World. They even killed a few ultimate gods in the blink of an eye. 500 ultimate gods charged at them. It was a shocking scene. Are you surprised, Divine Emperor Wu Yan? Hierarch Long Rainbow said proudly. Last time you attacked at night. Now I'll do the same. This is called reciprocity. Although Emperor Afternoon Flame expected Hierarch Long Rainbow to counterattack, he did not expect him to use this method. Night attack. It was another night raid. There's no method in a battle. You should have known this day would come when you invaded the Moan World. Emperor Afternoon Flame resisted the attack of the Divine Emperor Treasure. When he saw the 500 ultimate gods charging at him, his face darkened, especially the black and white rulers. Well said. Hierarch Long Rainbow snorted. Let's see how you're going to block my attack this time. When the power of time enveloped the experts of the Moan World, Lin Fei also sensed it immediately, and he flew up into the sky. Go! The river of time swept toward the 500 ultimate gods. Ruler Lei Wu had already noticed it. He too summoned his river of time and met it head-on. Ditian, I'm your opponent tonight. Boom! The 2 time rivers collided. The power of time spread in all directions. Kill them. Without Ditian's power of time, the people of the Moan World can't block our attack. Attack! Attack! The divine world's ultimate gods were no longer afraid. The last time they had fled in a sorry state was still fresh in their memories. It was because they had suffered a loss due to the power of time. Under the envelopment of the power of time, their strength had been greatly restricted. Lin Fei knew he had met his match. As soon as they fought, he knew his opponent was also a top-notch ruler of time bloodline. His bloodline power had also reached the level of a high-level ultimate god. Ditian, I'm your opponent. The spatial blade slashed across the sky. His opponent had also condensed a secret technique like the spatial blade. Lin Fei was not afraid at all. The huge spatial blade behind him flew forward. They fought back and forth in the night and ended in a draw. I'm proud that you're working together against me. Lin Fei grabbed with his hand and condensed a time blade, thrusting it at Lei Wu. 1 against the 2 of us? How arrogant of you! Master Lei Wu sneered. The river of time transformed into a blade of time as it charged forward. It was Lin Fei's first time fighting a ruler of the same level. He had to admit that the 2 of them were very powerful. They did not even give him a chance to suppress the 500 ultimate gods. Without the assistance of time and space energy, the Moan World side began to collapse. They couldn't resist the attacks of the ultimate gods and started to suffer varying degrees of casualties. Path of Death Ditian. Divinity Long Rainbow summoned the God Emperor Treasure. The Path of Death, to suppress it. Of Divine God of Death said. Honorable Divinity Long Rainbow sneered. 2 top-notch controllers and a Divine Emperor Treasure. Even if they can't kill you, they'll exhaust all your divine power. This was also Hierarch Long Rainbow's plan. Whether it was the power of space or the power of time, they both required divine power to activate. As long as he exhausted Ditian's divine power, he would be able to achieve victory. Ditian would no longer be a threat. Revered Rainbow's plan was very good. How shameless! Lin Fei did not feel much pressure when facing the 2 of them. It was just that he was entangled and could not free his hands. The path of death came pressing down, and the pressure multiplied again. A belly full of evil tricks. This is exhausting my divine power. Being attacked by the path of death, Lin Fei had no choice but to activate his invincible defense. His divine power was also being consumed rapidly. When Lin Fei took the path of death head-on, the black-robed Sun Yuan and the white-robed Lei Wu both realized why Divine Reverend Long Rainbow was so angry at Di Tian. Turned out that Di Tian was this strong. They were also willing to use up Di Tian's divine power. From the very beginning, their mission was to keep Di Tian busy until their divine power was depleted. Damn it, I can't let this go on. These two bastards are trying to use up my divine power. Lin Fei cursed inwardly. I have no choice but to use a terrifying secret technique. Spatial collapse. Lin Fei was very familiar with this secret technique, so he did not face any resistance when using it. A terrifying aura instantly spread out. Boom! The space around Lin Fei began to collapse. Ruler Sun Yuan had been fighting the entire time. When he sensed the terrifying aura, he cursed inwardly and tried to flee. However, he was still struck by the terrifying destructive power of the spatial collapse. The path of death was also sent flying, but he was not injured. This use of the technique consumed a large amount of divine power. Its power was not bad. Lin Fei temporarily regained his freedom. Time obliteration. Lin Fei did not hold back and used another powerful secret technique. The impact of time landed on ruler Lei Wu. This move was too fast. Crazy, this is time obliteration. Ruler Lei Wu had suffered serious injuries. If he had not blocked a portion of the impact, he would have been severely injured if he had not been careful. Even they did not dare to use such a powerful technique. Haha, Di Tian, you really are a madman. Don't you know that this technique consumes the most divine power? Ruler Lei Wu calmed down and revealed a look of joy. Lin Fei's figure flashed, and he charged into ruler Lei Wu's range. So what if I'm a madman? Time obliteration. This time the distance between them was infinitely reduced. Within the same area of time, a terrifying aura once again rose. You're crazy. Ruler Lei Wu was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Even his voice was trembling. This was a powerful secret technique that consumed divine power. Even Lei Wu, the controller, would find it difficult to defend against such an attack. It was very difficult to defend against the terrifying might of the power of time. Ruler Lei Wu spat out blood. You can get lost now. Lin Fei arrived in front of ruler Lei Wu and punched him in the face. Close combat had always been his forte. Ruler Lei Wu had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood, and now that he was in close combat, there was no way he could block Lin Fei's punch. In less than a moment, there was not a single part of his body that was unscathed. Sun Yuan, save me. Although ruler Lei Wu was strong, he had a weakness. Ruler Lei Wu's weakness was his frail body. How could he withstand Lin Fei's violent attacks? Cracks appeared on his divine body, and it seemed like he would shatter in a moment. Ruler Sun Yuan did not expect the situation to change so quickly. Lei Wu, who had been fighting Di Tian just a moment ago, was in danger in the blink of an eye. River of Time. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the River of Time appeared behind him. Ruler Sun Yuan was dumbfounded. Chapter 1920. That's great. The three divine emperors were very worried about Di Tian's safety. Two divine emperors who used the same bloodline power as Di Tian were extremely terrifying. The most shameless move was when divine ruler Rainbow took out one of his 8 divine emperor treasures. The 3 divine emperors knew very well what kind of conspiracy they were up to. However, they could not afford to split into 2. They had to join forces to resist the attacks from the 7 divine emperor treasures. None of them could withstand the attacks from the divine emperor treasures. That was their strategy all along. The 3 divine emperors were shocked by the 3 secret techniques. The destructive power of those techniques was extremely terrifying and almost impossible to resist. They finally understood why Di Tian needed a large number of divine pulses. Furthermore, the more the better, and there was no such thing as too much. Master Sun Yuan wanted to help. The monstrous River of Time prevented him from using his full strength as he was also affected by the power of time. After all, the power of time was much higher in status than the power of space. It might be easier to deal with other bloodline powers. However, Master Sun Yuan was helpless against the power of time. He was only a high-level ultimate god after all and was affected by the power of time. Even if the power of space could resist part of it, He was still 80% suppressed. That was much better than an ordinary high-level ultimate god. At the same time, Master Sun Yuan did not dare to get too close. Master Sun Yuan did not want to experience the power of the secret technique Space Collapse a second time, as he was filled with doubts. Is this guy really a bottomless pit? That was a secret technique that could be used 3 times. Divine power could not withstand such a torturous consumption. However, the truth was right in front of him, and Master Sun Yuan could not afford to doubt it. Divine Ruler Rainbow was not happy for too long. Ditian had broken through the joint attack of 2 top-notch divine rulers. Lei Wu's strong divine body was also covered in wounds because of Ditian's weakness. Divine Venerable Long Rainbow's face turned ashen when he saw this. Why is it like this again? Divine Ruler Rainbow's face was ferocious as he took out his ultimate god treasure. It was a treasure fragment called the Chaotic Divine Destruction Sword. It was an emperor treasure from a long time ago. Its power was unimaginable. When Divine Venerable Long Rainbow used it, its power was comparable to a divine emperor's treasure. Although the Sword of Destruction was just a fragment, it was still very terrifying. It was also thanks to this treasure that Hierarch Long Rainbow was able to become the strongest below the God Emperor. Whoosh! An afterimage flashed past. Lin Fei's brows twitched. With a single thought, spatial energy appeared in front of him. The afterimage slashed out with its sword, blasting apart the power of space and heading straight for Lin Fei's forehead. The power of this sword was still very terrifying. At that moment, the path of death came crashing down again, and its might had increased by quite a bit. Lin Fei was attacked from both sides. Lei Wu's reaction was also very fast. He shot out explosively, layer after layer of time energy blocking in front of him. He wanted to escape from Lin Fei's grasp. As long as he could increase the distance between them, he would still be able to restrain Ditian. Ditian, you've used your secret skill 3 times in a row. Let's see how much divine power you have left. Lei Wu sneered. The blade of time slashed through the air, not letting go of this best opportunity. Lin Fei's black hair fluttered as he laughed. You can't compete with me in terms of divine power. Time obliteration. It was another great secret technique. Boom! The speed of time energy was simply unstoppable. Lin Fei endured the 2 attacks and used his great secret skill once more. A monstrous might washed over Lei Wu's body, sending him flying out of the Imperial City and crashing into the array formation. He can still use a great secret skill? Sun Yuan's heart trembled. What kind of monster is this? Even the attacks of 2 God Emperor treasures can't break through his defense? Lei Wu was repeatedly hit by the great secret skill. His vitality was greatly damaged. Taoist Long Rainbow, I can't hold on any longer. I'll be leaving first. Lei Wu took out a spatial door and dove in, not even looking at Divine Long Rainbow's expression. Staying alive was more important. If he used another great secret skill, he would lose his life. Divine Long Rainbow was like an enraged lion. Sun Yuan, don't be afraid. Ditian doesn't have much divine power left. Let's attack together. Divine Long Rainbow was secretly cursing Lei Wu for being a coward. I guarantee that he can't hold on any longer. He's already at the end of his tether. Fearing that Sun Yuan would also leave, Divine Long Rainbow desperately activated the Chaos Origin Annihilation Sword. Multiple sword shadows slashed out. He was going to risk it all. Sun Yuan was still afraid. A battle between space and time? The chances of victory were not high. Lin Fei was most wary of the time controller. As long as he was present, his power of time could not affect him. The river of time transformed into a blade of time that slashed at Sun Yuan. I'm not playing either. Without Lei Wu restraining him, Sun Yuan did not dare to fight back. He was not even afraid of the attacks of God Emperor treasures. How could he fight back? Taking out a space gate, Zhang Xian dived into it without any hesitation. Bastard! Divine Long Rainbow seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. The 2 peak controllers he had invited had left just like that. Did it mean that he had wasted his efforts again? Whoosh! The power of time swept over. Divine Long Rainbow, a peak ultimate god, knew he was in trouble. I've heard that peak ultimate gods are very powerful. I wonder if you're that powerful. The power of space surrounded him. Lin Fei first suppressed Divine Long Rainbow and smirked. Time obliteration. Space collapse. Two secret techniques were unleashed at the same time. The moment Lin Fei's lips curled up into a smile, revered God Long Rainbow knew that things were about to go south. However, it was a pity that he couldn't break free from the combination of the two powers. The Great Secretary's power was unleashed at the same time. Even though Divine Long Rainbow was a peak ultimate god, he did not have it easy as he was drowned in the secret technique. Whoosh! 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 Lin Fei once again activated the power of time. The 500 ultimate gods from the divine world were terrifyingly powerful. Without the suppression, they were like ferocious tigers. Lin Fei had to suppress them. The ultimate gods from the divine world who were in the midst of killing suddenly felt their speed slowing down. Their minds could not keep up with the speed. They secretly cursed and looked up at the sky. Divine Long Rainbow was nowhere to be seen. All hail Detun. Brothers, here's our chance. Kill them all and avenge our brothers. The ultimate gods from the Moan world who were still at a disadvantage were delighted. It was the long-awaited feeling again. That was great. The situation suddenly changed. Time cage. Space cage. Two cages were unleashed at the same time with one layer inside and one outside. This time Lin Fei did not plan to give them a chance to leave. Chapter 1921. It was a battle of divine power. Lin Fei was not afraid of anyone. Who asked him to have such a huge amount of divine power? Lin Fei was in great pain after continuously using the Great Bloodline secret technique. He had no choice. He would not be able to gain the upper hand if he did not scare one of them away. Thankfully, everything was under control. Anyone who had cultivated to this level would be afraid of death, and the controller was no exception. Hence, Lei Wu's controller had fled. Without the restraints of the time power, it was easy to deal with a space master. Unexpectedly, Sun Yuan was also very timid. He did not have the courage to attack, even when Divine Venerable Rainbow suggested to join forces, and left Divine Venerable Rainbow alone. Lin Fei's worries were resolved. In order to vent his anger, he continuously used two Great Bloodline secret techniques to make Divine Venerable Rainbow suffer. No matter how capable Divine Venerable Rainbow was, Lin Fei did not believe that he could fight him head-on. In fact, Divine Venerable Rainbow was attacking with his Great Bloodline secret technique. He took out all kinds of defensive treasures. Countless defensive treasures were destroyed during that period. Divine Venerable Rainbow was in great pain as he watched. However, he could not resist the terrifying power of the Great Bloodline secret technique, and was drowned in it. If Divine Venerable Rainbow was given another chance, he would not have foolishly rushed forward. Instead, he would have stayed far away. He did not expect Tian's divine power to be so strong that he could continuously use the Great Bloodline secret technique. On top of that, Tian's Great Bloodline secret technique was upgraded to the high-level ultimate god level. Divine Venerable Rainbow was drowned in it. The pitiful enemies from the divine world who had just gained the upper hand. They were surrounded. The double suppression of the time power and space power dealt a fatal blow to them. They could not see any hope. The high-level ultimate gods could not break free at all. On the other hand, the ultimate gods from the Moan world were all full of fighting spirit. It was almost a one-sided situation when a dozen or more people besieged an ultimate god. One by one, the ultimate gods fell in the night. They would never have thought that a good night attack, a battle operation, in a situation where they clearly had the upper hand, would end up with the same scene that happened that night. Some of the ultimate gods who participated in the night attack were from the last time. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to take revenge. With two top-tier controllers around, there was nothing for them to worry about. The only thing they were afraid of was Tian, the dual bloodline controller. Everyone else was nothing in their eyes. No matter how they attacked, under the suppression of the two top bloodline powers, they had no chance to struggle and escape. Cough cough cough. In the end, Divine Great Rainbow was able to endure the attacks of the two great secret techniques. However, he was in a much more sorry state than Lin Fei. His face was drained of blood. Tian, you've ruined His Majesty's plans time and time again. This enmity is irreconcilable. Hierarch Longrainbow's voice grew weaker. He summoned back his 8 God Emperor treasures and attacked the time cage and space cage. No matter how much revered God Long Rainbow hated Tian right now, he couldn't just watch as the revered gods died one after another. If all of them were to die, how was he going to answer to them when he returned? Supporting his body that was on the verge of collapsing, he broke through the seal of the double bloodline and finally gave the divine venerable ones hope. Retreat. After breaking the seal, Hierarch Long Rainbow repeated what he had said before. Retreat. They had to retreat. 2 waves of secret technique attacks had severely injured Hierarch Long Rainbow. Even peak ultimate gods could not take it. Let's go. That Detion is a nightmare. I won't come back to face Detion in the future. He's playing with his life. After finally regaining their freedom, the ultimate gods wished their parents had given them more legs. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Time obliteration. Space collapse. Lin Fei chased after him. Once again he cast 2 great secret technique attacks. Leave? He had to leave some of them behind. Lin Fei was still hoping to plunder a batch of divine veins from them. Otherwise he would have to make up for his losses this time, right? Although Hierarch Long Rainbow wanted to leave, he still had to suppress the 3 god emperors. However, when the 2 waves of secret technique attacks came, he knew he could not take it anymore. He could not withstand such attacks with his current body. Whoosh! A spatial door flew out and Hierarch Long Rainbow entered it. He did not want to experience such a terrifying attack again. Hierarch Long Rainbow could not care about the others. Low-level ultimate gods did not have spatial doors as they were not cheap. Some high-level ultimate gods hurriedly took out their spatial doors and entered it. However, there were only a few of them. Most of them were not so lucky and were directly drowned by the 2 forces. Low-level ultimate gods died on the spot. Mid-level ultimate gods were not much better off. They were also on the verge of death with their powerful divine bodies in tatters. A heaven immortal could kill them. High-level ultimate gods were a little tougher, but they were not much better off. Don't kill us, we surrender. I surrender. I don't want to die, don't kill me. The ultimate gods who barely managed to survive were terrified. Just now, countless ultimate gods were killed or injured in that wave of attacks. Only a few managed to escape before the attack arrived. They could not care less and chose to surrender. The 3 god emperors were shocked by the secret technique attack. That kind of lethality was too terrifying. How much divine power did it consume? They did not dare to think about it. Even they, who had a strong foundation, secretly took a deep breath. That was not the way to play. Lin Fei did not suffer any losses from those ultimate gods who surrendered. The 3 god emperors did not stop them as they needed a real victory. The tragic ultimate gods were killed by the ultimate gods who caught up. None of them survived. Run. How could they run when they were seriously injured? What a scam. Those were the words they wanted to curse before they died. What a great victory. Divine Emperor Wu Yan came to Lin Fei's side with a face full of joy. You're amazing. The 3 god emperors were elated. They killed about 400 ultimate gods in that great victory. Although the Moan realm had lost some ultimate gods in the beginning, the tables turned and it was the divine realm that suffered heavy losses. I finally know that whoever fights you will not have a good ending. Divine Emperor Tai Su laughed. Even Hierarch Long Rainbow was scared away by you. They will retreat after this. Divine Emperor Gong Sun Yu said. They can't afford to lose anymore. Lin Fei thought so too. Just now, he had painstakingly used his great secret technique again to force the immortal realm to retreat. It's good that they retreat. Lin Fei laughed. Boom, boom, boom. Just as everyone was cheering. Chapter 1922. The crimson light radiated in all directions. The entire world was dyed crimson. Everyone who was originally happy was stunned, and then they revealed a wisp of a serious expression. Especially the 3 god emperors. Their faces were filled with respect. Their sharp eyes pierced through the void, staring at the crimson light pillar. The legend has appeared. Why would it appear now? Chaos. Chaos is about to descend. Lin Fei felt a terrifying aura from the crimson light pillar. Brother Noonflame, what is this? Even Lin Fei could feel the extraordinariness of the crimson light pillar. At this moment the entire hell world was dyed crimson, and this crimson color spread quickly. 6 subworlds. And then the divine realm. Almost everyone stopped what they were doing. Some were surprised, some were shocked. God Emperor Noonflame took a deep breath, staring at the crimson light pillar. The divine realm will not act again. Everyone must focus on the crimson light pillar, because the God's child is about to appear. So it was the God's child. Lin Fei understood. He had heard about the God's child a long time ago. It seemed like the God's child had appeared earlier than expected. Could it be that something had happened? The God's child's aura is extraordinary. Lin Fei had heard all sorts of rumors about the God's child and could not help but feel a little surprised. God Emperor Taishu nodded. The God's child is formed from the will of the heavens and earth. Every God's child is a super monster. Perhaps one of them will become an emperor, rule the world and create a new era. Lin Fei was shocked. What a high evaluation. This was an era without an emperor. Even a God Emperor could forget about dominating an era. Only a God Emperor had the right to rule an era and establish a peerless empire. Lin Fei sensed that he was very far away from the crimson light pillar. There seemed to be a mysterious force blocking him. He was shocked. Was he going to be born with a silver spoon in his mouth? The three God Emperors returned to the Mon En Kingdom capital. The next day, Hierarch Long Rainbow retreated with his army. With a batch of Hierarch dead, Hierarch Long Rainbow's army was no longer strong. If not now, then when? The God's child's appearance would have a much greater impact than an invasion of a subworld. When the news spread, everyone cheered. We won! We won! The entire imperial capital was filled with cheers. Lin Fei, who was in the courtyard, also heard the noise coming from outside. I didn't expect the immortal world to retreat just like that. Dongfang Yijian laughed. Unfortunately, I haven't killed enough. In a short period of time, Lin Fei and Dongfang Yijian had a good chat. The combination of the two had given rise to Dongfang Yijian's fame. In the immortal world, he would probably become a powerful opponent that everyone would attach importance to. Ha, you've killed 50 to 60 godly lords. You can be considered a professional godly lord. Lin Fei laughed. You are now the fastest sword. Who dares to fight with you? Dongfang Yijian also knew that because he was Dtian, his infinite speed could be used perfectly. Once he left Dtian, his infinite speed would not be as dazzling unless his infinite speed entered the high-level ultimate god realm or even the divine emperor realm. I originally wanted to fight alongside you, but it seems like I can only do it next time. Dongfang Yijian said. When that time comes, I will still challenge you. Lin Fei did not mind. You are welcome to challenge me any time. After the immortal world retreated, Lin Fei left the Mon world under the warm welcome of Divine Emperor Noonflame. Divine Emperor Noonflame was also generous. Other than giving Lin Fei the divine veins of the godly lords he killed, he also prepared a generous gift, all of which were heaven-level divine veins. Lin Fei accepted it with a smile. Lin Fei quickly returned to Hell World through the dimensional door. Divine Emperor Tianxi personally came to welcome him. Brother Dtian, I knew you could do it. Lin Fei was very surprised. He could feel the importance that Divine Emperor Tianxi attached to him. Big brother Tianxi, you must be joking. I'm just afraid that I won't do well. Lin Fei laughed. All right. Don't think I don't know what kind of person you are. Don't try to fool me. Divine Emperor Tianxi laughed. Slaughter, they are all waiting for you. Follow me. The other godly lords looked at Lin Fei enviously. They were completely convinced now. If it was not for Dtian leading the team, many of their ultimate gods would have died outside. It was precisely because of Dtian's help that they only lost more than 20 ultimate gods, which was not a lot. Big brother Tianxi, did something happen to you in such a hurry to welcome me? They arrived at the independent space of Hell Mountain. Under a pavilion, Massacre Divine Emperor and 100 Flowers Divine Emperor were both sitting there. Our hero is back. The Hundreds of Flowers Divine Emperor chuckled. Massacre Divine Emperor's expressionless face also revealed a trace of a smile. 100 Flowers Divine Emperor, you must be joking. 100 Flowers Divine Emperor supported Lin Fei leading the team. The combination of time power and space power was enough to defeat everything. You're really humble. 100 Flowers Divine Emperor continued to laugh. Nowadays, there aren't many youngsters as humble as you. Divine Emperor Tianxi invited Lin Fei to sit down. Massacre Divine Emperor poured a cup of celestial brew for Lin Fei and raised his eyelids. You did well. Hell World is borrowing your light. Lin Fei knew that Massacre Divine Emperor rarely spoke. To be able to say this meant that he recognized someone. I'm a junior brother and also a part of Hell World. Big Brother Massacre, you don't have to say this. Both Divine Emperor Tianxi and 100 Flowers Divine Emperor liked Lin Fei. Not everyone had this kind of temperament that was neither arrogant nor conceited. You know about the God's Son? Divine Emperor Tianxi said. Lin Fei nodded. I know. The 108 God's Sons are about to be born. I heard that they are born with the will of heaven and earth. They are very monstrous. Divine Emperor Tianxi said. This is just ordinary news. In fact, the 108 God's Sons will all be abnormally monstrous. They are all born with extremely strong bloodline talent. At the same time, there will also be invincible bloodline. In other words, the future will be a powerful era. Invincible experts will appear and dominate an era, or even several eras. Lin Fei listened quietly, but his heart was also surging with waves. Invincible bloodline. Invincible expert. This is not something that can be said casually. This is really getting more and more interesting. Lin Fei still remembered the existence of invincible bloodline in the treasure tower. Invincible Divine Emperor bloodline. He didn't expect that this level of expert would really appear. Divine Emperor Tianxi underestimated Lin Fei's mental endurance. He didn't feel any uneasiness. Chapter 1923. Divine Emperor Tianxi and the others were indeed optimistic about Lin Fei's in-name junior brother. How many people would have top-notch double bloodlines? Once he stepped into the Divine Emperor realm, he would be one of the top Divine Emperors. When a God's Son was born, the competition would be extremely intense. The experts of the Divine World would also come out in full force to fight for these monstrous geniuses and revitalize the strength of their sections. Being born with the will of heaven and earth was quite terrifying. They naturally hoped that Lin Fei could also accept some godsons as disciples. If Lin Fei accepted more, the mysterious sky world would also be a potential powerful ally of the underworld in the future. That was why they said such words. If it were them, they would not say it even if they were beaten to death. There was no need for it. On the same day, a celebration banquet was held in the capital of Moan Kingdom. Lin Fei had become the main character without a doubt. During this period, all the divine venerables came up to toast and express their gratitude. The celebration banquet lasted until late at night. It was rare for Lin Fei to have a good drink. He did not refuse anyone. On the second day, Lin Fei bid farewell to Divine Emperor Tianxi and the others and prepared to return to the mysterious sky world. Before leaving, Divine Emperor Tianxi gave him a generous gift. It was also a heavenly divine pulse. They were all paying attention to the situation in the Moan Kingdom. They also knew that this junior brother cultivated a powerful cultivation technique and needed the support of vigorous divine power. Therefore, they prepared 3,000 heavenly divine pulses. Only divine emperors could do such a big thing. Returning to the mysterious sky world was very fast. The space door that was set up previously was put to use. Lin Fei teleported back one by one. If he went to the underworld next time, it would not be so troublesome. Lin Fei set up a space door. As long as he went back to build another space door and connect the two spaces, he would be able to go back and forth. Standing on a nameless star, Lin Fei could still see the blood-red color between heaven and earth. There were a total of 108 blood-colored light pillars. Invincible bloodline, invincible expert, my system might not be afraid of you. Lin Fei looked at those light pillars and felt very proud. So what if he was born with the will of heaven and earth? He had the great system and could also refine and absorb the invincible bloodline. He was very close to reaching this step. As long as he reached the God Emperor realm, he would be able to cultivate the invincible bloodline. Lin Fei really hadn't thought about taking the Divine Son as his disciple. He stepped into the profound sky world once again. Lin Fei used his divine sense to scan the entire profound sky world. I'm back. The last time he left, he was still a god king. He had returned as a high-level ultimate god expert. They retreated so quickly. Lin Fei had just swept the entire profound sky world, and the people from the 8 major sects had all retreated. After killing the big shots of the 8 major sects, Lin Fei went into seclusion for 100 years. The strength of the 8 major sects in the mysterious sky world increased tremendously. Originally, Lin Fei had planned to wipe out the 8 major sects, but he did not expect them to leave in advance. This was inevitable. The news that Hierarch Long Rainbow suffered a great loss in Moan World and led his army back to Moan World inevitably spread out. Among them, Lin Fei was the focus. Anyone would have to think twice about the double bloodline power that could affect a high-level ultimate god. Therefore, the 8 major sects retreated overnight and temporarily left the 8 major sects behind. It's good that they left. Saves me the trouble of chasing them out. Back to Invincible Palace. Invincible Palace was now the undisputed #1 sect. Lin Fei had been out for a while. He first spent a few days with his wives, then guided his daughter's cultivation and released a large number of divine kings to improve Invincible Palace's strength. Invincible Palace was still very powerful without the ultimate god experts. For safety's sake, Lin Fei rearranged a formation with the power of space and time inside and outside to form a super-killing formation that could be used against high-level ultimate gods. It was only then that Lin Fei felt relieved. After setting up the restrictive formation, Lin Fei once again came to the secret chamber and began preparing to upgrade his 18 primordial avatars. Lin Fei realized the power of the bloodline was enough to suppress an ultimate god expert after his bloodline power broke through to the ultimate god level. While the 108 sons were not born, Lin Fei decided to upgrade his 18 primordial avatars. In the secret chamber, the 18 primordial avatars sat cross-legged together and took out the bloodline power and refined it into the avatars' bodies. Lin Fei did not stay idle either. With the ultimate god godhead, he pushed his realm to the peak ultimate god realm and was only one step away from the divine emperor realm. Peak ultimate god, I can refine the bloodline power again. Lin Fei refined the heaven-level divine pulse that was sent to him. The 8 major sects retreated from the mysterious heavens world. The news also caused a huge stir in the mysterious heavens world. The 8 major sects expanded their forces very quickly. Other than the Invincible Palace's territory, the 8 major sects had their footprints in other worlds. Later, there was news that Invincible Palace's #1 expert, Tian, had done something sensational outside. He killed hundreds of ultimate god experts and scared the 8 major sects into leaving. The news spread like wildfire. Invincible Palace did not deny it. Everyone was shocked. His strength had improved to such a level in 100 years. On the other hand, the forces of the 7 overlords sent over gifts of congratulations. All of them were heavenly ranked divine veins. This news was clear to the forces behind them. The 8 major sects' territories were quickly swallowed up by the 7 major overlords. Lin Fei did not come out to stop them. Lin Fei did not care much about the 7 major overlords' forces. As long as they did not come out to cause trouble, it was just a piece of territory. What was there to care about? Since the gifts were sent, Lin Fei accepted them without hesitation. As his realm advanced to the peak ultimate god realm, Lin Fei was not afraid that the 8 major sects would invite peak ultimate gods to deal with him. If they really came, they would be the ones regretting it. Every day his strength was increasing. Lin Fei worked hard to improve his bloodline power and the 18 primordial avatars at the same time. He did not pay much attention to the outside world. The Earth Controller done. The Ice Controller done. The Divine Fire Controller done. Under the acceleration of time, the primordial avatars increased their realms to the ultimate god realm. What followed was the improvement of their bloodline power. The divine power consumption was also huge. Lin Fei could bear it. At most, he would go to the divine world and make a fortune. Time flew by in the outside world. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. In those 50 years, whether it was the 6 child worlds or the divine world, it was relatively quiet. The blood-colored light pillar between heaven and earth had also become unusually demonic. Chapter 1924. It was a rare peaceful day. The blood-colored light beam was red and demonic. 50 years had attracted countless eyes to the blood-colored light beam. Any of the talented and potential divine princes had the potential to become an emperor and dominate an era in the future. No one wanted to miss such an opportunity. They were waiting for the day of their birth. The 51st year. The boundless blood-colored light swept across the world. All the major forces in the world could not sit still. They all showed up and activated their treasures to arrive at the blood-colored light beam. waiting for the moment of their birth. On an uninhabited planet, the blood-colored light beam stood in the sky and was extremely domineering. The blood-colored light beam turned billions of miles into a forbidden zone. Even the powerful divine emperors could not break the power of the forbidden zone, and could only wait outside. The hell world wants this place. 3 divine emperors arrived on the uninhabited planet. The divine emperor's aura shot up into the sky and crushed everyone, regardless of whether they agreed or not. They were all sent flying into the endless void. Forbidden zones were everywhere. Experts from all walks of life showed up one after another. There were also some old farts who joined in to show their power. In the entire heavens and the earth, there were ceaselessly rumors of some old undyings making an appearance with formidable combat strength, suppressing all experts, and occupying position after position. Most of them were experts from the divine realm. Among them, peak ultimate gods and old monsters whose combat power was no less than a divine emperor also showed up to fight for the rights of the forbidden zones. 60 to 70 positions were occupied by forces from the divine realm. The 8 divine emperors who had not shown up until now also showed up and occupied positions with their powerful strength. Every day, big and small news kept spreading. The invincible palace in the mysterious heavenly world. It's done. It took a long time to refine the bloodline and improve the power of the bloodline. As the black-robed Lin Fei jumped up, the 18 primordial mist avatars cupped their hands. Thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble at all. Lin Fei waved his hand and the 18 avatars walked into his body. It's not easy. During the 50 years, Lin Fei almost didn't care about the outside world and focused on building his 18 primordial mist avatars. Fortunately, everything was done. His 18 primordial avatars had also advanced to the ultimate god realm. Their cultivation realm was barely at the mid-level ultimate god realm, and their bloodline power was also at the mid-level ultimate god realm. Lin Fei was very satisfied. As soon as Lin Fei came out of seclusion, all sorts of news entered his ears. The infernal realm had sent him messages several times, asking him when he would head to the blood-red pillar of light. Flipping through the information left behind, Lin Fei had a general idea that the godchild was about to be born. The 6 subordinate worlds, the immortal world, and some ancient families and forces had shown up to participate in the competition. A divine son with the potential of an emperor. Lin Fei did not care about this. However, the invincible palace needed a group of powerful geniuses. It seems that I also need to accept a few disciples. Lin Fei laughed at himself. He took a step forward and left the mysterious sky world, standing under the starry sky. With his peak ultimate god combat power, Lin Fei was not afraid of those veteran forces in the divine world. 108. All the major powers and hidden ancient clans have come out and occupied 2/3 of the blood-colored light pillars. I'm going to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Lin Fei laughed mischievously and headed east. Under the endless starry sky, in a star filled with hurricanes, various forces were fighting for control. This was a relatively dangerous place. The black hurricanes were powerful enough to injure ultimate gods. In the center of this star, there was a blood-colored light pillar. The entire star had turned into a restricted area. Outside the star, various tyrants were fighting. The number of divine sons was limited. Almost every place was occupied by the major forces. Everyone hoped to have a divine emperor under them to dominate an era. They would not miss such an opportunity. The 8 divine emperors occupied the most forces. Outside of them were the ancient clans with terrifying strength. Even the 8 divine emperors did not dare to disrespect them. After all, some of these clans had divine emperors in the past. The secret treasures left behind were not to be underestimated. Therefore, some of the blood-colored light pillars were divided among these clans. This hurricane star was one of them. There were a total of 8 clans fighting for this blood-colored light pillar. The 8 clans fought fiercely for the blood-colored light pillar. Violent energy waves swept through the area and hit the restricted area from time to time. In such an occasion, even ultimate gods could fall. The main battle relied on ultimate gods. Divine kings were only there to watch the show. At that moment, the battle between the 8 clans was at its most intense. The Fan clan, an ancient clan, had the upper hand. Rumor had it that 10,000 years ago, they had an invincible divine emperor who could compete with divine emperors. The Fan clan had been passed down to the present day. The current generation of the Fan clan was also filled with geniuses. On the surface, they had 2 divine emperor experts and controlled a huge domain. How dare a mere clan compare to our Fan clan? You're not worthy to have a divine child. The peak ultimate god of the Fan clan was a young man in a brocade robe. He broke through the sky with his sword and suppressed everyone. People kept dying under his sword. Young Emperor Fan, you're so arrogant. Do you dare to fight me? A giant handprint came crashing down. Lin Fei came all the way. There were experts flying across the starry sky. Some were alone while others were in groups of 3 to 5. Their goal was the same, to fight for the divine child. In the endless starry sky, there were waves of energy fluctuations. It was obvious that there were peerless experts fighting for the divine child. Both the forces in name and those hidden behind the scenes have all come out. Lin Fei watched with great interest. Lin Fei had seen many experts along the way. There were more than 10 peak ultimate gods among them. It's up ahead. Lin Fei did not need any treasures. His speed was the fastest when he used the power of space. As he kept moving, a black star appeared in front of him. Hurricane Star. Many blood-colored light pillars were occupied. Lin Fei took a step back and chose some dangerous areas. The Hurricane Star was one of them. This news came from the Divine Emperor Tianxi. After knowing that Lin Fei had come out of seclusion, he mentioned the fight for the divine child and told Lin Fei where he could compete. What an intense fight! Lin Fei squinted his eyes and looked at the battle in the distance. Outside the star, a young man in a brocade robe was holding a sword in one hand. His peak ultimate god's combat strength was fully unleashed. His sword technique was unparalleled, and even the sky and earth changed color as he suppressed his opponent. Half-step divine emperor strength. Young Emperor Fan held his sword, and his sword technique was so sharp that the crowd could not breathe. Get out of the way if you don't want to die. Young Emperor Fan said disdainfully as his eyes swept across the crowd that was sent flying. Use divine emperor treasures to attack. Someone took out a divine pagoda. It was a divine emperor treasure. The pressure of a divine emperor crushed toward young Emperor Fan, causing the starry sky to tremble. How dare you use a low-ranked divine emperor treasure? Chapter 1925. The Divine Emperor Sword. Someone recognized it and was shocked. Rumor had it that the Fan clan's 2 divine emperors were extremely powerful. The Divine Emperor Sword was a treasure passed down in the Fan clan. Everyone thought it was just a rumor. It had been a long time since the divine world had a divine emperor in person. It's too late. Fan Xiaohuang swung his sword, and a dozen low-level ultimate gods died. Blood rained down. Fan Xiaohuang, who held the divine emperor sword, destroyed the divine emperor treasures one after another, leaving corpses behind. The experts from the other clans fled in panic. Trash that can't even withstand a single blow. In a short while, Fan Xiaohuang suppressed all his opponents, leaving only the Fan clan experts. Sir, have you seen enough? Fan Xiaohuang's eyes shot out 2 sword rays. They shot towards the void. The strength of a half-step divine emperor. This is an eye-opener. A black hole appeared in front of Lin Fei, swallowing the 2 sword rays, and appeared under the starry sky. Fan Xiaohuang's eyes were like torches, and his killing intent surged. Scram if you don't want to die, the Fan clan has their eyes on this place. 7 clans joined forces, but they were defeated by Fan Xiaohuang. Some died and some were injured. Naturally, a peak ultimate god was beneath them. Your words don't work on me. I have my eyes on this place. Lin Fei said indifferently. You have no choice but to scram. Die. Fan Xiaohuang's eyes flashed, and he swung his sword. The might of a divine emperor came crashing down. Lin Fei didn't care about the clans, even if they were ancient ones. River of Time. The turbulent river of time swept across the sky, and it smashed into the sword rays, shattering them. The power of time suppressed the starry sky. Everyone in the Fan clan felt suppressed by the power of time. No wonder you're so arrogant, you're a time controller. Fan Xiaohuang snorted. So what if you're a time controller? I'll kill you all the same. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Great life-taking sword technique. The sword technique shattered the power of time. It was a divine emperor sword technique. The ruthless sword rays rushed over. No wonder you were able to suppress and kill them. Your swordsmanship is unparalleled and quite extraordinary. Lin Fei laughed. A black hole opened up and devoured all the sword light. His spatial power had also improved after he advanced to the peak ultimate god realm. A peak ultimate god's spatial power could block any attack. You are Dition from the profound sky world. Fan Xiaohuang's god emperor grade sword art was easily blocked by the other party, and a figure appeared in his mind. Now that you know my name, do you still plan to kill me? Lin Fei stepped forward. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The power of space and time surged forth. Other than Fan Xiaohuang, everyone else's battle prowess was suppressed, and they were unable to move. The time power of a high-level ultimate god was enough to prevent a high-level ultimate god from displaying his full strength, let alone when his bloodline power had advanced to the peak ultimate god level. 50 years was enough for Lin Fei's name to spread throughout the god realm. Revered god Long Rainbow's raid on the Moan world resulted in the loss of more than 400 hierarchs. The entire divine world was in an uproar. Revered god Long Rainbow was also punished for his incompetence. Lin Fei's fearsomeness had also spread throughout the divine world. Long Rainbow lost to you, but I'm not Long Rainbow. Fan Xiaohuang laughed. I believe the 8 divine emperors will look good after I kill you. Boom! Boom! Fan Xiaohuang's aura surged as his body expanded like a giant. He charged forward with the power of time and space exploding as he slashed with his sword. I forgot to tell you, I've cultivated the Great Destruction Physique, one of the 24 Emperor Physiques. It can break through any bloodline power. Fan Xiaohuang was very terrifying at that moment. Divine Emperor Grade Sword Art. Great Destruction Physique. No wonder Brother Tianxi and the others warned me to be careful. This inherited aristocratic family is indeed terrifying. A half-step divine emperor can crush all peak ultimate gods. Lin Fei had reminded him before he came. He knew how powerful the Fan clan was the moment they fought. With such strength, it was not impossible for them to occupy a blood-colored light pillar. Lin Fei's power of space and time could crush peak ultimate gods. After all, he was at the ultimate god level and his bloodline power was suppressed by the great destruction physique of an emperor physique. Time destruction. Lin Fei attacked with a great secret technique. Boom! The terrifying energy crushed over and sent Fan Xiaohuang flying. He crashed into the star forbidden zone and shattered a large hurricane. This is the rumored great time secret technique. Fan Xiaohuang stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Unfortunately, it has no effect on an emperor physique like me. Lin Fei was slightly surprised and laughed as he went forward. Your emperor physique has not reached the great completion realm. Let's see how many times you can block. The power of space and time swept over. The moment it was about to reach Fan Xiaohuang, it turned into a great terror and crushed Fan Xiaohuang. With the support of a large amount of divine power, Lin Fei used the great secret technique. Even an emperor physique would suffer. Boom! 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 Wave after wave of horrifying attacks crushed over. Apart from Fan Xiaohuang, the hundreds of experts from the Fan clan were heavily injured and almost all of them were wiped out. Fan Xiaohuang's eyes were red. Those experts were his people. This loss had greatly affected his influence in the clan. How could he not be angry? Divine Emperor triple slash. The 3 swords attacked like lightning and contained the might of a divine emperor. They shook the starry sky and enveloped Lin Fei. Lin Fei used the power of time and disappeared under the sword light. He appeared behind Fan Xiaohuang and stomped down. Fan Xiaohuang blocked with his sword and the power of 10,000 caddies pressed down on his sword. Puff! Fan Xiaohuang's body sank. His blood and qi were in turmoil, aggravating his injuries. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and crashed into the forbidden zone. The river of time came again. The injured Fan Xiaohuang was enveloped by the power of time, and was sent flying billions of miles away. He crashed into an uninhabited star. If you don't want to die, scram as far as you can. His voice was like thunder, echoing in the starry sky. Damn it! Fan Xiaohuang was strong, but he could not withstand the attack of the great secret technique. His emperor physique was also damaged. It was invaded by the power of time and was no longer perfect. Hua! The river of time came again. Fan Xiaohuang had no choice but to retreat, not daring to take it head-on. Lin Fei did not give chase. It was the first time he met someone with an emperor physique. He realized that the other party was not ordinary. If not for his emperor physique being broken, he might not have been able to defeat him. Next time I have to ask Big Brother Tianxi and the others about this emperor physique. Lin Fei looked at the starry sky. A disciple of the Fan family is this strong. There are still many unknown and terrifying aristocratic families in the divine world. Lin Fei occupied this place. During this time, many godly venerable experts attacked, but they were all killed on the spot. As long as it was not an emperor physique, no one could withstand the attack of 2 waves of bloodline power. The only thing left was a pile of corpses. Lin Fei waited for 3 days. The divine child is about to appear. Lin Fei stood under the starry sky. Many godly venerables appeared in the dark, but they could not hide from his divine sense. However, they did not make a move. They seemed to be waiting for the moment the divine child appeared. As the blood-colored light pillar was filled with cracks, the divine child was about to appear. Ka. Chapter 1926. Boom! 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 The entire world was illuminated by divine light. It was as dazzling as the blazing sun. Blood-colored pillars of light shattered as the divine children came into being one after another. What followed were many gazes. The sect masters and emperors of the clans and sects, even the old undyings, crawled out to participate in the competition. A hidden sect master came across the sky and was shocked by the divine children. Amazing! The divine children are born with boundless divine power and innately invincible celestial immortal strength. Another sect master cried out in surprise. They have innately invincible celestial immortal strength and a terrifying bloodline and divine body. The glorious era of this generation is coming. The old undyings, who were cultivating in seclusion, sighed with emotion. The divine children are terrifying. They are born with the emperor's mandate. We are all old. In less than half a year, the world will belong to them. The competition for the divine children was exceptionally intense. The divine children who came into being were born with an innately invincible might, and were supported by the heavenly Tao's might within billions of miles. All sorts of powerful heroes took action and fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Even though they were separated by several worlds, they could still feel the terrifying battle prowess of the old monsters. A casual attack could shatter stars. It was the same for Lin Fei. Damn, is this the invincible might? The 3 or 4-year-old children were adorable, but their invincible might suppressed the starry sky. It was incomparably terrifying, and this was the true invincible might. No wonder the God King and the old undyings took action. They are the best candidates to compete for the Celestial Emperor's mandate in the future. It's really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Lin Fei had the invincible system to reach his current position. But these divine children were born with invincible might, and the heavenly Tao's will suppress the starry sky. Anyone who saw them would go crazy. Who could compare to this kind of treatment? Taking a divine child as a disciple, how satisfying! Lin Fei squinted his eyes. It was a great achievement just thinking about it. Divine child, I want you. In the distant starry sky, a withered giant hand grabbed over, shattering the starry sky. At the same time, there was a terrifying might that broke through the heavenly Tao's will. This was a sect master level expert attacking from afar. Divine Son, you dare to take it? Eat my saber first. In the air, a blade light slashed over, chopping off an arm. Blood rained down. Another undying expert made his move, chopping off his opponent's arm with a single blade. Lin Fei was really angry. You treat me as if I don't exist. Humph, the divine son belongs to me. How dare you take him? Boom! The domain of time appeared in the sky, supporting the sky. Boundless time energy flowed, completely suppressing this expanse of the starry sky. It was a secret technique of a peak ultimate god. In the domain, Lin Fei was a god, an invincible existence. As soon as the time domain was activated, it completely suppressed the starry sky. Lin Fei stepped forward and shattered the saber light with a punch. It was as if an invincible god of war had descended. The importance of the divine sun still couldn't stop some people from taking action. A cry of alarm came from the depths of the starry sky. Someone has actually cultivated the time domain. This is an incredible secret technique. Suppressing an entire starry sky is not a problem. The younger generation is truly promising. There were still invincible experts who were unwilling to give up. Boom! 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 Another 3 sect master experts made their move. Their combat powers surpassed peak ultimate gods and were already divine emperors. They rushed into the time domain and grabbed the divine sun in the domain. Space domain. Lin Fei once again opened up an invincible domain. The 2 domains combined perfectly in an instant, bursting with terrifying power and suppressing the 3 terrifying palms. This is my territory. How dare you behave so atrociously? Get lost. Lin Fei shouted and slashed with the blade of the lightsaber, chopping off the 3 palms. Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort for this day. If he hadn't cultivated the time domain and space domain, Lin Fei wasn't confident that he could withstand the attacks of the sect master Old Undying. His bloodline power couldn't suppress them either. After cutting off the 3 palms, Lin Fei came to the side of the divine sun. You and I are fated. Are you willing to be my disciple? The divine sun said proudly, I am the divine sun, heavenly axiom. I will sweep through the world and become a supreme emperor. I don't need a master. Lin Fei stretched out his hand, shattering the invincible pressure. He then slapped the godchild's butt. You're still trying to rebel? You're so awesome that you can sweep through the world. I'll take care of you first. Are you willing to be my disciple? With this slap, the divine sun began to weep. You big bad guy. Lin Fei slapped him a dozen times in a row. The 3 or 4-year-old divine son cried and agreed to be his disciple. Everything happened in an extremely short time. The sect master Old Undying in the starry sky was very unwilling. How could a divine son be snatched away by an ultimate god, even if he was a high-level ultimate god? More than a dozen tyrannical attacks blasted from all directions, trying to shatter the 2 domains. Boom! Boom! Before their attacks could arrive, the heavenly axiom sent down divine lightning and shattered the attacks. The divine lightning struck again and fell into the depths of the starry sky. Waves of tyrannical aura dissipated one after another. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. If the 2 domains were really shattered, he could only run away with the divine sun and shake off the Old Undying sect master. One day this divine sun will defeat you. The heavenly axiom glared and said arrogantly. Lin Fei grabbed the heavenly axiom again and slapped him. The battle for the divine sun was unusually fierce. Soon news spread that divine Emperor Zhengyi had personally come and suppressed all the experts. He took away 3 divine sons, all of whom were invincible and had monstrous bloodlines. After that, divine Emperor Mo Xian also fought with experts from all sides and even some old undying beings. He also took away 4 divine sons and returned to the demon mystic sect. 108 divine sons with different talents were quickly snatched away by the various forces. Almost every top force had 1 or 2 divine sons or at least 1 divine son. There were even ancient existences who took action. The 8 divine emperors had no choice but to avoid them. They took the divine sons back to the sect and didn't participate in the battle. In just one day, blood flowed like a river in order to fight for the divine sun. Lin Fei was very satisfied with snatching a divine sun. With his peak ultimate god combat power, he wouldn't have been able to snatch a divine sun if he didn't take advantage of the 2 domains. Once the divine sun was in his hands, Lin Fei activated the spatial door and returned to the invincible palace. Lin Fei brought back a divine sun. The invincible palace was filled with cheers. Everyone was familiar with the legends of the divine sons. After seeing them for real, they realized how terrifying the divine sons were. They were born with invincible might. Although their realms weren't high, they could still fight against divine kings. Lin Fei's wives all ran over to watch. When they saw the pink divine sun, they all liked him very much. They hugged him, but the heavenly axiom divine sun showed a look of enjoyment. He lay on the beautiful woman's body and rolled his eyes. For a moment, Lin Fei wanted to pull him down and slap him a few times. Master's wife, you're so beautiful. The beautiful women didn't care. Chapter 1927. The intense fight for the god's son had come to an end. To many people, the ancient forces that had been hiding in the dark had surfaced in the fight for the divine princes. Experts like the sect masters and sect masters seemed ordinary. The old undying that made one's hair stand on end had the power to suppress the current God Emperors. No God Emperor dared to underestimate him. The previously unknown powers all appeared. Their terrifying legacies terrified everyone. They weren't any weaker than the 8 God Emperors. In fact, they were even stronger. Taking the heavenly law God's son as his disciple, Lin Fei didn't have much to teach. The God sons were born with legacies and they cultivated God Emperor techniques. Their invincible bloodlines gave them shocking combat strength. As Lin Fei's master, he was also astonished when he saw it. For now Lin Fei was still suppressing his disciple, the heavenly law. During this period, Lin Fei made a trip to Hellworld to meet his 3 senior brothers. Congratulations, senior brother. You've taken in 2 God's sons. Congratulations. In the main hall of Hell Mountain, Lin Fei congratulated his 3 senior brothers. It wasn't easy for them to snatch 2 divine princes in the midst of a battle. The Massacre God Emperor, the Tianxi God Emperor, and the 100 Flowers God Emperor were all delighted. They were satisfied to have 2 God's sons as their disciples. Junior brother isn't bad either. You fought against the old undying alone and took in a disciple. If it was me, I might not have succeeded either. The Tianxi God Emperor smiled. I didn't expect you to cultivate 2 bloodline domains in just a few decades. In the eyes of those old undyings in the God world, junior brother is quite important. Lin Fei smiled. It's all thanks to senior brother's reminder. The Tianxi God Emperor was the one who informed him about the uninhabited star. You are my junior brother, so of course you will help. Come, let's drink. The Tianxi God Emperor raised his wine cup. Everyone else raised their cups too. You want to know about the God Emperor? After drinking the fine wine, Lin Fei asked about some of the questions in his heart. The 100 Flowers Divine Emperor chuckled. Little junior brother, you must have noticed that the forces that have surged out in the dark to fight for the Divine Sun are paying attention to the Divine Emperor, right? Lin Fei nodded. Yes, it is indeed a shock. Some old undying experts have terrifying auras. If it wasn't for the competition for the Divine Sun, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known that there are such old undying existences. God Emperor Tianxi smiled. Junior brother is still young, so it's normal that you don't know. What you usually see is only the surface. The reason why the 8 great God Emperors are unable to rule the divine world is because of the existence of ancient powers. In fact, there are even some sects that have produced God Emperors in the past and have terrifying resources. There are also some invincible God Emperors who have bloodlines and treasures that can easily kill God Emperors. Lin Fei really didn't know much about these secrets. The deeper layer of the secret. Little junior brother, your strength has improved very quickly, and you are about to reach the Divine Emperor realm. Let me tell you about the Divine Emperor. God Emperor Tianxi smiled. The Divine Emperor realm is just a general term. Anyone who has reached the Divine Emperor realm is a Divine Emperor expert. In fact, it is divided into 6 small realms, namely Young Divine Emperor, Earth Divine Emperor, Heaven Divine Emperor, Saint Divine Emperor, Heaven Creating Divine Emperor, and Apotheosized Divine Emperor. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. The old undying expert who attacked that day was definitely a Divine Emperor expert, and the difference in strength was huge. Then how do we divide the Divine Emperors? God Emperor Tianxi was very optimistic about Lin Fei. To be able to snatch a divine son from the hands of the old undying expert was a kind of help to any sect. The secret of the Divine Emperors was actually not a secret, and God Emperor Tianxi didn't mind telling Lin Fei. Dividing the small realms is actually very simple. God Emperor Tianxi's eyes narrowed, and his qi and blood surged. Golden divine wheels appeared behind him, and there were a total of 6 divine wheels. They were like blazing suns suppressing the starry sky. It depends on the theory of gods. Lin Fei instantly felt a great deal of pressure. This was the first time he knew the secret of the Divine Emperors. 3 divine wheels is the Little Divine Emperor, 6 divine wheels is the Great Divine Emperor, and 9 divine wheels is the Heavenly Divine Emperor. 100 Flowers Divine Emperor said with a smile. After 9 divine wheels, the Divine Transformation Palace can suppress everything in the world, and they are the Holy Divine Emperors. 6 divine palaces are the Heaven Creation Divine Emperors, and 9 divine palaces are the Deification Divine Emperors. Lin Fei finally understood. God Emperor Tianxi continued. Among the three of us, senior brother Slaughter is the strongest. He has condensed 8 divine wheels, and he is only one away from becoming the heavenly divine emperor. As for me and 100 Flowers, we both have 6 divine wheels. Junior brother, if you fight against the divine emperor that day, you must be careful of the divine emperor activating his divine wheel. God Emperor Tianxi continued. The divine wheel contains terrifying power. Lin Fei listened very carefully. The more he knew about the divine emperors, the more careful he would be when fighting in the future. I have said all that needs to be said. You just need to be careful in the future. God Emperor Tianxi said a lot of words all about the divine emperors. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I will keep it in mind. Lin Fei nodded. By the way, you are now a peak ultimate god. When will you break through to the divine emperor realm? God Emperor Slaughter, who rarely spoke, suddenly asked. Break through to the divine emperor realm? Lin Fei really did not know when he would be able to break through. It was easy to get an ultimate god divine core, but what about a divine emperor divine core? That was not going to be easy. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. I don't know yet. He could not say that he lacked a divine emperor divine core, and they might not have it either. Lin Fei was very clear about this. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait a little longer. God Emperor Slaughter said. Lin Fei reacted. Senior brother, my cultivation technique is very unique. Could it be that I have a chance to break through? Although he could not say it directly, he could only use an alternative cultivation technique. God Emperor Tianxi looked at God Emperor Slaughter and seemed to think of something. Senior brother, are you talking about that place? If it is really that place, maybe there is a way to break through to the divine emperor realm. Lin Fei was confused. That place? What kind of place is that? Seeing Lin Fei's anxious expression, God Emperor 100 Blossoms chuckled. Junior brother, your luck is good. In another 60 years, the Mount Heavenly Worthy secret region will open. Lin Fei knew about the Mount Heavenly Worthy secret region. It was one of the 6 subworlds and had 2 divine emperors. There is such a place? God Emperor Tianxi explained with a smile. That's why I said your luck is good. The Mount Heavenly Worthy secret region in the Mount Heavenly Worthy secret region has attracted the attention of countless forces. If it weren't for the broken heaven pillar, you wouldn't have such good luck. This secret region can allow one to break through to the divine emperor realm. The Mount Heavenly Worthy secret region was created in ancient times. No one knows who created it. The only thing we know is that every time the Mount Heavenly Worthy secret region opens, a great opportunity will appear. At the same time, it is also the place for ultimate god experts to break through to the divine emperor realm. In the past, the Mount Heavenly Worthy secret region could not be opened. Now that the 6 subworlds have opened, divine emperors can come and go as they please. Chapter 1928. After the battle for the divine princes, the 6 subworlds and the divine realm entered a period of peace. The divine realm's army didn't move again. They seemed to have gone to rest. Some ancient sects and forces reappeared. The divine realm, which was originally controlled by the 8 divine emperors, also changed. The most surprising thing was that young experts kept appearing. They defeated the heroes of the world with their peak divine venerable battle strength. Each of them was a god's chosen and left a great reputation. Any of the gods chosen was worthy of the attention of the sections. They suppressed their peak divine venerable battle strength and were no weaker than divine emperors. They looked down on the world and were insufferably arrogant. Before the divine princes grew up, the gods chosen attracted the attention of countless people. 20 years later, the divine princes appeared one after another. Any of the divine princes was powerful enough to suppress the heroes of the world. As soon as they appeared, they challenged the heroes of the world, shocking the world. Surprisingly, the divine emperors didn't take action, so the world became the divine princes' world. The unknown sects also became known with the appearance of the 108 divine princes. Someone made a list with the combat strength of the 108 divine princes. It was called the Divine List. Everyone was shocked when the list came out. Every once in a while, the divine princes would challenge the heroes of the world and defeat some powerful existences. 30 years later, the 108 divine princes all had the combat strength of an ultimate god. The world also became the divine prince's world. The young geniuses were overshadowed and lived in the shadow of the divine princes. It couldn't be helped. The combat strength of any of the divine princes was shocking enough. Their invincible aura alone could suppress an enemy. A big shot said, "This is the ultimate god level. When they reach the divine emperor level, the world will change color. No one will be their match." A sect master sighed. "The divine princes are amazing. We're all old." During this period, there were also geniuses of the previous generation. For example, there were many talented ultimate gods in the divine realm. They were extremely powerful and could fight divine emperors head-on. They only needed an opportunity to enter the divine emperor level. There were many such peerless geniuses. There were even rumors in private. It's not that the heaven-defying geniuses can't enter the divine emperor level, but they're accumulating power. If they want to enter the divine emperor level, they have to surpass the ordinary divine emperors. Countless people were driven mad by the news. They had cultivated to the godly venerable realm, and were exhausted like dead dogs. For powerful demons, they had to suppress their strength. It was simply infuriating to compare themselves with others. While outsiders were shocked, the Son of God had become the mainstream of this era. Another piece of news spread. The Empyrean Mountain of the heaven-splitting world would open in 30 years. Everyone was in an uproar. Ordinary forces might not know about it, but the ancient sects, especially the top forces, all had records of the celestial worthy mountain. The world had almost forgotten about this place. The world of splitting open the sky immediately attracted the attention of countless people. While the outside world was bustling with noise, deep within the invincible palace, Lin Fei was still in seclusion. Back when he returned from the infernal realm, he handed over his disciple Tian Dao to his subordinates and then announced that he would be going into seclusion. "There are still about 30 years left. I can still continue cultivating." In the secret chamber, the 18 primordial world avatars sat together in a circle. After opening his eyes, Lin Fei closed them again. 60 years. In the blink of an eye. For some experts, it was just a small period of seclusion. Near the Empyrean Mountain of the heaven-splitting world, the fog gradually dissipated. The door was faintly discernible. Everyone knew that the rumors were true. The mysterious Empyrean Mountain was about to open. The 6 subworlds, the big and small forces of the divine world, swarmed into the heaven-splitting world. The sects and legacies were also stationed near the Empyrean Mountain, occupying a large area. Within a few months, the Empyrean Mountain had a radius of 1 billion miles. Ka. Invincible palace. The tightly shut stone door opened. A silhouette appeared outside the stone door. Gentle sunlight shone down on the silhouette. Time flies. Lin Fei finally came out of seclusion before the Empyrean Mountain was about to open. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Fei understood some of the situation. Hearing that his disciple Tian Dao had made quite a name for himself outside, Lin Fei was very happy. Ever since he went into seclusion, he rarely came out. Lin Fei was not worried about his disciple Tian Dao. He was born with the will of heaven and earth. He was extraordinary and did not need to worry too much. In fact, Lin Fei was least worried about Tian Dao. The only thing that made Tian Dao unhappy was that his daughter and Tian Dao had become 2 demons. They often caused trouble outside and made the mysterious sky world restless. No one dared to say anything. Everyone knew that Di Tian was the #1 expert in the mysterious sky world. The news of him stopping the divine world army spread. Everyone was shocked. Ever since Tian Dao became stronger, the 2 slipped away to other worlds. Lin Fei had no choice but to let them go. It was not a problem for him to protect himself. Lin Fei spent a year leisurely in the invincible palace. He rode on Hairball, the ancient evil dragon, and went straight to the heaven-splitting world. The ancient evil dragon had achieved small success. Its combat power was terrifying. Could fight a god emperor. Unfortunately, it had not entered the divine beast realm. This time Lin Fei brought Hairball to try his luck. It would be great if he could advance to the divine beast realm. Hairball's supernatural power had also reached the profound success realm. It was not inferior to her master Lin Fei. She could move in the starry sky to the limit. Even peak ultimate gods could not catch a trace of her. Although the heaven-splitting world was far away, Lin Fei had Hairball, the spatial beast, and entered the heaven-splitting world in less than half a month. As soon as he entered the heaven-splitting world, he was hit by a strong immortal aura. The vast life aura spread throughout the entire heaven-splitting world. It was much stronger than the mysterious sky world. Head east. Since a few years ago, the celestial worthy mountains portal appeared. All the major sects and forces settled down. In less than a few years, the area outside the celestial worthy mountain became lively. The innermost area was occupied by the major forces. Any of the major forces could easily destroy the first-rate sections. Therefore, the area outside the celestial worthy mountain was divided into 3 areas. The area closest to the celestial worthy mountain belonged to the ancient forces and the top forces. The second area belonged to the first-rate sects and forces. The third area belonged to the second-rate sects and forces. There was once an unconvinced expert who tried to occupy a treasured land to gain the upper hand. However, he was killed on the spot by a powerful existence and his sect was destroyed. No one dared to act presumptuously outside the celestial worthy mountain after that. It's so lively. Tens of trillions of miles away from the celestial worthy mountain, a crowd surged toward the celestial worthy mountain. The ancient and tyrannical auras were like fierce beasts, extremely eye-catching. Lin Fei sighed softly. The celestial worthy mountain was more lively than he imagined. He did not use his divine senses to check but directly used the system. There were hundreds of divine emperor experts. Chapter 1929. Outside the celestial worthy mountain, the undulating mountains were surrounded by celestial aura. Lin Fei landed far away from the celestial worthy mountain. In a few years this place had evolved into a small town. Immortals came and went everywhere, and it was very lively. Those who didn't know better would think that this place was a small town. Lin Fei walked in the small town with Hairball. Heroes gathered and godly venerables who were rarely seen kept appearing. Master, can I eat them? Hairball, who was born as a primordial evil dragon, had a growing appetite. In her eyes these were delicious blood qi, and eating it was a great supplement. Ever since she followed Lin Fei, Hairball had eaten countless pieces of flesh and blood, and her standards were also higher. The godly kings and godly venerables that wandered around were quite delicious. Lin Fei patted Hairball. There's no hurry. There will be plenty of opportunities. In order to cultivate a divine beast, Lin Fei didn't care how many people he killed. As long as they provoked him, he could only blame them for being unlucky. Selling the divine emperor's bone at a low price. There won't be many opportunities. This is the only one. With it, you will have something no less valuable than a divine emperor's treasure. Someone shouted. Life-stealing heaven powder. A peerless item that can heal injuries at a critical moment. A must-have item to enter the celestial worthy mountain. The divine emperor's secret technique is invincible. Now I can only exchange it for treasures. The town wasn't big. There were shouts everywhere. All kinds of treasures attracted the attention of countless people. Lin Fei casually looked around and found that some of the items were of good quality. No wonder they were sold here. No matter how good the items were, Lin Fei wasn't interested. The only thing that was useful to him now was the divine meridians. The more the better. Lin Fei had also heard that there were rare sacred rank divine veins in the heavenly venerate mountain. Just one of them was superior to a heaven-ranked divine vein. Any sect that obtained one of them would be able to pass on their legacy for millions of years. As he wasn't in a hurry, Lin Fei casually looked around as he walked. Quick, go and see. Someone is on the stage. No way. Someone is on the stage again. Do you know who it is? Why are you asking so many questions? We'll know once we get there. Someone shouted, and the people who were originally strolling around rushed to the fighting ring without saying anything. Dueling ring? Lin Fei's interest was piqued, and he followed them unhurriedly. By the time Lin Fei caught up, he was already at the foot of a mountain. A large number of people had gathered there. In the distance, a mountain peak was sliced in half. Looking at the world, it had a long history. The platform was filled with an ancient aura. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and looked at the huge platform. Is this the fighting stage? It's really extraordinary. The surroundings of the Do Tai were densely packed with mysterious blessings. Lin Fei could not see it too clearly. If anyone underestimated the battle stage, they would definitely suffer a great loss, a truly great loss. At this moment there were people on the dueling platform. Lin Fei subconsciously took a look and smiled. He actually met an acquaintance in this place. Too fast. Another round has been cleared. This is already the 60th level. As expected of someone who has mastered speed. Unlimited speed is really amazing. Someone exclaimed. On the fighting stage, a young man in green clothes with a steady body left by time could be seen. He held a sword in one hand and the sword flashed past like a flash of light, sending the bronze figures flying one by one. None of the bronze figures could get close to him. Almost everyone present could not see how the person on the platform made his move. His speed was beyond what they could handle. Everyone was convinced by what they saw. It's the 70th level. Another person exclaimed while staring at the fighting stage. On the arena, there were a total of over 100 copper men. And they formed a shocking killing formation that surged with killing intent. If it wasn't for the countless layers of restrictions separating them, no one would be able to endure the pressure of such an imposing aura. He's really a genius. He managed to reach peak ultimate god in 60 years. His unlimited speed is probably even more terrifying. I'm afraid not many people in this realm can catch his trace. Lin Fei did not expect to meet Dongfang Yijian here. In this world only Dongfang Yijian, who had mastered unlimited speed, could reach such a level of speed. Dongfang Yijian's speed was so amazing that Lin Fei could also see his traces of movement. Level 70. Under the siege of the killing formation, Dongfang Yijian was blasted out. A few big words appeared in the sky above the fighting stage. Then, a jingguang flashed and landed on Dongfang Yijian's hand, emitting a terrifying power. Level 70. Amazing. No wonder he's the #1 genius in the underworld. Who can stop this kind of speed? That's not necessarily true. Dongfang Yijian isn't the only one who has mastered speed. I heard there's a divine son on the divine list who was born with a divine body and also mastered speed. That's terrifying. Lin Fei stood for a while and understood what the fighting stage was about. The fighting stage was usually hidden in the void. Even a divine emperor could not find it. It would only appear in the 10 years when the celestial worthy mountain's door was about to open. The fighting stage was not used for fighting. It was a challenge. One would be able to obtain treasures after challenging 10 levels. Of course, the treasures were random. To obtain good treasures, one could only rely on luck. Legend had it that an invincible divine emperor had a great opportunity and obtained a shocking treasure on the fighting stage. This caused his strength to increase by leaps and bounds. In the end, he became an invincible divine emperor. Therefore, every time the celestial worthy mountain opened, the fighting stage would become a place where countless geniuses gathered. The fighting stage also had a rule. Only those below the divine emperor level were allowed to enter. There was once a divine emperor who suppressed his strength in an attempt to obtain a treasure, but he was killed on the spot by the bronze man. Lin Fei observed the fighting stage and barely understood some things. Fellow Taoist Ditian, long time no see. While Lin Fei was silently watching, someone came over. Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Fei turned around. Fellow Taoist Dongfang, congratulations on breaking through to another level with your unlimited speed. The person who came over was Dongfang Yijian. Dongfang Yijian was very sensitive to auras. When Lin Fei stood outside, he knew who had come. After the fight ended, he personally came over. After 60 years, Dongfang Yijian was much calmer than before. However, he was still arrogant. Mastering the unlimited speed did give him the right to be arrogant. Dongfang Yijian did not come alone. There were 2 young men with him. They were dressed in brocade clothes and had an extraordinary aura. They should be from a powerful sect. Dongfang Yijian had been cultivating wholeheartedly after the war ended. It was only 40 years ago that he went out to train. Due to a series of coincidences, he had advanced to peak ultimate god. You're not bad either. Dongfang Yijian smiled. Meeting by chance is better than meeting by chance. Why don't we have a drink? Sure. Lin Fei had nothing to do. Chapter 1930. Not only were there people selling treasures in the town, but there were also inns and restaurants. Needless to say, they were quite smart. Dongfang Yijian found a decent restaurant and ordered a table full of good dishes. Who wouldn't bring some celestial wine when they went out? The dishes were served quickly. Dongfang Yijian also took out the celestial wine and poured a cup of it for Lin Fei. Don't just stand there. Didn't you say that you wanted to meet Di Tian? This is the real Di Tian, Dongfang Yijian said with a smile. The two young men were shocked. They came from another subworld. They had heard of Di Tian's name. Previously they didn't listen carefully. Now that Dongfang Yijian mentioned it, they suddenly realized that it was this awesome and fierce person. After the battle in the Moon world, Lin Fei's fierce name spread across the 6 subworlds. News of what happened in the celestial world also spread. However, in the past few decades, Lin Fei had been in seclusion, and his fierce name gradually faded. My friend Di Tian, you are my idol. Brother, let's have a drink. Lin Fei had a good impression of the two. Since they gave him face, he drank with them. After a few cups of celestial wine, everyone's relationship was suddenly pulled closer. Lin Fei also learned a lot from Dongfang Yijian, especially about the celestial worthy mountain. This was because Dongfang Yijian had come a few years ago. The celestial worthy mountain became more and more mysterious in Lin Fei's eyes. If there are no accidents, the opening of the celestial worthy mountain will not take more than a year. A powerful person has calculated the opening date. Dongfang Yijian said in a low voice. My friend, you have to be prepared. I heard that almost all the experts on the divine list are here, especially the number 1 god Sky Dragon. Zhuge Feng said in a low voice. I heard that Sky Dragon entered one of the 10 forbidden areas and obtained a great opportunity. His strength improved greatly. All the gods have great luck. It's really infuriating to compare oneself with others. The other Huang Qiu smiled bitterly and said, it's extremely difficult for us to encounter fortuitous encounters. Look at them, they can encounter fortuitous encounters wherever they go. Lin Fei had also learned about the top expert on the divine list. He was a true inheritor of great destiny and had extremely terrifying strength. Although he was only a peak ultimate god, his combat power could suppress a divine emperor. This was already extremely terrifying. In the peak ultimate god realm, he could sweep away the experts of the same generation and was known as the invincible ultimate god. The word invincible was not something anyone could achieve. Sky Dragon dared to call himself the invincible ultimate god because he was very confident in his abilities. Di Tian, the celestial worthy mountain is about to open. Do you want to go in with us? At least we'll have a companion in the secret realm. Dongfang Yijian put down his wine glass and invited Di Tian. No one understood Di Tian's importance better than Dongfang Yijian. In 60 years, Dongfang Yijian believed that Di Tian's control over his time and space bloodlines would become even more terrifying. A place like the celestial worthy mountain really needed such a powerful helper. Lin Fei's understanding of the celestial worthy mountain was only so. The origin of the mountain was mysterious and no one could explain it clearly. Most importantly, the opening of the celestial worthy mountain was a gathering of experts including the gifted divine sons. Seemed like a good idea to form a team. Lin Fei nodded in agreement after thinking for a while. If you don't mind, I'd be happy to join. How could Dongfang Yijian mind? He valued Di Tian very much. That's great. With you joining us, we'll definitely gain a lot from this trip to the celestial worthy mountain. You're talking big. What kind of place is the celestial worthy mountain? It's not something people from the forsaken land of the gods can achieve. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice came from behind. At that moment, a young man in golden armor walked up the stairs with a group of people surrounding him. His eyes were like twinkling stars. Who's talking nonsense? Several groups of people in the restaurant stood up and glared at him angrily. Ever since the sky pillar was broken, communication between the realms was restored. In the eyes of the divine realm, the 6 subrealms had become the people of the forsaken land of the gods. Therefore, the people of the 6 subrealms hated hearing the words, forsaken land of the gods. They stood up but were quickly pulled down by their table mates. Shut up, stop talking. That's young Master Xingchen we're talking about. Someone whispered. Young Master Xingchen kills without batting an eyelid. He's known as the ferocious man. Anyone who offends him will die. In the face of such power, the people in the restaurant chose to lower their heads. Young Master Xingqian came from an ancient and mysterious force. Rumor had it that he was on good terms with the 8 great divine emperors. His strength was so terrifying that he could defeat godly venerable experts. Young Master Xingqian, didn't anyone tell you that your mouth stinks? Dongfang Yijian stood up with a swoosh. His eyes flashed as he stared at young Master Xingqian. Young Master Xingqian was as handsome as the stars. He would be considered a handsome man in the divine realm. He opened his fan. The people of the forsaken land of the gods really have no manners. Isn't that right, everyone? Young Master Xingqian is absolutely right. This kind of outdated person should be sealed away again. Since when can the people of the forsaken land of the gods strut around? The people behind him laughed in agreement. They would not miss this kind of flattery. Dongfang, we're just drinking. There's no need to quarrel with the dog. Suddenly a faint voice reached their ears. Dongfang Yijian did not like the words, forsaken land of the gods. That was why he stood up after being provoked by young Master Xingqian. Normally, he would not have been provoked. You're right. There's nothing to talk about with the dog. Dongfang Yijian sat back down with a faint smile. Kid, you talk big. Get on your knees and kowtow in apology. One of young Master Xingqian's subordinates shouted angrily when he realized that his chance had come. Get on your knees and apologize to young Master Xingqian. Otherwise, I'll slaughter your entire clan. Young Master Xingqian's expression did not change. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. As a heaven's favored one who could defeat ultimate gods, when had he ever been called a dog? Lin Fei sipped his divine brew leisurely and did not even look at him. Slaughter my entire clan? What a big tone. I'm sitting right here. Kill me if you dare. As one of the 6 subworlds, Lin Fei could empathize with them. The forsaken land of the gods was not a pleasant name. It was a humiliation. As a member, Lin Fei had to do something. Kid, you're tired of living. I'll kill you. One of young Master Xingqian's lackeys shouted. His hand shook the heavens and earth as he grabbed at Lin Fei, intending to crush him to death. Many people were shocked when they saw this. Even a lackey had the combat strength of a high-level ultimate god. Scram! Chapter 1931. That slash came in a strange and unpredictable manner, and killed a high-level ultimate god on the spot, without leaving any traces behind. The restaurant suddenly fell silent. No one could tell that the ordinary black-robed man was a terrifying expert, who could kill a high-level ultimate god with a single move. Stars twirled in young Master Xingqian's eyes as if he could see through everything. A sharp light flashed across his eyes. Even he could not figure out the origin of the untraceable attack. Space-time power. Young Master Xingqian's terrifying eyes saw through some clues. Such a strange attack could only be done by someone with spatial bloodline. The black-robed man in front of him was most likely a space-time controller. You're right. Too bad there's no reward. Lin Fei said indifferently. Get as far away as you can if you don't want to die. Don't test my patience here or I'll kill all of you. Lin Fei's mastery of the space-time power had improved over the past 60 years. It was the most common thing for him to unleash a saber-light attack. Such an untraceable attack was the most terrifying. Young Master Xingqian was also born with a powerful bloodline. He would not be intimidated by Jian Wushuang's words. His face turned cold. You're very arrogant to kill my man in front of me. Lin Fei smiled. So what if I'm arrogant? Only you're allowed to be arrogant and I'm not. What kind of logic is this? Try me if you're not convinced. Zhuge Feng and Huang Qiu, who were sitting next to him, were full of admiration. Young Master Xingqian was a genius with a mysterious background. They knew they could not be arrogant in front of Jian Wushuang. They also could not kill a high-level ultimate god so easily. The people from the forsaken land of the gods in the restaurant felt proud and elated. So what if you're young Master Xingqian? Try me if you're capable. Who could say such arrogant words? They were full of admiration for the black-robed man in an instant. Young Master Xingqian, you have a powerful background. I, Dongfang Yijian, am not someone to be trifled with. Dongfang Yijian followed up. I heard that you've cultivated to the domain stage. I really want to see if your domain stage is stronger, or if my infinite speed is stronger. In the depths of young Master Xingqian's eyes, stars flickered unceasingly, and his gloomy face gradually dissipated. Dongfang Yijian, this young master will remember your words. I believe that it won't be long before this young master will personally experience your infinite speed. And you enjoy your final moments. Young Master Xingchen turned and left. The restaurant fell silent. Young Master Xingchen left? It was inconceivable that he could swallow his anger after killing a subordinate in front of him. This guy must have gone back to investigate my background. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of celestial wine. At least he knows when to advance and when to retreat. If Gue Gue really dares to make a move, I don't mind beheading this brat on the spot. With a smile he could decide a person's life and death. Zhuge Feng and Huang Qiu did not doubt his words at all. They had never believed it so much. Dongfang Yijin looked at Lin Fei and said with a smile, 60 years have passed, but you haven't changed at all. You killed without hesitation and without hesitation. Young Master Xingchen should be glad that he didn't make a move. Lin Fei did not care about young Master Xingchen's background. Actually, I hate fighting and killing the most. In a place billions of miles away from Mount Celestial Worthy, on an undulating mountain range there were many mountain peaks. Dongfang Yijian occupied a mountain peak. It was not easy to occupy a mountain peak in such a place. During this period you can stay at my place. Dongfang Yijian brought Lin Fei into Senfu and arranged a house for him. Although it's a small place, Lin Fei accepted Dongfang Yijian's kindness without hesitation. After arranging a place for him to stay, Dongfang Yijian left. Mount Celestial Worthy was about to open, and he needed to find some people to join the team. Lin Fei also temporarily stayed at the house. He quietly waited for the day when Mount Celestial Worthy opened. Young Master, there's news. In a hall on another mountain peak, young Master Xingchen's men obtained information about the black-robed man. To be able to use the mysterious power of space, he must have a powerful background. Young Master Xingchen chose not to make a move for the time being. Many ancient forces sent representatives to announce their existence. Even if young Master Xingchen had a powerful background, he had to be careful lest he offend the ancient forces and attract strong enemies for his family. Ditian, the #1 expert of the mysterious Sky World, a dual bloodline controller who defeated the Divine World Army led by Divine Reverend Rainbow. Young Master Xingchen flipped through the information and was shocked. His background was not small. Just because he was a dual bloodline controller, young Master Xingchen was worth paying attention to. What a good Ditian, he offended all the major forces of the Divine World. Instead of hiding in the invincible palace of the mysterious Sky World, he dared to come out and show off. He's digging his own grave. Young Master Xingchen's eyes shone coldly as boundless killing intent filled the hall. Go. Help me spread the news that Ditian of the mysterious Sky World has come to Mount Celestial Worthy, and is staying in Dongfang Yijian's Senfu. Young Master Xingchen said to his men. Young Master, why don't you kill him yourself? No one will care if he dies without any backing. Someone beside young Master Xingchen asked. Fool, Ditian has dual bloodlines. If it was in the past, no one would dare to be impudent. But now that so many forces have appeared, Ditian is a human-shaped treasure. Many ancient forces have inherited powerful secret arts that can refine anything. Many people will be tempted by the top-notch spatial and time bloodlines. Ditian, bad news. On this day, Dongfang Yijian hurried to Lin Fei's house. Lin Fei had not cultivated for the past few days. Instead, he had been reading secret histories and was very relaxed. What's wrong? What's the matter that made you rush over? Lin Fei said calmly. Dongfang Yijian said anxiously. Someone spread the news that you came to the Celestial Worthy Mountain, and that you have 2 peak bloodlines. Then someone offered a bounty to kill you, and someone even offered to strip you of your bloodline. I'm sure it was done by Sir Xingchen. Right now many geniuses from the God world are stirring. What a good way to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and put down the secret histories. I was wondering why there was no movement these past few days. So it's this kind of conspiracy. It's best if you don't go out during this period of time. In my Senfu they won't dare to barge in. Dongfang Yijian scolded young Master Xingchen for being shameless. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, 3 tyrannical auras descended from the sky above Senfu. Terrifying divine auras landed on Senfu. Ditian, you killed my sex elder. Come out and accept your death. A loud rumble echoed throughout Mount Celestial Worthy. Many experts were alarmed and looked towards the mountain peak. Chapter 1932. 3 powerful divine auras rushed toward the Senfu on the lone peak. The Senfu shook violently. The Senfu's defensive formations glowed brightly, blocking the divine auras. Such a huge commotion also attracted the attention of the powerhouses in the first instance. What's going on? Aren't those 3 experts from the 3 divine emperors' factions? What's going on? Why would they do it themselves? Did someone in the Senfu offend them? Ditian, what a familiar name. Right, wasn't there a rumor recently that the person who massacred the experts of the divine world was called Ditian? All eyes were on the Senfu. Soon someone understood what was going on. There had been rumors circulating recently about Ditian. Rumor had it that he was a master of double bloodlines. It was hard not to know about him. Someone has their eyes on Ditian's double bloodlines. Rumor has it that there are ancient factions that have mastered the art of refining bloodlines. It's rare to find even one such bloodline, let alone 2. Ditian is out of luck. An elder understood the meaning of the matter. Just when everyone thought there were only 3 godly venerable experts, several powerful figures appeared in the void. They were all famous experts in the divine realm. In less than a moment, 20 to 30 godly venerable experts surrounded the Senfu, clamoring to kill Ditian and avenge the deaths of their elders and disciples. The godly venerable experts from the 8 divine emperors are here. There are also a few godly venerable experts from ancient factions. Many of them are here to fish in troubled waters. Child Xingqian, who had been observing the situation, sat in the Senfu drinking immortal brew. He squinted his eyes and looked satisfied. Make a scene, make a scene. Who knows how many people want to refine a double bloodline controller? I'll fulfill your wish. Child Xingqian liked to be in control of things. Everything went according to plan. The 8 divine emperors and the reclusive divine emperors all had their eyes on Ditian, who had no backing. Child Xingqian wanted to see how Ditian would deal with this crisis. Ditian, you've killed our Zhengyi sect's disciple. If you don't show yourself, don't blame me for killing you myself. An ultimate god expert from the Zhengyi sect said coldly. Little thing, if you know what's good for you, then hurry up and come out and accept our judgment. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape today. And there will be no place for you in this world. There were more and more onlookers. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw the powerful existences in the sky. To deal with a nobody from the forsaken land of the gods, was it worth it for so many powerful figures to take action? Everyone suddenly wanted to see this Ditian and see if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. He had offended a major force in one go. To the people of the god world, killing Ditian was an extremely glorious thing. He still hasn't come out yet. He must be afraid. With so many experts present, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, that Ditian can forget about surviving. Needless to say, these are basically peak ultimate gods with monstrous combat powers. Rumor has it that Ditian is very powerful, but I'm afraid he might not be that powerful. There was no sound from Senfu. Everyone thought Ditian was afraid. At that moment, no one would not be afraid. Any of the peak ultimate gods present could suppress a strong enemy, let alone Ditian. Just when everyone was guessing, the main gate of Senfu opened and a black-robed man walked out and stood at the gate. Not bad, so many people came. The black-robed man seemed to be talking to himself. The black-robed man was, of course, Lin Fei. Hide. Lin Fei did not have such an idea. He did not mind using blood to tell those people what would happen if they underestimated him. Is he Ditian? He doesn't look like much. He's too ordinary. Many people were disappointed. It was completely different from what they had imagined. Little thing, do you admit to your crimes? A tyrannical existence stared at Lin Fei with a murderous look. Lin Fei said lazily, Admit to my crimes? Who do you think you are? Do you really think you're a divine emperor? Even if you're a divine emperor, you're not qualified to make me admit to my crimes. The tyrannical existence was enraged and his murderous intent was so strong that everyone within the vicinity could not breathe. I'm Immortal Emperor Sect's protector Fei Yong. 60 years ago, you killed our Immortal Emperor Sect's disciple. Do you admit to your crimes? Lin Fei glanced at him. I was wondering why you're so arrogant. Turns out you're a protector. My reputation is not small. You even came out to make me admit to my crimes. However, I don't know the disciple you're talking about. There are too many people here and I've forgotten about him. Hierarch Fei Yong said loudly. Since you've admitted to killing the immortal Emperor Sect's disciple, come with us if you don't want to die on the spot. The sect's higher-ups will personally judge you. Someone immediately sneered. Hierarch Fei Yong, what you're doing is wrong. Judging Ditian is our demon mystic sect's business. Since when is it your immortal Emperor Sect's turn? Another tyrannical hierarch said unhappily. None of you can take Ditian away. If anyone is to be taken back, it should be us, the Bliss Palace. The people under the 8 divine emperors were quite resentful towards Ditian. Most importantly, Ditian had a double bloodline which was very tempting. Everyone wanted to bring him back to the sect. Even if they couldn't refine him, he was still a human-shaped treasure. No matter if it was used for trading or for other uses, it was something that couldn't be neglected. Now that they heard that immortal Emperor Sect's Fei Yong wanted to bring Ditian back, everyone disagreed. They were fighting to bring Ditian back. Why could they bring him back and they couldn't? Facing the crowd of experts, Lin Fei coughed and said, everyone seems to be very interested in me, but you seem to have forgotten something. If you want to leave, you have to ask for my permission first. Just when everyone thought that Ditian would choose to surrender, they didn't expect him to be even more arrogant and say something that shocked everyone present. He's too arrogant. With so many experts attacking him,